I can see how it can.
Hey, if you need internet validation for you to feel powerful and confident, in my opinion, that's not much power and confidence. My personal opinion. If you have to post online and have a bunch of strangers tell you you're amazing for you to feel power and confident, I don't know. To me, that seems a little bit sus.
So, if she wants to go out and dress sexy and look good, you're against that?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm against her dressing provocatively. She can look nice.
Because for women, putting on makeup and dressing sexy and going out, it makes them feel powerful, it makes them feel good.
You're going back to sexy and beautiful. He said provocative. Not one have you said willingly provocative. We're not even talking about the same thing.
You're being disingenuous. And this is what makes him slimy. The dude's explaining himself.
I think he believes himself with that.
No, he's just an ideologue. He's like convinced like his side of the aisle is always right, so he just constantly talks like it. And anyone else, they're insecure, they're afraid or whatever. It's like, no, sometimes I just think it's disrespectful. That's it. I'm in a committed relationship with you. There's a certain amount of respect that we have to have in public. Like, I want you to think about this. If my girl's sitting on another man's lap and I'm with my homies, you'd be like, what the fuck's this? You making me look stupid because of what you're doing. You walking around, I'm at a work function, you got your titties out of your turtleneck, right? Shout out to Dave Chappelle. That shit makes me look stupid.
No.
It's not I'm insecure. I'm not, listen, I've never in my entire life been worried about a woman leaving me. But that's not even an issue. It's about respecting the relationship. There's plenty of things you can do in the relationship that isn't based on insecurity that's disrespectful to your partner.
Why?
Right? If I'm grabbing my ex and I'm hugging her holdly, some people are okay.
Okay, hold on. I tried to be careful with this. I think I even made clarifying tweets, okay? I don't shit on Muslims, okay? I shit on Islam because the religion is stupid. But Muslims are like a type of people, okay? So like, I'm not gonna sit here and shit on all Muslims, but I will shit on Islam. The same thing was like, because people are saying things like, oh, well, why don't we go to attack Jews or whatever? It's like, why wouldn't I attack Jews? It's the same thing I wouldn't attack Muslims. But I could attack like Judaism, but I don't know any weird cringe shit in Judaism. People are bringing up that like foreskin suck shit, but like, I don't know any Jewish people that would defend that, right? So people are sending me memes like this, but this isn't attacking like Hinduism. This is just shitting on Indians. Like, I'm not just gonna tweet shit to just shit on Indians, right?
Okay with that, right? Some people don't mind their partners hugging their ex and being physically affectionate. Others think that's disrespectful. You're with me, but I catch you being physically affectionate with your ex-girlfriend right in front of me in a very, like, yeah, it's normal. You can't look at every time someone has an issue with the other person's behavior and think insecurity. It's like, no, it's inappropriate. It's disrespectful.
You're gonna tell me you never felt empowered to sit in someone's lap? You're gonna tell me that? You're gonna sit here and tell me you never felt empowered?
Yeah.
Wait, this isn't real, right? Wick and President Sunday have a weekly show reviewing Destiny content. There's no way that's real. They must just review anything, and they're just doing my content right now, right?
That if you limit one freedom in some space, that necessarily corresponds to a limiting, to like a constant increase of limitations of the freedom. That's simply.
They're just probably just reviewing current events, and that happens to be what's going on right now. Is my panel? No, it's always you. No shot.
Yeah. Like, listen, if you get your empowerment from wearing a fucking bra when you go to the club, whatever. But some people who are not going to be on to be in a relationship with that. It's not because of insecurity. It's like, yo, my girl looking trashy at the club, and you're allowed to think that. The same way some dudes can think that shit's sexy, some people think that shit's empowering, other people can think that shit's trashy.
What it is what makes them feel powerful about it is when they go out and they dress really nice, what gives them the power is the attention that they get. It doesn't have to be a guy walking up to them. It can be a guy looking at them. Okay. And that's what gives them the power. It's the attention from other men. Okay. And if that weren't true, then they could dress up and look amazing and just, and they could stay in home, or they could look in the mirror and without anyone around.
So they can dress.
Like, that's cringe. Now the kid is saying like cringe shit. Like, they can stand home and look in the mirror.
And I don't think.
Not what he said. All right, you know, hey, no.
Hey, yo, Ethan is one of the most disingenuous goobers alive.
Whoa,
That's
goober!
what he's saying the reason why they don't dress that way at their home is because there's no one to notice. Which is a fair point. Dudes, when they work out, they like the attention they get from women.
True.
When you look good, when you wear a nice outfit, it's because you want people to notice. Yes, you do it in part for you because you enjoy wearing it, but you also like the attention, right? Because that's why you're not wearing your fucking suits at home. right? You're not wearing all that shit at home. You're wearing it when you go out in public because you like the attention. It's okay. People have to get away from this thing that wanting attention or wanting like eyes seen on you or being noticed is inherently bad. It's not that. It's just that when you're willing to bend over backwards and compromise your values to do so, that's when it becomes sus. But the way Ethan's framing this thing is crazy.
I don't think that if I have a girlfriend, she should have a desire to go out there and even seek the attention from other men, because the attention she gets from me is enough to
But
fulfill
don't we
her.
all
That's
crave
where I'm standing.
validation? Like, don't we all crave validation?
Oh, wait, are we having like seasons? What's happening with my? Why do I have a glare on my fucking monitor now? This was not here when I moved in. Has like the earth moved a bit?
Maybe if you had a six-pack, she would be more inspired by you, and she wouldn't post thirst traps on Instagram.
Ooh, okay, he got petty.
When you repeat for so
Yay,
long,
yay.
when you repeat for so long,
Yay.
and you don't get, and you're being unfair and disingenuous, and you're doing it out of your way,
Hey, we
not
get
to
you.
understand what I'm trying to say.
We get you.
Well, of course, I'm gonna go from there. Hey, listen, you like that shit?
Hey.
There you go. I'm gonna go for the juggler.
So if I was hotter,
Maybe not.
she wouldn't feel the need.
Not hotter. If you took care of yourself.
yeah.
You
If
don't
I
have
was-
to be hotter.
Okay, if I was skinny and I had a six
If
pack.
she saw you and you're like, wow, he really cares and respects himself, and I like his attention, and I don't need to go out there and look for attention from guys in the comments or whatever.
See, don't you see you're insecure? Because I know
It's
she-
not insecurity.
Yes, it is. You are insecure, dude.
Okay.
And you didn't explain why.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think that shit hurt me.
Yeah, of course it did.
Yeah, that shit looked like it.
If she wanted, look, Ethan, if she wanted to post a picture and I said, look, I'm not comfortable, I don't like it, and she did it anyway, that's fine. She can do it anyway. And then I would just be like, hey, this breaks the boundary of the relationship. This breaks the sanctity of the intimate relationship I want to have with my wife.
Right.
I'm gonna just split here. I'm gonna go find a girl that respects me. It's not about insecurity. It's just, this is my preference. This is how I want to conduct my life. I like to take control of my life and live my life the way I think is
That's
best for
fine.
me.
But you're putting
And you don't
out
like to do that.
messages to
You don't
young
like-
men as a role model, self-proclaimed role model.
Yes.
You refer to your girlfriend as she's yours. I mean, she's a human being, right, with her own desires. She's not an object.
Yes.
I mean,
That's kinda
that's what I'm
crazy.
saying.
I mean, like,
That's
you
my
can-
wife. Like,
yeah.
there is some element of like you guys belonging to each other. That's why you get into holy matrimony, right? You guys say, "I do." There's a certain belonging there. Doesn't mean that she's your fucking slave or property, but yeah, in some ways you guys do belong. Is that a weird thing to say?
It's not a weird thing to say, man. He's being a slime ball. Like, basically, this
Slime
anything
ball.
he's gonna find, anything this guy's gonna find, he's ever been doing, and he's been doing for like what, 7 and 8 minutes now, is repeating the same fucking shit, repeating, rebrewing it, repeating.
I don't know if this is true, actually. Wearing a suit equals showing off the urn. That wearing a tank equals showing off your urn. Those arms, showing your tits. Question mark. That's your proper body. Nothing extrinsic about it. I understand what you're saying on like a surface level. It seems like it's true. However, wealthy people that are born into wealth will wear suits. They will wear suits to show off wealth, but it's not like they earned that. People will do TRT or roids or whatever to show off arms. It's not like they earned that. I don't know. I think that there's like an element to the social validation where it doesn't actually matter if you earned it or not. Like, there's a reason why people buy like rhinestones and fake Gucci, right? They want to show off and they want the social validation. I don't know if people actually give a fuck if they earned it or not. I'm not sure. They're showing off what their family earned and the success of their clan. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Repeating like a fucking cow. That's what a fucking cow. You take your herb,
Whoa.
you swallow it, you regurgitate it in your mouth, and you chew that shit again, regurgitate it. That's what it is. That's exactly what the fuck it is. It's nothing new's gonna come out of this fucking video, okay? This video is fucking done, my guy.
Whoa.
It's done. They're gonna repeat the same shit, and that's what Ethan does. They're not gonna do anything more. We're not gonna find some new thing that they're gonna say that they haven't said. It's the same shit from the past that's gonna do this. Oh, he's gonna find a little thing. Well, you said my wife. Like, that's something. Ethan, that's not a thing. Shut up and you know it. You call your wife my wife. You said that. But that's the thing that he does, and we know that he does that. He's just gonna nothing new's gonna come out of this conversation.
Are these guys like, have they been
Nothing.
beefing or?
Every little thing that he's gonna say is gonna, I got you there. I got you there. Hey, buddy, but, I got you. No, you don't. You eliminate the same shit. You just bring it fucking back. okay? Like Justin Timberlake,
Oh, yeah,
whatever,
they are.
sexy, and then you try to make a point out of it, and it's not that. It's not giving anything, okay? There, I said it.
All right.
And we're gonna keep on watching this shit for like 20 minutes? Nah, fuck that shit.
5 more. Let's watch highlight.
5 more minutes? No, you watch it.
I'll put it on 1.5 speed.
No, fuck that shit, bro.
You never know.
Nothing's gonna come. Yes, we know.
Okay, I lied.
No, yes, we know.
I lied. 7 minutes.
No, yes, we know. We know. I'm done.
Let's just find out.
It's fun. No, because whenever I say I want to watch a video, you're like, it's fine, and you shut that shit off. Nigga, shut that shit off. I say we're done. Shut that shit off.
All right,
Thank you very much, and that's all for the video. Do you have something else to say? No, you don't. Because it's going to be the same shit. Jesus Christ.
Jesus. He mad. Then we have the response.
ABBA or whatever the
Reach.
Ethan, wait, fuck. Where is the... Show me Ethan's response. Oh, wow. Show me. Okay, well, we're just gonna watch the Abba and Preach video. Go look.
Reach.
Yeah. Reach is really reaching.
Like truly tripping out right now. So here's our challenge. ABBA and Reach.
You have to
I
care about the thing.
Wait, is this their phone? Okay, I don't care. I don't want to watch the photos. I'm too lazy.
They're just pandering to their fans who don't like me because I'm fat, you know.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's the whole marketing. That's the whole market. He got us. He got us. Our marketing is to pander to the fans that they don't like it because of. Oh my day. Ethan, you're saying that because you're insecure. It's just funny to me that we pander to people that don't like you because you're fat, and 95% of our fans think I am.
By the way,
Fine.
ABBA and Preach, you cowards, you losers. When you make a video about this, which I know you will, entitled Ethan Klein's Mad or whatever, include this. A link to the full interview and encourage your audience to go watch that full interview.
We got you, Ethan. We're gonna put the link in the description below. You guys know, and the title of this video will be Ethan is Bad.
Go tell them, go watch that full interview where Ethan's so embarrassing, and then come back and tell me how embarrassing Ethan is. Because and we'll play this whole thing, or you're just the biggest coward in the world.
Make sure you reply to the video he did about your doxing and you falsely accusing Fresh and Fit. Make sure you do reply to that too.
I am sure that if any one of your fans watch that whole interview, they will realize what a disingenuous piece of shit you're being right now.
Okay.
He doesn't think that you or women, significant others, should post themselves with like cleavage and stuff.
That's not what we said.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's not what we said. Listen. Okay, I'm gonna make this super abundantly clear so that there's no more misunderstandings. I thought
There's
I was
always
very clear.
gonna be a
But
misunderstanding.
let's hear.
There's
I
always
don't care what you want to post online. I just said that for some people in their relationships, they don't want a partner who's posting thirst traps. They don't want a partner who's on social media attention whore. And that's a very reasonable thing to not want in a relationship. That is it. It is fine if you want that in your relationship and you're fine with it and you find it empowering.
The whole genesis for this was he put out a video on TikTok like something about like how women should dress.
Yeah.
What?
No.
No, stop. You see the way he remixes it. No. You see the way he remixes it.
That's what I'm about to.
I'll play the original TikTok. That's what I said. He said, if I'm with a girl, he didn't tell other people how they have to dress. He didn't tell women what they have to do every day. He's not telling everyone, get in an open relationship. He's saying, I like open relationships. That's okay.
No,
And I want to run my open relationship this way, which is okay. Listen, this is so stupid.
Why you gotta use that example? Fuck you.
Legislate their relationship and the boundaries within them is between the two people.
Even when they're with me, I wouldn't want them to do that in public.
Okay.
Jesus. Chill.
What's the problem?
Well, it's a little insecure.
Listen, people know
Dude.
Let's see what they say.
that based off the kind of things that they wear, they're gonna get a different reception from people.
Yeah.
If I'm with a woman and she's out here dressed like she going to Cancun tomorrow, I'm gonna feel a little bit like that shit's off. Not because it makes me
Then you're
uncomfortable.
insecure. You're 100% insecure then.
Yeah.
You can't handle it, dude.
That means you're
You
insecure.
just fucking outed yourself
It does.
completely. Sorry, it does.
Outed.
The things that they wear, they're gonna get a different reception from people.
Yeah.
If I'm with a woman and she's out here dressed like she going to Cancun tomorrow, I'm gonna feel a little bit like that shit's off.
Yeah.
Yep, that's your problem.
Look, it's your preference if you don't want to be with a girl who's comfortable doing that, right? But the underlying emotion, which was I was trying
We
to
buy
coax
tickets to
out
the
with
Tennessee event you
Sebastian,
mentioned?
is that,
I don't know.
what
Can
is
you?
that
I don't know if
feeling
there's like
of
an online
feeling
thing for
off?
that.
It's disgust. I think it's disgusting when someone wants to be that trashy looking. Does it?
That's not the right answer. Trashy looking, because you'd be okay with them probably looking like that for you, but you wouldn't consider it trashy in that context. I think you're gonna dig a little deeper.
Same way I think it's disgusting when I see dudes sag their pants and have their boxers hanging out their ass cheeks. Can I not
I don't think the saggy pants thing is the one-to-one like male to female equivalent as well, right? Is this the hardest difficulty? No, but I have to farm like essence again, so I'm just like running all the maps right now.
be disgusted by something? It has to be insecurity. Can I not find something unsightly? Why is it always insecurity? That's the question. Can't be any other motivation.
You're literally so used to.
All right. I think my basic. Oh. I left these over here.
A new task. You again. This better be good. A new task. Yeah, what? Okay. You are gonna pay me for this, right? What? Yeah, okay. But it's gonna cost you double.
Farm to fit. How did you? It,
Attention. Building completed.
I'm going to use stonework.
Attention. Technology research finished.
Oh, more orders. Great. My bow and arrows are ready. You again. Gotcha.
Attention.
Okay.
Building completed.
This better be good. What? Okay. But it's gonna cost you double.
Attention. Building completed. train has arrived at the station. Attention.
Yes, tell me.
Building
But be
completed.
quick. A new task. Straight to the heart. Gotcha. Right between the eyes. Yes. Are you sure?
Attention for duty. Building completed.
Great.
Like to build.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Aren't there other units to bother? You order,
Attention.
you pay. My bow
Building
and arrows
completed.
are ready. Yes.
Tell me. Just tell me what to do. At the station. Reporting for duty. Okay? much finished.
My bow and arrows are ready.
Attention.
Do you
Building
need me?
completed. Attention. Building completed.
My bow and arrows are ready.
Attention. Building completed. 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 The train has arrived at the station.
Here's where I plan.
What? Great.
Being the construction.
Great idea. No, I'm just kidding. You again. Gotcha. Okay. My bow and arrows are ready.
Attention. Building completed.
No expanding my territory. feel
My
like.
bow and arrows are ready. What? Roger that.
I forgot about this one.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
You are
Attention.
gonna pay me
Building
and arrows
completed.
are ready.
Attention. Building completed.
So tired. Last night was amazing. What do you want now? You again? Okay. Yes. Yeah.
At your service.
A new task. My bow and arrows are ready. Let's do this. Yes. Roger that. Okay. But it's gonna cost you double. What? Gotcha. Let me put an arrow in his head. You are gonna pay me for this, right? You again. Great. Great idea. No, I'm just kidding. Are you sure?
And I'm in trouble.
The
I got
train
greedy.
arrived at the station. Commander?
Let me put an arrow in his head.
Oh well. Never.
Any orders? Do you need me? Orders, sir. Waiting on orders. Understood. Orders, sir. That will be easy. For the humans! Attention. Building completed.
My bow and arrows are ready.
Is everything okay? All right. Attention. Technology research finished. Just guide me to the infected.
Oh, more orders. Roger that. Are you sure? My bow and arrows are ready. Roger that. Yes. A new task. You call that a plan? What do you
arrived at the station.
Yes. Straight to the heart. What? Yeah. Okay, let's do this.
Any orders? Ready and waiting. Understood.
What's up? Any infected around? Are you sure? What? Yeah.
Tell me. Come on. A horde of
You are
infected
gonna
are
pay
on
me
their
for
way.
this, right?
They are approaching from the east.
What? You again. This better be good.
Ready and waiting.
Great. Yeah, faster than my bow.
Reporting for
Are
duty.
there other units to bother?
Building completed.
A new task.
Orders, sir.
Attention.
Commander?
Building completed.
Let's go. That will be easy.
Our soldiers are
You
in
are
trouble.
gonna pay me for this, right?
Ready and waiting.
You again.
Attention. Building completed. The train has arrived at the station.
Do you need me? Understood. Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon.
Attention. Technology research finished.
What do you want now? Roger that. Okay. Yes.
Just guide me to the infected.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Okay. Are you sure? Okay. I hope you're not wasting my time. Okay. Yes. Great. Yes. Okay. Gotcha. Great. Are you sure? Okay. Gotcha. Roger that. Great. Great idea. No, I'm just kidding. Gotcha. Are you sure? Roger that. Right between the eyes. Gotcha. Are you sure? Okay.
Any orders?
You again. Roger that.
Commander? Perfect.
Right.
Orders, sir. Commander?
I kick. Alright, so I have been. Oh, I'm not playing Raft. Whoops.
I'm here saying that to people, and then you ask me and got fucking.
Oh my god,
What
no.
did she have against me? I genuinely forgot.
So her issue was you seem to decry transness because you say it seems like they don't have a scientific way to reproduce their feelings or their experiences about being trans. But then she said it seems like you have really.
Alright. There it is.
Dude, stop drama. No. You are drama.
And the problem is the types of claims that they're making mean that if I ever push back against any of them ever, I always look bad. Like, I don't know if this is intentional by Mr. Girl or not, but it's put me in a situation where it's like,
You are a snake.
At your service.
I guess Live has been going tons of streams. I'd be super ready to chat with her. The issue I'm seeing is that any streamer worth a damn that would platformer is also friends with Destiny. I'm not. I won't bring him on mid combo and cut stream short at his request.
Commander?
Just to be clear, I have never told someone to cut a stream short. I'm talking to fake abuse victim Lav. Don't know why people are making up comments like this, but oh well. You don't understand how you joining relevant stream last night can be interpreted the way the Oreo did? Why would I sit here when some creepy f***ing stalker loser is going on streams and spreading f***ing lies about me? I even explicitly told Irrelevant, you don't have to stop. You can even keep talking to the insane f***ing lunatic if you want, but just don't have her come up here and just spread a bunch of f***ing lies about me over and over and over and over again with no pushback. That's f***ing insane. I don't understand how you guys don't understand that. That's like an insane proposition. Like, can you imagine if I was friends with Irrelevant or friends with some other person and some girl's like, oh yeah, this guy, I think he like sexually abused me, and then I just bring her on stream and I just have her talking about it casually? You're like, I f***ing hate Hassan so much. And even for him, when Lab would bring shit up on stream, I would say, no, you're not gonna give like false allegations against Hassan on my stream. That's f***ed up. I think I've held that consistent with every single person I've ever brought on. Which one?
It never went off?
That's not real. I'm almost positive that's not real. I would just tell you to be.
Yeah, I thought it was way too much.
Be disabled?
But again, why would someone say that?
Because I ran out of energy.
Because they have every incentive to.
Oh, I just. Wait, did you talk to them?
I just know. You just have to trust me. There are a few things I would say I know, and I know this one. Okay.
Jones, I'm about to drop a Hassan nuke.
Uh-oh.
Whoa. No,
DM it to me.
stop.
DM it.
Stop
DM
doing
it to
that.
me.
Lab, you're gonna end your whole fucking career on this
I
shit.
know.
Don't do
I
it.
know.
Not in a good way. Literally, it's not worth it.
I know.
So
but every
stop.
time his name is brought up, I'm like vibrating.
Stop. No,
Wait,
you
you're not-
shouldn't
oh,
be.
wait.
Stop.
Wait, do you not like
know-
Hassan?
Just know Hassan is well known in Los Angeles.
No. And if she did want to bring false allegations about Hassan, I'd say Hassan should come on and talk about it. You're just gonna sit here and do it unopposed. Are you not gonna? Hold on, I'm sorry. I might just be. I might already be triggered out to the end. Are you gonna act like Irrelevant didn't get the idea that you didn't want him to talk to Lab? I literally explicitly told him he could talk to Lab.
I don't even care if Lav is finding her way back into other friend groups or whatever. It's whatever. But for the love of God, please do not let her just ramble about me.
I said it's fine, just let her talk about me. And as soon as I leave, they start talking about me again. He talked to her for 5 fucking hours. You don't think if I wanted to tell him to stop talking to her, that I'd be like, yo, don't talk to her? I'm pretty sure there's a second or third fucking time that he was on his, or that she was on his stream. I'm not cutting his streams. I didn't tell him not to. They've talked fucking hours and hours. What are you talking about? What?
Steven,
Yeah?
Irrelevant wants to speak to you.
Sure, I don't even have a problem with Irrelevant. I don't hate Irrelevant. Nothing is wrong. I'm just saying that if something's gonna happen, then I'm gonna like jump on and talk about it. That's it. He let me on. I'm fine with that. I just don't want anybody like spreading weird things about me, like without me being there to say anything about it. That's it.
Do you feel like he didn't push back at all though when she mentioned things? I wasn't here, so.
My issue is that like I don't think that if she would have said something like Steven did something horrible to me, then I think he probably would have said something. I think it was going to. But the problem is she is a stream of unending lies. Every single time this stupid opens her fucking mouth, all she does is lie and lie. Are you gonna post it on TikTok and say I'm talking about you with you right next to me and make me sound abusive? I know you took a secret video too. Okay.
I didn't. Are you?
The problem is just that she like so she'll come on and
so
say like,
obsessed with
oh,
yourself.
like Steven, I am. Thank you. True.
Selfies. I was taking selfies.
Yeah, we got it. Okay, yeah, keep scrolling. Okay, so when she's saying this, like, oh yeah, like Steven goes unopposed with no criticism and blah 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 blah. Like I just like hearing her like just say all these lies. She lies as easily as she fucking breathes. I hate her. But if she wants to lie about shit, just not about me. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when I was having that conversation, a big point for at least me was to address specific claims first and then go back and handle those later. So the claim that I was trying to address initially was whether or not apparently her claim was that Mr. Girl and her would stop. They would be fine with you if you just said the words, I'm considering what happened or my ethics with my orbiters.
Yeah, sure.
And which I didn't believe her on, and I didn't believe to be the case, so I was going to address that point, and then you came in. I was going to address that point
I'm going to
and then
waste
go back
200
to the statements that she had made
in
prior,
wood on
because
OCD.
she had been made several statements that were like beside the point or not on the point, and I wanted to hold her to a specific line of questioning and then go back and address some of those different things.
Okay.
All right, we good?
But do
Yeah, we were always good. We're fine. Nothing's wrong.
Do you feel like he was like? You kind of feel like he was being like shitty though, right? Like he was kind of like talking mad shit, like let her do.
No, he wasn't talking mad shit at all. I don't think so. It's just when I hear her just rambling, especially she's like trying to like penetrate like all of my friend groups and everything. It's like she's actually a stalker. She's like, but she's worse than Anna. At least Anna had like actual mental problems going on. She's like doing all the behaviors, but she's just like a dog shit person. Like she doesn't have like a real mental illness to blame. She's just a horrible piece of shit that is like desperate for attention from anybody in my peripheral. But if you guys want to talk to her and everything, that's fine. I just wish she wasn't talking about me everywhere. It's so creepy and weird. But actually, I don't even agree with any of that. If she wants to keep talking about me, I encourage her to do it. I'm sorry, I take it all back. Go ahead.
Damn, you're really you're hitting us with the Lab impersonation there, going back and forth on the.
Well, I talked to my lawyer this morning, so if she wants to keep making statements publicly, it's just more shit for me to farm. So I don't give a fuck.
Talk to the lawyer. I see. Yeah, I see.
Wait, so in a specific conversation that Irrelevant had, the problem you just had is
Dude, stop drama.
No. I'm trying to understand
You are
this.
drama.
That girl was
The
just
only reason
sitting
I am
there
in
before
here is
this
because he told me I had to be in here.
Because I think because it seems like I'm trying to figure out what your issue was. It sounds like he just explained it, where he was gonna address what you were talking about later. But like you didn't like the fact that she was just like going on a rant for a little bit and he didn't really say anything. But he had a whole organizational structure on how he's gonna attack it later. But do you have like PTSD? Like you like assume that he wasn't gonna say anything about it?
No, I imagine what his problem was because she would initiate with being these like side jabs and stuff like that and not get to the question that I asked her. What he probably wanted me to do is more accurately go like, hey, can we stay on topic? Can we stay on topic? The reason
Or just like, let's say that irrelevant. Let's say that somebody was accusing you of like murdering somebody. Okay.
Yep.
Like, if the conversation was like, okay, I think irrelevant is a murder. You're like, okay, well, let's address that. And she's like, okay, well, you know, yesterday he went over to that lady's house and he killed her, right? It's like, okay, that's like one thing. But let's say the accusation is you're a murderer, and she's saying, okay, so irrelevant. We all know that he's like, for instance, like a messy. He shits in his bedroom and then he steps all over it and he squashes it between his toes. Or I don't know why. Yeah, so irrelevant, and then you know that he's got like a history of like, you know, like touching kids, which is weird. I think he's a murderer. And then you're like, okay, well, let's address like the murder allegation. That's the type of shit that triggers me. Is she just, everything she says about me is lie, 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 lie. And even before you've gotten any big accusation, she's already lied like 15 times about random shit about me. And I was like, even if you like try to address and push back against a major allegation, it's just irritating to hear her spew, to repeat whatever Max Carson into that little itty bitty skull of hers, and have that come out over and over and over again. It's irritating as
Yeah, no, I completely understand it. I think that, again, the reason why I chose the dialogue path that I did instead of, like, everyone is because I think if I tried to address every one of those things, I never would have got to... It would have just been a repeat of every single...
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, well, I think Darius has a bigger problem with you than me.
Wow, Darius, what's up? What's your problem?
No, I thought, wait, what is that about? All I was trying to do is I was trying to figure out what's going on here, because I was like, I'll be honest, dude, did you see Hannah? She's so fucking beautiful. I was just hanging out with her the whole fucking day, mad fixated on her, and then I come in here and I see this succubus on my computer, and I'm like, what the f is going on here? Then I come back in here and there's a fucking moth, and I'm like freaking out by that, and then I see you in a grumpy dad voice, and I'm like talking to me, and I'm like, oh no, what the f happened? And then fucking irrelevant. I was like, you must have a legitimate reason. Like, he must have like let her say some crazy shit. So I didn't see the fucking VOD. So I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? What's the whole sitch? So there's no issue. I'm just like, what the fuck? Like I was like, because irrelevant. I don't know if he like fucking said some shit. I was like, oh, let her like.
No, I don't think irrelevant didn't talk shit at all. No, I don't think so.
I don't know why he's lying. I literally told him everything that I said, and he's.
Well, no.
Dude, you gotta get in here.
No, because I think so Steven has a legitimate like issue where like he feels like people are constantly just letting her rant and ramble and go on, but I don't feel like you would do that. So I'm like, okay, what did you feel like you did?
Yeah, I don't think you would, but it's just like she's shown up on like 6 different fucking streams. Like,
yeah,
just, like saying constantly, and I'm like, and then I hear like some people, and I just get really nervous too, because I hear like Brittany will like repeat a fucking thing that Mr. Girl has said, and it's like, I don't know if Lav is actually, you know, like you can force a dog shit meme long enough that it actually becomes a meme. Like, I don't know if Lav can force herself hard enough on these platforms that people start to uncritically like repeat shit she's saying. And the problem is the types of claims that they're making mean that if I ever push back against any of them ever, I always look bad. Like, I don't know if this is intentional by Mr. Girl or not, but it's put me in a situation where it's like, oh, well, who's Steven? Well, Steven is somebody that tries to control everybody around him, and he's somebody that can't take criticism. So with those two axioms in place, now Lav runs around saying that I'm basically a fucking rapist on platforms, and if I tell anybody anything, like, hey, I don't know if I like this, oh, that's because Destiny controls his orbiters. And if I'm like, Lav, can you please stop shitting me? Oh, that's because Destiny can't take criticism. So I'm like catch-22'd in every possible way that I can like do anything. So I just see her going on Connor's stream, her going on Tomfoolery stream, her going on Wig stream, like every stream just like repeating these same fucking, and then I see her like on Irrelevant for like 5 hours. To be fair, she was talking about it for 5 hours. But yeah, it's just like, I'm like super paranoid. I'm like, Jesus Christ, she's everywhere. Like on Twitter, in all my friend groups, on my subreddit, like, yeah, I don't know.
That has to be fucking like fun though. Like every time you hear someone talk and they say something that's relatively similar, you probably are thinking like there's some like weird like psyop going on against you. But there actually is though. That has to be like fun to think about. Like you have to like play games with everybody. That's fun. That's like a. Do you like doing that?
Yeah, it's fun. Why are you drama farming Irrelevant right now?
I'm not drama farming Irrelevant. I'm just like, dude, okay, because if there's something we need to review, I'm like, okay, what did he do wrong? And we can figure it out and then not have it happen again. Because if there's something, that's why I was like, is there something specific that happened that was like, okay, this girl's going on? But no, I'm understanding now there was more like amalgamation of multiple people she's gone on platforms with and just kind of like spewed shit and then like It's like a whole deal. Which I understand.
You are a snake. You are such a
No, dude, you literally are like, I didn't do anything wrong, I didn't do anything there. I'm like, why the fuck is Steven so mad? But now I understand more that she's going on like tomfoolery and all other random shit. I just thought.
Wait, hold on. I don't even know if I'm that mad. Like, all I said was like, I just want to be able to defend myself. Relevant, let me come on and defend myself. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. Like, I'm not even mad.
Steven, listen to your voice right now. Go on Vokaroo, record yourself right now, and then go last night and look at when you left the call. I saw you were pretty upset. I felt like legit disappointed father vibes.
No, I think we were fine. I was just, me and Lav were shitting at each other. It's all good.
So let me just do this, okay? Darius, so Darius was like, oh, Destiny's very upset with like something that you did and shit like that, and I was like, oh, well, I think I did all right, so I'm not really too worried about, you know, your opinion unless, you know, you want to lay it out, and you've laid it out and I've heard it, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I was going for a different strategy. I explained that at the beginning, right? And so I was like, I'm not too worried about it. And then he's like, oh no, man, you should get in there and you should talk with him about it. And my issue is there's fucking the claim that Lav made, which is the idea that like you control me. So I didn't even want to come in here in the first place because I think this looks bad optically, first and foremost, and second off, like who cares? We can have a difference of opinion on how to go about a conversation, and that's fine.
But I didn't even know that it was a disagreement on a difference of opinion. I thought it was a disagreement with how you like conduct things.
No, you didn't. We talked about it.
We did talk about it, and you told me they were like, who cares? It doesn't matter.
I literally said I had a way of going about the conversation. He wanted a separate way to go about the conversation, and that's the way it is.
I don't know that part.
You are a drama farmer. I should probably learn after you. It'd probably be better for my career.
Damn.
Okay, we're gonna see Steven in like a month now.
Oh, that is a brutal insult.
Is that true, Steven?
If you guys are coming up here, are you flying or driving?
We're flying.
Jesus. Wait, why not just drive?
My scooter only gets 30 miles per hour.
Oh, because I was gonna say if you drove, you could pick up fucking Straighteraid, and then you guys could have a whole fucking carpool stream shit, you know?
Well, no, she's supposed to be coming with Pixie.
Pixie already like lives down here, doesn't she?
Well, I don't know what Pixie's saying. Pixie, I don't, dude. Pixie's like manic, like all the time. But like she keeps like messaging us. She's like, "Oh,
you are still farming."
Like Straighteraid's gonna come at this specific time, and we're all gonna go together, and we're all gonna hang out. Like I need to go to Florida, the other place he lives, or I need to go to Miami Beach, and we need to figure it out from there. So it's like I'm trying to figure out like which fucking way I should go, but I'm assuming at some point she said she wants to, like we're supposed to do content with you, and I didn't even ask you. I don't know what's going on here. I'm just trying to fucking figure it out, dude. I don't know, but like yeah, I know she doesn't live over there, but like she has plans to go to Miami Beach. We have plans to go there at some point. So even if we come to Miami, even if we go to Fort Lauderdale, God, dude, I'm taking a fucking flight. Dude, even if we go to the other fucking location, we will get to Miami at some point.
Okay, Fort Lauderdale is literally like 45 minutes from here, so yeah.
Oh, that's not bad. I didn't even know that.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I was just saying, if you picked up Straighteraid in like a rental car, you guys could like stream the drive. That would be content.
Oh yeah, I'll learn how to drive before then.
Wait, you don't know how to drive?
Do you want to teach me? On stream?
Yeah, sure.
Let's go!
Oh!
That's big. Okay. That's locked in. That's locked in. All right. Sorry for asking y'all. We're good. Continue talking about what you're. Have you ordered food yet?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Is that Nicholas the Oreo suite?
Yeah.
Crazy.
All right.
You're in line behind Melina, then Farah to learn how to drive though. We could just do like a whole driving school, you know?
Oh wait, do we need like time that? Like situation?
Dude, you are a master at this.
Time what? Wait, what?
Like the.
Keep it up, bro.
My presence, like.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
Melina probably just won't be hanging out with us, okay? Since you can't fucking control yourself.
Dude, it's like I'm a sex offender, man. Like I don't know what the fuck.
Why are you
like
saying
I can't be within like fucking 6 fucking miles.
Why are you saying that? You could have picked something else.
Okay. All right. I'll keep it in mind. Have fun.
All right,
Be careful. Was it from this video, the shoplifting video? Oh, is this where does he, I'm gonna guess, does he justify shoplifting here? I don't know what I can say. I don't want to get banned, actually. Like, to come out and just, like, make videos, like, justifying, like, yeah, so this is why, like, stealing is good. What commandment is that? There's, like, 6 or 7 of these where, like, if you break them, you're probably just not fit for human society. There we go, this one. Don't steal. There's some pretty basic ones.
The 4 Why the hell?
I'm sure some economists who should log off would point out that, like, okay, sure, but Nintendo only makes Nintendos because they can sell them at big retailers like Walmart. Walmart's got to have that stuff because that's how the market distributes goods to people. If we stopped paying for goods, what would incentivize Nintendo to make Nintendos? Who would manufacture and distribute Nintendos?
Just
also,
the
less
way
importantly,
he says
all other
Nintendo
goods.
just
and like,
it's so stupid.
I don't want to overstate my case here, but here's why all of economics is fake. It's a fake idea for rubes and fools, and there are literally no worthwhile ideas to be understood from the entire field of economics. Every economist you've ever heard of is a fraud. We would still make Nintendos because we like to have Nintendos. They're nice. Nintendo actually stopped making Nintendos like decades ago, and people still make them all the fucking time. People build enormous, expensive infrastructure to preserve and maintain abandoned software for Nintendos at great personal risk. They do it better than Nintendo does, despite Nintendo making millions of dollars from getting to do it. You literally could not stop people from making Nintendos if you tried. I know this because Nintendo has tried, and that is true of literally every single consumer good you can think of. It is someone's passion to make.
Is every single consumer good like suitcases or plungers or paint or like
the extent that they would give up everything in their life for the chance to do it for a living, and they would find a way to do it better and more efficiently than any business could ever hope to.
Individuals can manufacture goods at scale more efficiently than large businesses? Why not go do, if they could, then why not go do it and have a whole bunch of people become millionaires? So that's possible. Just go outcompete like every big box retailer. Go shut them all down. Like,
also, hundreds of other people would find doing it pretty interesting and fun if they were allowed to do so.
Looks
on
like
their
they
own
were
terms.
dealing with the
People
dumb
literally,
brand of
for
socialists
fun,
there.
play video
Or
games about
communists.
long-haul
Not sure
trucking,
which.
and you're seriously trying to make the argument that without the profit incentive, nobody would want to do a boring job like trucking or cleaning public infrastructure or farming. Hey, economists, what are you talking about? Why are you like this? Why do I have to keep explaining to you, economists, that accomplishing things feels good? Get the fuck out of here, economists, for real. What the fuck, you guys? But somehow, the Walmarts of the world have convinced us that if they weren't there to own everything before we owned it, why would anyone make anything? What?
I don't know. I'm good, dude. I've watched this guy's videos in the past. His thoughts time. This guy's one of the most stupid. Let's go that way. One of the most stupid people. Oh, God. Was it from this video, the shoplifting video? Oh, is this where does he, I'm gonna guess, does he justify shoplifting here?
Is that okay to do? Now look, I work on a platform owned by corporate oligarchs. I can under no circumstances advocate committing crimes. At least, not the ones that corporate oligarchs don't like. I could advocate hate crimes all I wanted, but I don't want to do that. It is against the rule. Shoplifting. Is that okay to do? No.
I have shit I have to do today. I don't have time to watch this
full
more.
blown.
Okay, let's.
Look, I work on a platform owned by corporate oligarchs. I can under no circumstances advocate committing crimes. At least, not the ones that corporate oligarchs don't like. I could advocate hate crimes all I wanted, but I don't want to do that. It is against the rules to advocate for normal criminal behavior, and it's
Has Matt Walsh ever advocated for hate crimes? Also, is this documentary, What is a Woman? This wasn't hosted on YouTube, correct? So we're already on 2 strikes. He's a guy that I do not like. I don't like Matt Walsh, but we're already 0 for 2. But okay.
Wanted, but I don't want to do that. It is against the rules to advocate for normal criminal behavior, and it's actually enforced. So I would get in trouble. I could potentially lose my livelihood and my ability to support my family, which is kind of ironic given that like 95% of the
Matt Walsh does have a YouTube channel, right? Hold on, let me just make sure. Yeah, he does. Okay.
Then on this platform is itself stolen. I definitely couldn't show video evidence of me performing a crime. That would be a serious no-no, and that puts me in an interesting ethical position because is itself stolen? I definitely couldn't show video evidence of me performing a crime. That would be a serious no-no, and that puts me in an interesting ethical position because obviously sometimes crimes are the right thing to do. You know, sometimes, like, there are plenty of extreme circumstances I could point to throughout history where virtually everyone can agree that it was morally permissible, even necessary, to defy an unjust law. Like, nobody's going to seriously suggest something like the Underground Railroad was immoral simply because it was illegal, and anybody that does suggest that is probably just a garbage. Now, I'm sure you could craft some devil's advocate using some absurdly strict principle and gussy it up with, like, a half-baked appeal to a moral imperative, so it sounds like you're not just being a weird racist contrarian, but nobody's gonna buy that. You're just being a garbage. Get a hobby, try knitting. But shoplifting is not really that kind of circumstance, is it? It's a bit of a gray area. That's the type of crime that virtually everyone has at least some experience with, even if they've never done it themselves. So everyone's got an opinion on it, and it can get pretty heated. Oddly enough, a lot of shoplifting discourse seems to get heated specifically because somebody made a comic strip about shoplifting, either a good, based comic, or a bad, cringe comic. And shoplifting discourse seems to get heated specifically because somebody made a comic strip about shoplifting, either a good, based comic.
Alright, upping the quality so I can actually read this. Let's see what the fuck.
Okay, the good based comic is just somebody shoplifting? Okay.
Or a bad, cringe comic.
Both of these are cringe. No. Oh my god.
Oh, and then this one was anti-shoplifting, so it was a cringe comic. Okay.
And, you know, someone makes a comic you disagree with, you don't gotta be shitty to them, just leave them alone. Everyone agrees that there are, of course, times when it is morally permissible to steal. If you're starving, nobody expects you to just die about it. Most people would not judge you for stealing a loaf of bread to feed your hungry family. Everyone except, like, the food professor, of course. But, you know.
I don't think people starve in America. I would need to see data on that. This just doesn't happen. Even our homeless people in America don't starve. Starvation is like there's so much food here, and there's so many ways to get food. Even our homeless people are like fat as fuck in the United States.
They are.
There's arguments to be made about not having access to high quality food. I think food insecurity can be measured in lack of access to high quality food. But people are not starving to death in the United States, and people are not shoplifting because they're starving to death. This does not happen. Okay.
Reasonable people wouldn't hold that against you. So for the sake of arguing, let's ignore shoplifting that is done strictly to survive. We can agree on that much, I think. I'm not really interested in appealing to the type of trash brain who wouldn't agree with that. If you think people should die rather than steal a loaf of bread...
Nobody is arguing this. Literally...
Enjoyed it a lot, Destiny DGG.
Thanks. I'm pretty sure...
Tell us about the Telegram thing that happened. You rock? Sign of the Horns medium light skin tone.
Thanks. He just talks a ton of shit on his Telegram, but I think he doesn't know that people check it. I have no idea. I'm pretty sure even Ben Shapiro would say if you're starving to death, it's probably okay to steal a bagel from a fucking store. I think anybody would agree with that. This is like the lowest tier of arguments, but that's okay. We're just getting started. Okay.
I just gotta question your moral priorities. Likewise, I think most people can agree that stealing from small businesses is, at the very least, less defensible than stealing from big corporations. Obviously, not all quote-unquote small businesses are created equal, but there's clearly a difference between stealing from a local business and, like, Best Buy. We could get into a whole discussion about gentrification here, and how small business is a term that's often used as a smokescreen for a sort of petite bourgeois assimilation of places that poor people had once lived. Nothing is simple, everything is complicated, but generally, we can agree, I think, that it's worse to steal from Dave's Cool Soup Store than from Walmart. So, we will focus here on stealing from big corporate chains, since that's what most people tend to argue about anyway. That it's petite bourgeois and, like, big corporations. Obviously, interested in appealing to the type of trash brain who wouldn't agree with that. If you think people should die rather than steal a loaf of bread, I just gotta question your moral priorities. Likewise, I think most people can agree that stealing from small businesses is, at the very least, less defensible than stealing from big corporations. Obviously, not all quote-unquote small businesses are created equal, but there's clearly a difference between stealing from a local business and, like, Best Buy. We could get into a whole discussion about gentrification here, and how small business is a term that's often used as a smokescreen for a sort of petite bourgeois assimilation of places that poor people had once lived. Nothing is simple, everything is complicated, but generally, we can agree, I think, that it's worse to steal from Dave's Cool Soup Store than from Walmart. So,
we kind of just breezed by that, but okay, so stealing from wealthier people is more moral than stealing from poor people. There's probably some level of truth to that, but holy cringe.
we will focus here on stealing from big corporate chains, since that's what most people tend to argue about anyway. That's one concession per side of the debate, which should equal out, but I'm sure will make both sides feel as though I'm selling them short. From henceforth, unless I specify otherwise, when I say shoplifting, I am referring specifically to stealing from a big corporate chain for fun and or profit, or some reason other than strict necessity. Is that the most typical form of shoplifting? Probably not, but it's the one.
It almost certainly is, no? Does he think that the majority of people that steal in the United States, when we look at like the big thefts and shit, is it for food?
Commander, attention. All right.
That I'm most interested in arguing about. Once again, even if, hypothetically, I believe that shoplifting was based and or slime build, I could not advocate for it directly. Even if I could, I'm not sure I'd want to be responsible for you making that kind of choice on account of jail. Whether or not I think shoplifting is ethical kind of puts aside the issue of whether or not it is a good idea to do. Please use appropriate caution and do not base major life decisions about what crimes you should or should not commit based on what a YouTuber talking head told you. This is an opinion piece. So it's not, you can't show this video in court. They won't accept it. Pro-shoplifter people, and full disclosure, this is the side I tend to be more sympathetic with, in case you couldn't tell already, will claim that anti-shoplifters are just bootlicking sycophants brainwashed into believing corporate propaganda. And if that's the case, maybe then we should try to be a little sympathetic to people who are affected by said propaganda, because I don't think it makes a lot of sense to get angry at someone for believing something they have been brainwashed about. Anti-shoplifting people tend to argue that shoplifting is bad for the vulnerable employees of large corporations, that the cost of shoplifting trickles down and harms innocent people, that shoplifters may believe their crimes are victimless, or at the very least, the victims of their crimes are people who kind of deserve it, but that's just a convenient excuse to justify doing whatever suits their selfish impulses. Right away, I think we can see some common ground here. Putting aside, for now, the issue of who exactly, if anyone, is hurt by shoplifting, it seems like we already agree that if it were to affect only the bottom line of rich corporations, that'd be more or less fine. Even if you think it's bad in some abstract sense, it's hard to get mad
Watch
about.
me steal
Like, 'cause I don't care.
entertainment from my streamer. He will never see a D.
Commander?
The harm only matters if and when that harm begins to affect regular people who might actually lose something in the process. When the company passes the...
I don't know what I can say. I don't want to get banned, actually. I don't like these people. I don't want any of these people in my society. I actually really don't. Like as much as I would hate like a fundy like Islam and suicide bomber or like any other, like I don't want these people living in my country ever. Holy shit. Oh,
I
like,
say that's base.
Like to come out and just like make videos like justifying like, yeah, so this is why like stealing is good. Like what commandment is that? There's like 6 or 7 of these where like if you break them, you're probably just not fit for human society. There we go, this one. Don't steal. There's some pretty basic ones.
All the early commandments are about God and they're respecting him, to be nice about it, or being subservient to him, or the best one is saying don't come up with gods other than him. Don't worship other gods. But I do prefer all the ones that focus on, you know, human to human interaction.
Like don't kill people, don't steal from people. Don't, like I feel like if you can't abide by that, or if you're trying to make like
give us your thoughts on the Milo debate.
Yeah.
Personally, I thought Milo was horrible.
Well, okay, yeah, he was. They just shouldn't be here. Like just go somewhere else. Actually, like forcibly expel people that think that you could like justify it. It's actually so insane to me.
The damage down to their employees rather than absorb it themselves. I think, though, the degree to which this actually happens is dramatically overstated. Anyone who's ever worked one of these jobs can tell you they're paying you as little as they can possibly get away with, no matter what. They don't give a shit if their employees are preventing shoplifters. They're going to squeeze them as hard as they can, period. To wit, the greatest form of theft is almost universally not shoplifting, not robbery, not car theft, but wage theft. And, you know, that's putting aside the...
It's not, these are two, I like how they call it like wage theft, like it's the same type of thing. Like if people are shorting their employees wages by one means or another, and I've seen a lot of different ways that people measure this. Obviously that's wrong, like that's not good, but it's not like theft in the traditional sense, like somebody's stealing something from a store. They're two kind of different things. But also, again, they're not, it's not the same thing. Also, I wonder who wage thefts more, big business or small business? I'm super curious on that. I wonder if he links a study of like, well, where does the wage theft occur? I'm sure that by absolute number, it's probably big business, but I wonder by per capita, like per employee hired. Yeah, I don't know.
The theft of surplus value in the first place, like all wage labor, could be said to be a form of theft. Also, we don't tend to count in these studies the theft of, say, a continent. Often this is framed around the idea of how theft will affect a store's bonuses, or the rate that they give out raises, or the hours they give their workers, or whatever. Like,
isn't shorting a wage easier to do accidentally compared to shoplifting? I feel we should I feel like I looked into this at one point, like how is wage theft calculated? And I feel like some of the ways that they, on like the largest study that accounts for it, it'll say things like what was it? Like if you clock out early or clock in late, or it was just like a really weird way of calculating it. Like when people talk about wage theft, in my mind, what comes to mind is like, wow, your employer is actually stealing money from you, like they're taking money from your wages somehow. But I don't think that the way that wage theft is calculated, it's not usually like that. It has to do with like weird clock shit, I think. But I'll go and look this up. Or fuck it, we can just I don't have time to like. What is wage theft? Examples of wage theft include paying less than minimum wage, not paying workers overtime, not allowing workers to take meal and rest breaks, requiring off-the-clock work, or taking workers' tips. So about half of this is minimum wage violations. Does this mean that they're employing illegal immigrants? Isn't that the only way to pay less than minimum wage? Just
not getting that levels.
Unless you're paying cash, obviously. Like, but that's, you got a whole bunch of illegal shit. Tipped
There he goes.
employees? How are you paying tipped employees less than minimum wage? Cash in hand for local workers or those under, yeah, if you're paying cash, you could do it, but there's a whole bunch of dumb shit. It's like $3. Minimum wage for servers is like $2.13 an hour. That's not paying less than minimum wage though. Tipped positions have a lower minimum wage. Tipped jobs in certain states go below. No, I'm pretty sure there's a tipped minimum wage. That's different than paying less than like actually minimum wage or whatever. If you're a tipped employee and you don't get less than minimum wage from tips, your employer has to pay that. Yes, that's true. Although I'm almost positive you would be immediately fucking fired from your job if you somehow found a way to make less than minimum wage in a fucking tip position. I'm pretty sure you would just get fired immediately.
I just like being able to.
Less than normal, not the tipped wage. Thoughts on tip culture, by the way? Tip culture is fucking out of control. It needs to stop. Dude, now when you go to the gas station, I've gone to a gas station in Miami that turned the screen and had the tip thing on it. I'm like, bro. It sucks because I'm like a max tipper, okay? I make a lot of money. I'll do 20-25% basically wherever I go. But now I'm starting to reconsider it everywhere. Now I'm like, I don't know if I should tip any of you motherfuckers. Like, y'all are making way too much money. Sitting behind the counter, do you want a $1 tip for me getting a thing and bringing it to you for you to ring up? The f. Organized retail thieves' most wanted list. Survey reveals which items are most likely to be stolen from these stores. Organized retail time has contributed to $94.5 billion. Holy shit. Wait, is that in 1 year? 2022 survey. Wait. Is that bigger than all of the... Oh, so that's even more than the wage theft. So he just lied. He just lied. Okay, hold on. Federal Wage and Hour Division investigation 2021 found on average $1,211.70 for each employee due back wages. The federal government might not know it. I don't need how. Why, damn. I wonder what this is about. I wonder what work to ensure working people in the U.S. see the wages protections they earned. Blah blah blah. Oh, this just links to this. This doesn't tell me anything. I wonder how much heavy lifting average is doing here. Failure to pay overtime. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how, because for every job that I've worked, and obviously I'm sure it's different, but for every job that I've worked, like there's a clock. Like you clock in and you clock out, and it's pretty strict. Like if you were cheating the clock, you'd have to like.
Is everything okay?
You'd have to like go to payroll, HR. You'd have to go to a whole other department and tell them to cook the books. Like it would be almost impossible. So I'm curious how you would like not pay somebody overtime. Now in a small business, I think you probably could, but.
Commander?
A lot of jobs have timesheets, but you feel out how long you work. My industry has it. Okay, Doomba, you're British, okay? You guys probably don't have clocks yet, okay? And Big Ben is under construction constantly, so you guys don't know. Studies have found inflated rates of wage theft violations in markets employing women and foreign-born populations. And there are indications that wage exploitation and wage theft are among key motivations for employers hiring migrant workers. And the former population will be at much greater risk for wage violation. Undocumented workers are unauthorized immigrants stood at the highest risk levels. That makes sense. Education, longer tenured employment, and English proficiency work to be influential factors in employee populations. All three variables reduce the probability of wage theft for the aforementioned workplaces where the compensation was paid in one weekly flat rate or in cash. Yeah, for sure. So a higher instance of wage theft. Smaller businesses with less than 100 employees also saw a higher instance of rate of violations in larger businesses. In one city, manufacturing industry, repair service, and private home employment. Higher violation. Okay, makes more sense. Destiny, places consider stuff not clocking out to use the bathroom wage theft. I've only had 3 real jobs. How many? McDonald's, casino, work study, and paper route. 2 real jobs? I've never heard of anybody clocking out to use the bathroom before. Do people do this? That's possible, I guess, but I've never heard of that in my entire life in any type of job ever. Carpet cleaning? Oh, I wasn't like on the clock for carpet cleaning. I wasn't on the clock for paper route either.
They didn't have to deal with the loss of their profit margins caused by shoplifting is extremely naive in my opinion. Because why would they? Why wouldn't they just keep the money? That's what they're trying to loss is, or the rate that they give out raises, or the hours they give their workers, or whatever. And like, the idea that companies would be willing to pay their employees more money if they didn't have to deal with the loss of their profit margins caused by shoplifting is extremely naive in my opinion. Because why would they? Why wouldn't they just keep the money? That's what they're trying to do, to have all of the money. Likewise, the idea that they might reduce their hours or hire fewer people as a result of shoplifting losses operates on the same assumption that a company would, for whatever reason, be willing to pay more than it absolutely needed to pay as...
Well, no, the stores just close. That's what happens when you shoplift in certain neighborhoods. I also really wish these fucking losers with the rich moms and dads that have lived in expensive suburbs their whole life, I wish you could go and shop in like poor neighborhoods or shitty neighborhoods. Bro, nothing is more mind than LA, where I swear to God, you could be in one place that's like all lit up, all nice and bright, and you can walk like 10 minutes and you run into gas stations that you can't even go inside past like fucking 6 o'clock because it's all locked down and you've got to talk to the guy through the window because they won't even let anybody in the fucking store to buy anything. Or where you go to places and like the deodorant is behind a locked case. The deodorant is behind a locked case, okay? Shit sucks. It feels horrible. It feels gross. Ugh.
What? A reward for good behavior? They will always operate with as few people as they feel they can get away with. In fact, if anything, the threat of shoplifting probably incentivizes them to have more employees working at any given time. For decades now, people have been predicting that the rise of automated checkouts would result in huge losses of entry-level jobs in the service sector. Turns out it didn't, specifically because these companies still want people around on account of shoplifting. So therefore, it could be argued shoplifters are job creators. As an aside here, Walmart makes money from their employees. That's why there's a Walmart. What we call Walmart is like a legal abstraction, an entity that exists solely to profit from the labor of others. Walmart doesn't do things, it gets other people to do things and then takes the money. Without others doing that labor, there isn't a Walmart. The idea that if Walmart starts losing money, that they're going to start firing people rests on the assumption that hiring people is like a favor Walmart is doing for them, as though Walmart hires employees to give back to the community instead of needing those workers to function. I think it speaks to a wider assumption about the way the corporations have trained us to look at jobs, as though we should be grateful for them, for the opportunity.
It's just so stupid. I'm so glad BreadTube died, this stupid subreddit with all these stupid content creators that nobody gives a fuck anymore. I noticed this the other day, because I thought about this, because like obviously I've outlasted a ton of my haters. One of the things that sucks is you never actually get to feel good when your haters disappear because they're gone and you don't see them anymore.
Alright, I'm gonna optimize this a little bit.
Yeah, because they just kind of like fade away. I'm glad this dog shit fucking subreddit died. Fuck all these people. Just take a moment to remember this horrible place. These guys thought that they were going to be the next big thing on the internet and they died in like a year. Did you see the Young Turks having their own left arc? Yeah, I need to try to talk to Anna or Chank would be interesting.
For them to profit off of us, when in reality, of course, they benefit from the work far more than we do.
Answer Dono question. Can you please walk us through what you did to Poop and Milo's Cheerios? Why did he come out so hard in his opening statement? Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Milo's one of the few people. This does not happen much, even though you guys probably think it happens all the time. People generally aren't grifting. Like, it's pretty hard to grift full time. Like, it's a very difficult thing for an average human being to do. But
LC does it, no trouble.
I think Milo actually does grift. I don't think he believes in any of the shit he's talking about. I think the problem is that he's probably broke and poor. Like, he's not making any money, he doesn't have any money, and he's probably really desperate for paydays, and he's desperately trying to find like another audience to make money off of, and now that's like kind of the Christian audience. Yeah. What makes you say that? About what? He got he got canceled hard. His book deal got canceled, got banned off every platform. He was crying on, was it Telegram or Gab? Wasn't he crying like 2 or 3 years ago about how there weren't enough viewers there or whatever to make a living? Like, Destiny, he isn't poor. His outfit was worth more than your whole closet. Omega lol. Hello, my wonderful suburban kid. I know it's not popular to talk about in lefty communities, but let me introduce you to spending habits of poor people. It's so funny because, like, I can always tell. It's always the rich white kids.
My spending
that
habits
like,
are
oh,
fine.
What do
It's
poor
the
people
earning
look like?
habits that
Well, they have raggedy clothing that's falling off their bodies,
holding me back.
and they just they don't have anything of value. No, they usually have cell phones that they probably shouldn't have, shoes that are too expensive what they should have, and clothes that they probably shouldn't have either. Like, poor people waste money on a ton of shit. It's fucking stupid. Okay. Also, I'm sure Milo has some holdovers when he was wealthy, but just because you're poor doesn't mean you look necessarily like a fucking homeless bum. Okay. Fuck off.
We work, and then they get to have money from that work for nothing. This is perhaps a discussion for another day, or, in another sense, a discussion for every day. I digress. That's not to say that I think that poses no danger to retail workers. They could be forced into...
I think he was linking up with Ye just a bit ago. I told everybody that Ye shit was fucking stupid. I do stand vindicated, okay? Sneeko got dropped. Fuentes got dropped, is crawling back now, and now he has to deal with how insanely radical he made himself come out on a mainstream with fucking Ye, and fucking Milo got dropped. And they all, yeah.
Oh, I forgot to place this where you get the
dangerous
iron.
positions where they have to confront desperate people who might attack them.
Oh well.
Though the obvious question that arises from that scenario is, hey, why do you think those
Always
shoes are so desperate in the first place?
produce more
They could
iron
themselves be
than I
blamed for the
can
theft. They could be the
use
subject of
anyways.
disciplinary action for failing to prevent the theft. Longtime viewers might know that this actually happened to me. I worked at a gas station Pizza Hut. I made a video about it. Pretty exciting stuff. And when that gas station, which contained that Pizza Hut, was robbed, I done got fired about it. I've also worked many other jobs where theft was a thing that happened like all the time, and you just kind of wrote it off and went on with your day. But this time I did lose my job, you know, because they said that they claimed that I left the keys in the back door or something. I don't remember doing, but whether or not anything was stolen, they'd still probably want to fire me about that on account of I'm personally deeply incompetent. Either way, it strikes me as a little unwise to tacitly accept that if these companies use the threat of harming their workers as leverage, to just let them have whatever they want. To teach them that when they threaten their workforce, we'll just do what they say. We wouldn't accept that logic when it comes to any other sort of action taken against a company. They might make similar threats if workers threaten to unionize, or people threaten to boycott, or a journalist gave them bad publicity. Hey, you can do that if you want, but if you do, we're gonna have to start letting people go. And is that what you want? Would that make these actions similarly anti-worker? I don't think so. Still, that feels a little cold-hearted, doesn't it? Like what? I'd be willing to let someone lose their livelihood over some ideological point? I could just not steal Ice Age and Ice Age 2 on DVD Blu-ray combo disc, and nobody would get hurt as a result. In the other examples I gave, if you didn't take the risk to the workforce, something bad might happen. Nothing bad happens if I don't steal Ice Age and Ice Age 2 on DVD Blu-ray combo disc, aside from the relatively marginal harm of me not getting to enjoy both movies. Well, in this hypothetical, the shoplifter isn't the one choosing to cost someone their livelihood, really. It's the employer that chooses to do that. At worst, I suppose you could argue perhaps that the shoplifter created the conditions that make that choice necessary, that in this hypothetical, the shrink caused by the shoplifting outweighed the profit value of the worker's labor, and frankly, I don't really buy that argument at all. It implies that it's our responsibility to safeguard the profit margins of big businesses, lest they have cause to fire their employees. If your local Walmart goes out of business, every single person there is out of a job. If you find out that your local Walmart is not doing so well profit-wise, is it therefore morally incumbent on you to financially support them? Is it your responsibility to safeguard their profitability in order to make sure that people don't lose their jobs? Are you likewise ethically compelled to spend your money at every business you can, lest those businesses also lose money and have to let employees go? No, right? Like that would be ridiculous. Nobody would expect you to believe that. So then, I ask you, what is the difference between allowing Walmart to go out of business passively and actively harming their bottom line? If allowing that harm to happen passively is fine, would ignoring the shoplifting in progress be likewise a morally neutral act? I would imagine that if you believed shoplifting was bad, you'd probably think people have a responsibility to stop it when they see it, right? As the logic goes, the shoplifting hurts the store's profit margins, and something that hurts the employees. But
this guy's a...
Yeah.
A few recent Brie Larson interviews have caught the attention of Marvel
Oh,
fans.
Brie Larson.
Yeah.
Isn't it fun being there for all my extra takes?
People have asked if the cast doesn't get along with Brie, and even as an audience member, it's tough to sit through some of these interviews without cringing. So today, I want to talk about what you can learn from these situations, and how to prevent yourself from doing specific behavior patterns that can make people dislike you without you intending or even realizing it. And I want to make this clear, there are interviews that I can show you where Brie is extremely likable. You're going to see a few clips of them in this video. I'm addressing these two more recent interviews because they're topical and because they provide great insight into charisma mistakes that I see many people make. The first issue that you want to avoid is reading negative intent in an ambiguous situation. Brie's Wired interview has this repeatedly.
Go to college. No! Would Brie Larson work out? Like, hypothetically, would I at some point? Is that like a personal attack or something? Or is that a request? Do you think I should? Yeah, I work out a lot. Thanks for asking.
We'll come back to this idea of interpreting negative intent because it is possible that she wasn't doing that at all and was actually aiming for sarcasm in these situations. The problem is that sarcasm requires a tell. You must go over the top, either in your word choice, body language, or tone, or people will not recognize sarcasm where you might have intended it. Without that, Brie's defensiveness appears sincere.
Left-handed? Why do you need to know? Can Captain Marvel beat Superman? I can't believe you even have to Google that, duh. I mean, why?
To be clear, you can add sarcasm to this type of a joke. For instance, Aubrey Plaza gives similar responses in her Wired interview, but people responded much better. And it's because she's communicating that she doesn't mean what she says, in this case, by narrowing her eyes and changing her tone slightly.
Does Aubrey Plaza have a sister?
I have 2 sisters.
Yeah. Oh.
That's none of your business. That's my family.
Since it is so subtle, this level of sarcasm will be missed by many people, and I know that British people are going to hate this recommendation, but at least in America, a good rule of thumb is that when you are being tongue-in-cheek, do not be flat in your delivery, especially if a literal interpretation of what you're saying would make you sound like a jerk. Go over the top in changing your tone, your gestures, or your facial expressions. This helps people distinguish between normal conversation and a character that you are playing for the purpose of a joke. This next clip is a great example of Brie playing like she's upset while making it clear that that isn't truly how she feels. She's not really offended. Now watch for the change in her voice tone and her over-the-top gesticulating.
That's a problem?
Well, I feel inferior, but it's okay. Go for it.
Why would you feel inferior?
Well, look at it. First of all, and second of all, I have nothing.
Oh, no, right there. Look, you got a little, juice there.
Great, perfect.
Help yourself. There you go.
But back to the first point. It is possible that Brie might be sincere in her frustration with these questions. Now, obviously, we can't read minds, but there is no absurdity, no smile to release the tension, just flat statements, as if she is interpreting what she was being asked as an attack.
Is that like a personal attack or something? Or...
Regardless of what was happening in Brie's head, in your own life, you would benefit tremendously from reading positive intent into ambiguous situations like these. In fact, even when people are undeniably being rude to you, reading positive intent can be an excellent way to gain control of the situation. It's part of what made Russell Brand so admirable in his MSNBC interview from several years ago. That entire interaction deserves a breakdown on its own, but just watch here where the host takes aim at Russell's accent. He could get flustered in response, but instead, he assumes positive intent and cracks back a friendly joke.
On satellite radio in the car, I can't understand a single joke you say.
You can't understand it.
Can you understand me? Yes, but no, I'm telling you, when I'm driving in the car and everyone's laughing in the audience of the radio, I'm like, I have no idea what he's saying.
It's best you focus on your driving, Brian. You're a man, you don't want to be distracted by humour. You might crash into a pedestrian.
Okay. So it's a good thing.
I think it's probably for the best.
Jokes like these that interpret positive intent can go a long way to winning the person over who is being rude to you, though it didn't actually work in this particular situation. And if you'd like a breakdown of this entire interaction, just let us know in the comments. Just so you guys know, due to your overwhelming response, we are working now on a video that covers attachment theory. But moving along with this video to the third point, you should not jump on every opportunity to call praise or attention to yourself. Now in this next clip, Chris Hemsworth is talking up his stunt double, and he's putting himself down to do it. This is a nice common move for somebody who is kind of on top, and in this case Hemsworth is clearly athletic and powerful and famous, so it's kind of him to take that trainer and put him above him, even if it means denigrating himself to do it.
He just gets injured and I don't. He does all the hard stuff and makes me look cool, and then but now I've told you, it doesn't make me look cool, does it?
If you're in a situation like this, sitting next to someone who has just done this, it's a great opportunity to further spread the praise. In this case, you might want to spread it to other stunt doubles, to the visual effects team for making the impossible appear real, or just to your castmates in general. It is perhaps the worst opportunity to insist on your own specialness, because it contrasts so starkly with Chris's humility, and it also puts him on the defensive since he was putting himself down and now we're taking that seriously. Unfortunately, that is the route that Brie went.
So you don't do...
I do
this
all my
is the thing.
stunts.
I did my stunts because I thought that that's what everyone did. And then...
Again, this is another situation where voice tone matters massively. If Brie had said something like, wait a second, you guys got stunt doubles? I thought we were supposed to do all that crazy stuff by ourselves. People probably would have just laughed at that. But without anything over the top, without playing a character, she appears sincere in her attempt to call positive attention to herself, and it doesn't play well. A now defensive Chris pokes her back, doubting that she does her own stunts, and he mentions Tom Cruise as a contrast.
I did my stunts because I thought that that's what everyone did. And then...
Tom Cruise over here.
And again, rather than taking this opportunity to praise Tom Cruise's legendary status in the industry as one of the A-listers who truly does his own stunts and put himself on the line, Brie insists on distinguishing herself further.
No, I want to be the first me, not the next Tom Cruise. Thank you very much.
Well, you know, I mean, he does his own stunts, you know. No, we all do stunts.
Yeah. If you're in a situation like this, the charismatic move, the confident move is to spread the praise. Don't worry so much if you're getting yours. When you give it freely, it comes back to you freely. Watch Chris Pratt illustrate
Gee,
this
that's
point
the communist
perfectly.
argument.
The Avengers cast are asked who the most charming Chris is. Look at how he handles it.
Who's the most charming, Chris? Why don't you love yourself, man? Come on.
Because he's humble.
Sorry.
I was lost for a moment.
No, I get it.
It is exactly his own willingness to raise somebody else up that is what makes other people vote for him in droves.
Oh, she's so happy about it, too.
He's my soul brother.
This all takes us to the fourth point of the video, which is you should not try to win each moment of banter. This makes it harder to feel comfortable joking with you, because things always become competitive. Take as an example when Bree says that she's the strongest character in the movie, which though dry could be considered a playful jab at her co-stars. Chris predictably jabs back, and the high-pitched voice is an indication that he's being playful, as are the extreme head movements, and eventually he gets a laugh from the people around him.
Is there any competition between the different sects, the different groups?
There's no competition for me because I'm the strongest, so it's just kind of like a different...
Well, you should let her think that, but... Yeah.
It's not. As
You
I've
are.
said before, it's not. It's just a fact. It's not a personal opinion.
No,
and it's
no.
not a reflection on what you can't do, but it is also kind of a reflection on all that you
It's
can't do.
just that you're just not that strong.
Now with that laugh, Chris has quote-unquote won this round of banter. But in order to let Bree save face, he adds that her character is really smart.
Really smart, and, you know, but should we have a fight?
Bree shakes her head no, fidgets with her earring, and then when Chris says that we should have a fight, she doesn't interpret it positively or playfully. She seems to feel as if she is being laughed at. So rather than saying, oh my god, we should totally have a fight in the next Avengers, or making some other joke, she says that she feels like she's been fighting with him all day, and you get the sense that she's being honest.
Should we have a fight?
And she can eat bacon
I feel like
like
we're fighting right now. I think it's been an all-day thing.
I suspect that is a real representation of her feelings. She probably does feel like these exchanges are fights, and that can be exhausting. If you've ever felt like this, here is a way out. Sometimes it is better to stop fighting. Don't try to win every laugh from the audience.
All right.
Instead, go with the joke, even if
That's
it feels
great.
like
Food
you are the butt of that
production.
joke, and then amplify it. By not taking this kind of insulting joke seriously, you diffuse its power and you turn the crowd from laughing at you to laughing with you. Here is Bree doing it in another interview with Craig Ferguson when he teases her name.
That's a lovely name, Bree. Is that really are you named after a cheese?
Yes, I am.
Really? Really?
I'm named after a cheese. I get confused all the time. I walk into rooms and people are like, ah!
Oh, we
I
want
didn't
to-
know it was going to be a human. I thought it was going to be a cheese.
No.
And here's another example of Chris Pratt taking one on the chin in good spirit.
Is Chris Pratt the worst Chris? It should just be this.
Is Chris Pratt the worst?
Kind of. Kind of the worst.
This is all much easier if you interpret positive intent per the first point. So, now, the last thing that I want to touch on is how to handle a compliment. You should avoid responding to compliments with banter that are put-downs in nature, even if you're joking, like this.
Panic attack. Oh, Chris, that's really nice.
That's sweet.
I'm still stronger than you, though.
You're not, though.
Instead, you can give a sincere thank you, emphasized perhaps with sustained eye contact or a touch.
You're toying with me. I like your bejeweled epaulets, by the way. That's very nice. It's like you're a sort of commander of fabulous.
Alternatively, you can spin it back around to the other person and playfully find a way to give them back an even bigger compliment.
No, well, I think you should take a lot of it.
Thank you, Fifi.
Yeah, and I have just spoken to Jonah, and he said you should too. So
Jonah said?
Yes. There you go. They love you.
I'll give Jonah credit then. It's only honourable, isn't it?
True.
Jonah can have credit.
Okay.
Either way, whatever you do not punish people when they give you compliments. Otherwise, they will not be so forthcoming. When in doubt, a sincere thank you and a smile, or just a return a compliment will take you much farther. So, I hope that you guys enjoyed this video. If you are a fan of the channel, you may want to check out our course, Charisma University. In my opinion, it is hands down the best thing that I have ever created
From
when
the
it comes
north?
to developing your own charisma. It covers everything from making a great first impression to magnetic body language, deep confidence,
All
and
right.
of course, doing it all
clearing these
consistently,
out.
which as you saw in this video, doesn't always come naturally to many of us. So if you want to learn more, go ahead, click the button on screen now or the link in the description. Either way, I hope that you enjoyed the video and I look forward to seeing you in the next one.
All right.
In today's video, we're going to show you 7 bad charisma habits that will consistently make people dislike you. By becoming aware of these mistakes, you can hopefully avoid making them. The first bad habit is vulnerability dropping. That's instantly making a joke when someone opens up vulnerably. Watch this quick clip for a brutal example with a soldier who thought he had saved a friend who ended up dying in battle.
That was such a high moment with everything that had happened. That Mace was going to make it.
Sounds like at the end the battle came down to saving Private Mace.
You are going to pay me for this, right?
Some people aren't comfortable with strong emotion, so they use humor to quickly try to change the tone of the conversation. This can make the person sharing with you feel hurt and unsafe. There are times when it can be helpful to use humor to lift someone's mood, but make sure you're doing it for them, not because you're uncomfortable. Often, you're better off simply listening and making someone feel heard and understood. The other common mistake to avoid when someone shares something with you is conversational narcissism, relating everything back to yourself and consistently trying to put the focus onto you. Watch these next 2 clips for a great cringy example from The View. The conversation starts with Sonny expressing empathy for the people who are suffering because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
And that this is going to start a humanitarian crisis, a refugee crisis in Europe. We're talking about 5 million people that are going to be displaced. I mean, it's heartbreaking.
Now watch Joy Behar use what is called a shift response to shift the focus of the conversation to herself.
Well, I'm scared of what's going to happen in Western Europe, too.
Yeah.
You know, you plan a trip, you want to go there. I want to go to Italy for 4 years. I haven't been able to make it because of the pandemic, and now this.
This is an extreme version of a shift response, but they happen in conversation all the time. A common example would be if someone says something like, "Sorry, I haven't seen you recently. Things have been really rough at work." A supportive response would be something like, "No problem. Do you want to talk about it?" You're showing the other person that you care and are interested in hearing more. A common shift response would be, "Oh my God, I know exactly what you mean. My work has been awful lately." And then launching into a story about your own job. A shift response isn't always a bad thing. Sometimes sharing your experiences makes people feel like they aren't alone. But if the only way you respond to things is with a story about yourself, it will eventually repel people. There's another common way people hog the conversational spotlight: question cutting, asking a question and then interrupting the answer. Talking over each other is commonplace in a group of excited friends, and it isn't always a bad thing. But if you interrupt right after you ask a question, it's almost always frustrating.
Let's say it goes how you think it's going to go. Khabib dominates. What's next? I'll tell you what I think.
Go ahead.
And one of the reasons I say this, because I heard you say this, so I put a lot of weight into it, is he's done.
Okay, so yes and no.
I think he retires. I don't think a Tony Ferguson. I don't think a Conor fight.
And so you go out to walk the dog?
Well, no.
It's cool.
I sort of.
Do they allow dogs at the hotel?
Aren't you supposed to let people talk on the show?
All right. Say, I heard that Taylor Swift will be performing. Can you confirm or deny?
I mean, we've had a really good time today.
Taylor!
So,
Taylor!
No, see where I'm going with this at least. Nobody ever listens to me.
The good news is it's extremely easy to avoid this mistake. If you ask someone a question, let them answer it. There's another mistake related to asking questions that you also want to avoid, and that's trampling boundaries. This sounds obvious, but you'd be shocked how common it is. Here's a quick example of what it looks like. For context, Rob Gronkowski's teammate Aaron Hernandez was arrested for murder around the time of this interview.
I do have to ask you, when you heard about Aaron Hernandez, what you thought, what your reaction was?
Next question. I learned that from Drew Rosenhaus. Next question. With
It had to be
T.O.
a shock for you, though. It had to be a shock for all your teammates.
Next question.
You would think that Rob's made it clear he wants to move on to a new topic, but watch what the interviewer does next.
All right, then I'll ask you. It seems to me that these two men played on opposite sides of the line, but they had more than that in terms of being opposites.
And truthfully, I'm not going to go. Yeah, I'm not going to go there.
Don't walk off.
Here's another example so you can see how this might happen without you meaning to upset someone. It starts with Jim Norton asking a very personal question, but in a respectful way.
I know your mom was killed.
right? But did they?
There you go.
but
That's what I'm getting to.
Well, that's what Sam is kind of, I think, alluding to. It's obviously a very rough way to come up. Was it something that was ruled accidental and then declared a murder? There was some kind of a...
Now watch what happens when Dylan McDermott draws a boundary and says that the topic is off limits.
I mean, I really don't want to get into that now. You know, I'm just talking about LA to Vegas, but yeah, it was definitely rough. And,
What night is that on?
It's on Tuesdays at 9.
It's on Tuesday. It's not the death slot. Hey, speaking of death. What time? LA to Vegas, I love it.
Similar to vulnerability dropping, it's possible Doug Stanhope was trying to add levity to the conversation because he was uncomfortable, or even because he saw Dylan was uncomfortable and he was trying to help. It's possible to mean well when you cross someone's boundary, but you're much better off simply respecting the boundary and moving on. Even without a boundary beforehand, this is a classic mistake people make, trying to make a joke and accidentally making someone angry. With certain close friends that you know like dark humor, nothing has to be off limits.
Not been using my
but
money.
Especially with people you're first meeting, it can be a mistake to tease sensitive topics. You'd think this is obvious, but again, it's surprisingly common.
Just wondering who told you that, because
My wife tells me that often.
she says, "Good morning."
I'm
you're
still married, as a matter of fact.
Yes, well, you.
But I truly am, no joke, sorry for the loss of your friend Ryan Dunn. I know you must have been thinking it could have been me, and I know we were all thinking, why wasn't it?
The mistake here is getting so focused on trying to make a group laugh, you don't pause to consider how the focus of your joke will feel. If you're going to tease someone for a laugh, tease them about something they're unlikely to be insecure or sensitive about.
You bring these slightly different nuances to Thor, whether he's on Asgard or on Earth or whatever. You bring new aspects to him. And with Captain America, it's like, as we've seen him evolve.
Ooh, I need more energy.
Yes.
The most likable way to tease someone is to tease their strengths. You say something so obviously untrue that it ends up drawing attention to a strength of theirs. Watch this next clip for another example with Chris Evans and Chris Hemsworth, this time guessing Avengers based on bicep photos.
What do you got? Hemsworth.
Here's Scarlett Johansson with a similar joke during Playground Insults.
Your biceps look like Thanksgiving turkeys.
Now let's talk about a mistake that often comes with good intentions, giving unsolicited advice. As an example, watch George from Impulsive give the Island Boys financial advice for if their music career flames out.
I think if, God forbid, it doesn't go in your guys' direction, for real, I think you guys take all of your jewelry assets and invest into something. So you guys will never, ever be broke again. So I don't think there's ever going to be a broke situation. But I'm saying, like, if you guys...
George isn't a rude guy. He's genuinely trying to be helpful here. But you can see it makes the Island Boys angry because they didn't ask what to do if their music career doesn't work. So the advice feels insulting.
George, stop talking. We have multiple... Wait, that was... Hey, that was for you guys. Yeah, that wasn't like a hate shot. I don't need financial advice when I probably make more money than you. But that was me being nice. It wasn't me being like an asshole. Because I was giving you guys nice advice and you guys were being assholes. Hey, George, keep talking, then we'll walk out.
It's great to want to help people, but you'll get a much better response if you ask if someone wants your advice before you give it. You'll avoid making them angry, and they're more likely to listen to you because they've opted in. The last mistake we'll cover today is instant aggression. It's okay to stand up for yourself and draw boundaries, but some people respond to the slightest accidental offense with way too much hostility. Here's a great example of this from a first date.
How old do you think I am?
Maybe 29. 30? I don't know.
Now notice how she responds.
Did you say 29? Did you say 30? I'm actually about to choke because of you. I'm 25.
You can see her continued hostility makes the guy very uncomfortable.
I didn't know.
You said I'm 29 or I'm 30.
You don't seem like a 25-year-old.
I am 25. I am not 29 or 30, okay?
Often this instant aggression comes from assuming negative intent where there isn't any. You're much better off assuming someone's being positive until they explicitly prove otherwise. Here's a funny example of what that might look like from the movie The King of Staten Island.
I gotta be honest, Kelsey, you look exactly like your picture. You're kind of thicker, more robust.
Oh, thank you. It's a compliment.
Even if you think someone is being rude, you don't have to respond aggressively right away. You can start with a soft boundary where you use a friendly tone to call out what you don't like. This at least gives you a chance to get back to a pleasant conversation afterwards. Listen to Taylor Swift respond to John Cleese here for an example.
I much prefer cats. They're unpredictable and cussed, like women. You know?
Oh, we don't want to do that.
Now, with all of the charisma stakes in this video and pretty much every charisma stake beyond these, the most painful part is that you almost never realize you're doing it. Very few people set out to make people dislike them. And if you do accidentally have a few bad charisma habits, you can end up ruining a first impression you really wanted to go well, missing out on promotions at work, or becoming the odd one out in your friend group. It sucks. The flip side of that is also true. With just a little work, you can build fantastic habits that let you be your authentic self in a way that makes people love and respect you. If you want help with that, you might like our video program, Charisma University. It's guaranteed to give you more friends, more dates, better work relationships, and most importantly, high self-esteem and true confidence. If you try it and don't like it, you have 60 days to give yourself a full refund from right inside the course just by pushing a button. We've had over 14,000 people go through the program so far, and the average score people give it is a 9 out of 10. People write in saying things like, I've already watched a lot of the YouTube channel and loved it, but Charisma University's action guide really changed my life. Insane social experiences I never thought I'd have, and work-wise, I ended up getting a best-selling author as a mentor. I'm so glad I joined. Loving the course. I've liked a girl for over a year now, but never thought much of it because I thought she was too pretty. Took your lessons, gave things a shot, and now we're dating. By sticking with Charisma University, I've had the confidence to make groups of new friends and land a promotion. I interviewed at dozens of places for jobs after medical school. At the end of one of my interview days, the doctor pulled me aside and said that I had hands down the best interview out of everybody, and they would love to have me at their program. The entire course will only take you 30 days. If you start today, you'll be getting dramatically different reactions from people within just 1 week. To see if the course is right for you, click the link on screen now to learn more. Either way, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will see you in the next one.
All right. Massively increased wood production. Got a lot of energy. I need to look into get.
In today's video, we're going to show you 6 unattractive habits that instantly make you look like you lack confidence, and what you can do instead to command more respect in your conversations. The first habit is avoidant body language. This is anything that closes you off from the other person, like hanging your head, not making eye contact, or facing away. Here's a quick example from a rough first date.
Sorry.
Louis is a very nice guy, but unfortunately his stuttering and avoidant nervous body language hurts his ability to connect with his date.
Confidence is like the most important thing. That's it. That's all you need. Like you have the rest is there. Like you've got everything else.
Strong body language can immediately strengthen your first impression and make people respect you more, and luckily it can take many forms. For example, watch John Cena and Matthew McConaughey in this next clip as John talks about his first failed wrestling persona as a robot. They have almost opposite body language, so why do they both project confidence?
And just when I said I would kick your ass at the fairgrounds on Sunday, I would rewind it and say it again for you. What is it? I would kick your ass at the fairgrounds. That didn't work? You know.
While seemingly very different, they both follow 4 key body language principles. They smile, keep their heads up to make eye contact, have their shoulders back, and take up the space around them. If you want an easy mental cue to give yourself when you're actually in a conversation that makes you nervous, just remember these 2 words: open and expand. If all you do is try to be more open and expansive, you'll naturally do countless little things right without thinking about each individually.
All right.
And as a bonus, you'll start to feel more confident too. Avoidant body language often goes hand in hand with this next bad habit, talking tentatively. Here's an example of it with Kristen Stewart talking about her role in Seberg.
There was just so much about her that, you know, really only like were ever described in like general, really dishonest headlines, and like the girl from Breathless that like went like this, you know.
This is no knock on Kristen. A lot of people struggle with filler words and stuttering, and these habits often get worse when you don't know what to say. The solution is simple. Give yourself permission to pause and think before you answer a question, or even midway through a sentence. Don't fear silence. Here's a more recent interview with Kristen. Notice the difference in her body language and how she speaks, and think about how it would change your first impression of her.
I'm wondering if you planned to announce that you were engaged on that show, or if he just kind of got it out of you.
That's a good question, because he is the best interview in town. Everybody knows that. No clue. I would have told him. I was going to say something really inappropriate. I would tell him anything.
Once you get good at this, your silent moments of thinking can become powerful moments that build anticipation. Listen to Chris Williamson from the Modern Wisdom podcast for a great example of this.
One of the things that I've realized is that people that are self-reflective, that rely on cerebral horsepower, that pay attention, that think in a detailed way, the more nuanced that your thinking is, the fewer people are going to be like you, which makes you feel more alone. How do you think people can overcome this?
Replacing filler words and stuttering with powerful pauses is something that most people struggle with even once you know you should. Luckily, there's an easy way to quickly improve at this. The trick is to record yourself on video for just 3 to 5 minutes a day, asking yourself questions and then answering them. On day 1, start with easy questions you know the answer to that require little thought so you can focus fully on removing tentative talking. What do you do? Where are you from? Describe your family, things like that. Try to speak at your natural speed and put your mental focus on catching filler words before you say them and replacing them with pauses. Then from day 2 onward, slowly move to questions that require more brain power, like what is the meaning of life to you? Immediately after each day's recording, watch the video. Within 1 week, you'll see a noticeable reduction in filler words and an increase in confident pauses. Now that we've talked about body language and speaking habits, let's talk about what to actually say. The first thing you with power, like with pauses. Then from day 2 onward, slowly move to questions that require more brain power, like what is the meaning of life to you? Immediately after each day's recording, watch the video. Within 1 week, you'll see a noticeable reduction in filler words and an increase in confident pauses. Now that we've talked about body language and speaking habits, let's talk about what to actually say. The first thing you want to avoid when meeting someone is asking first instinct questions. These are the questions everybody asks, especially if the other person is high status in some way, whether that's famous, high ranking at your company, or just really attractive. You can bet there are probably some questions that they get asked all the time.
What's the most mispronounced?
What's the worst pronunciation of your name you've ever heard?
What's the worst butchering of it you've ever heard?
What's the weirdest one you've ever heard?
If you want to have a great conversation that people remember, focus on asking questions that most people don't ask and that the other person is excited to answer. You'll know you've done it right if the other person lights up at the question.
Can you recall an instance, ever a time in which your formal acting training brushed up awkwardly with the realities of being on a Hollywood set?
Well, that's a really interesting question.
If you aren't sure exactly what to ask to get someone excited to answer, just ask if there's something they're proud of or passionate about. For example, listen to what Sean Evans asked Mila Kunis about designing her new house.
Is there a detail of your home that you're particularly proud to have your fingerprints on? And then is there one that serves as a reminder that marriage is always about compromise?
Ooh, really good question.
The next common mistake is something you might see when you try to put yourself out there and mess it up, and that's retreating after a miss. This is especially common after you make a joke that doesn't land.
Texas has always led the charge. Well,
actually, I want to build
till
cottages.
about like a couple months ago, and then Austin sort of took over. Like, I don't know, guys. Like, Texas was leading the charge. You're still top 25. But we got to work on that stuff because those people have lost their minds. Right?
If this is something you have a habit of doing, don't retreat. Instead, joke about your bad joke.
You were given an Oscar for Best Actress. You would also get one for being the worst. I think I just lost about 20 points.
If that seems too hard, there's an easier way to recover from a bad joke. For example, watch this news anchor bomb a joke with the Dalai Lama.
So the Dalai Lama walks into a pizza shop.
Cosa shop?
Pizza?
Pizza shop, yes.
Yeah, pizza shop. And says, can you make me one with everything?
What's that? Casole. Oh, yes.
Now watch how he recovers simply by laughing at himself for how badly the joke bombed.
Theoretically possible.
Oh, I knew that wouldn't work.
He laughed more at the fact that it didn't work.
The next mistake will seem like an obvious one, and yet it's something you've probably seen a lot throughout your life: injecting an unnecessary brag into conversation. There's a great example of this from the Liver King video where he tries to apologize for lying about being on steroids.
This is a complicated as topic, at least to me it is, because before social media, I was rich and anonymous, and after social media, I'm still rich, but no longer anonymous, and I never expected this kind of exposure.
It's totally unnecessary here to say that he's rich. Forcing his wealth into the conversation doesn't do anything to make his apology better or to make him seem likable or confident. This seems like an obvious one, so the question is, why do people do it so often? Because most people want to be liked, and they're not sure how to make people like them. So they try to force what they think makes them likable or admirable into the conversation. This isn't to say that it's bad to share what's interesting in your life, you just want it to come up naturally. For example, listen to Jamie Foxx tell the story of how he met Kanye West and ended up in his song Slow Jams.
Then when I met him, bro, he freestyled
a rap. I said, yo, they say you rap, he freestyle. I said, oh my God, you're the most incredible rapper in the world. And I was trying to get in music at that time, so I would throw parties for a reason, because Puff was so famous with music.
Oh,
I
I
had
can get
studio in
stoned
my
here.
house. And Kanye goes,
Jamie mentioning that he has an entire music studio in his house doesn't feel like he's bragging because it's relevant to the story he's telling. But be careful here, because if people think you're telling a story just to work or bragging, they still won't like it. If you want to learn more about telling great stories, you can watch our full video on Jamie Foxx, which I'll link to at the end of this video. The next mistake that people make is also something they do so that people will like them more, but it undercuts your own self-esteem and it makes you look like you lack confidence. And that's prioritizing being agreeable over being true to yourself.
Hello, gang. Are you hungry? I'm fine. Okay, well, we're gonna eat, I think. Oh, well, I'll grab food then. Okay, cool.
People do this because they want to avoid conflict or avoid being a burden. Ironically, it's the exact opposite behavior that
All right,
lets you
that's
look
where I'm going
confident and
places.
attractive and command respect from the people around you. And that's speaking truth to power, being honest even when you're telling a potentially unpleasant truth to someone you want to like you. Iconic characters like Don Draper and Tommy Shelby are admired by their fans because they regularly show this kind of confidence.
Can't I keep what I have and just build on it? Well, honestly, the unpleasant truth is you don't have anything. Your customers cannot be depended on anymore. Their lives have changed.
Your own protection is failing, Mr. Kimber. Your boys are taking cuts. I want to suggest that from now on, you contract out your racetrack security to the Peaky Blinders.
Especially with people that are used to being surrounded by suck-ups and yes men, this can be a very powerful habit. But speaking truth to power can be scary. So to build this habit, the easiest way is to start small. Starting today, stop telling little white lies. Even if you think they're harmless, start being honest about the seemingly little things like why you're late or why you're turning down a social invite. Build your confidence in being honest the same way you build a muscle, by starting where you can and then increasing the difficulty slowly and consistently over time. Eventually, you will have the confidence to share even the biggest hard truths. It may not go well every time, but it's the best long-term path to high self-esteem, high respect, and strong relationships. If you'd like a specific blueprint for building this type of unshakable, deep-rooted confidence, you may like our 30-day program, Charisma University. It's a step-by-step guided program that will show you exactly how to build unshakable confidence in ways that are easy, fun, and take just 20 to 30 minutes a day. Each day comes with a daily action guide so you know exactly how to put what you're learning into practice, and it's sequential with each day building upon the last. It also comes with a 60-day money-back guarantee so you can take the entire course, see if it changes your life, and if not, give yourself a refund from right inside the program. I could go on about the program, but rather than tell you what I think, let's take a look at what some of the members have said about their experience after the program. The first one comes from a guy who says CU helped his dating life. He says, firstly, loving the course. I have cherry-picked a few things, for example, the filter lesson in the conversation module. This one lesson completely changed my life. I've liked a girl for over a year now, but never thought much of it because I thought she was too pretty. Took your lessons, gave things a shot, and now we're dating. This next one comes from a guy who was interviewing for new jobs. He says, I interviewed at dozens of places for jobs after medical school. At the end of one of my interview days, the doctor pulled me aside and said that I had hands down the best interview out of everybody, and that they would love to have me at their program. They ranked me #1, and it's my current job. And this last one is a comment in a course from someone who used it mainly to improve their social life. And he says, life-changing. In 6 weeks, I went from being socially awkward with few friends to the life of every event I attend. I also went from having serious girl problems to dating the girl of my dreams. Charisma University transformed me from a lonely introvert hoping to better connect with people to an energy-filled extrovert who makes new friends everywhere I go.
That is a
And there are many more
spool.
success stories just like those in the comments if you decide to join the course. If you want to check it out, click the link on screen now or below in the description to learn more.
They got
We've had thousands of members
Alright,
go through
you're
this
gonna
course and get a
hold
ton
right
out of
there.
it. I hope that you decide to join if this is an area in your life that you're looking to improve. Either way, I hope this video has helped you, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. We've all had conversations that started out friendly, then suddenly turned into an argument that made us feel attacked. The other person twists your words and uses little tricks to try to make you look dumb. So today, we're going to break down a conversation just like that between Andrew Tate and Piers Morgan to show you how to defend yourself in any argument, even if the other person is determined to make you look bad.
I don't know why you're trying to come at me with one of his views and pretend that's something to do with me.
Because it's a pretty big view.
No, but it's a lame trick, Piers.
This video is not endorsing either of these people. It's simply an analysis to teach you the tactics some people use to assert dominance in an argument.
Yep.
The first step to
That's
defend
what I
yourself
should
from a
have saw
conversational
coming.
bully is to spot when they enter fight mode. There's some obvious tells, like if someone starts shouting or repeatedly cutting you off, but there's a subtler tell as well. You can see an example of it in this next clip, where Piers shows he's there to argue with Andrew, not to understand him.
I want to play you just a clip off the top. This is from Joe Rogan, who's somebody I absolutely love.
Sure.
And I think it explains to me what I presume my issue with you is going to be, right?
Correct.
And you have absolutely got the right to try and persuade me otherwise.
Sure.
There's actually two tells here. If someone labels you or an idea you stand by as an issue or problematic, that's a good indicator that they've switched into fight mode. Or if they want to argue with you before asking you to explain your point of view. If that happens, you should start being wary of conversational traps. One of the most common traps is misquoting you. Misquoting you makes it easier for the other person to feel like they're dominating you because they're attacking a straw man instead of your actual views. This sounds like it would be easy to catch, but sometimes it only takes a small tweak to your words to make a big impact on their meaning. If you aren't paying attention, you may not notice the small tweak. For example, listen to Andrew respond when Piers asks him, "What is your opinion of Alex Jones after meeting him?"
He was professional and courteous to me. When I meet somebody and they show me respect, I show them back. Respect. That's what I do, as I did with you.
You respect him?
If somebody shows me respect, I show them respect back.
So if Adolf Hitler showed you respect, you'd respect him back.
There is a huge difference between showing someone respect by being polite versus having respect for them and their ideas. Andrew even catches this at first, but Piers is persistent in establishing that straw man.
Well, I'm not. I'm taking your position that if somebody shows you respect them.
I think that...
I'm saying there are lots of people in the world I do not respect. If Vladimir Putin showed me respect, I would not respect him.
That's your opinion. But
no, it's my view. What's your
that's
view?
your view. Well, your
view is you would.
You can see Piers is trying to force a view upon Andrew that he doesn't actually believe. So you have to be careful not to let someone misquote you, or you may find yourself defending a belief that upon reflection you don't even have. Luckily, there is a simple solution for this if you're aware of it. Re-establish your own point of view before you defend it.
You talk about people don't want to see men dressed up in transgender.
That's not exactly what I said.
What did you say?
I said the reason I am so popular and I'm so famous is that there's a large contingent of men who don't want to wear makeup, who still want to make money, go to the gym, be strong, drive a fast car, be traditionally masculine, and don't want to be shamed for that, and they don't want to be called toxic for that.
Now, if you do start to make good points in an argument, you'll have to watch out for this next trick, derailing interruptions. This is when someone tries to interrupt you before you can establish your strongest points.
You're taking these sentences and on repeat, you're you're weaponizing them against me.
I'm not weaponizing anything.
Okay, it's fine.
No. You're weaponizing the weaponizing, which doesn't exist.
No problem.
But you said to me, come on, bring it on.
This can be frustrating. You see in that clip that the interruptions are starting to bother Andrew. Luckily, there's 3 ways you can handle being interrupted. The first trick is to pause, acknowledge the person, then return to the point you were making.
All I've done is literally read out all the things we identified from all the research that I thought were blatantly misogynist. And giving you the chance to respond. And the only time I've interrupted you is when you've tried to answer a completely different question.
Understood, Piers. But these things were said.
Andrew reclaims the conversation after he looks Piers in the eye and says, "Understood, Piers." You can even see a little smile in Piers' eyes after. That's because most people in an argument crave to feel heard and understood. Here's another example. You can steal this line word for word if you want to acknowledge someone without agreeing with them. This time, Piers even makes a little positive noise after Andrew acknowledges him.
I don't think so.
I think your view of that view is dangerous.
I respect that you think my view is dangerous, and I respect you have the right to view that, to think that.
That line is a nice way to remain connected with someone without giving ground you don't agree with. It makes the other person feel heard, and that disarms their need to attack. Now, once someone has established a pattern of interrupting you, the next thing you can do is preempt their interruption. Here's an example.
And this is actually what's interesting. And please don't interrupt me on this point. Social media has changed in modern times.
You can even see Piers' body language change as he disengages to respect Andrew's request. If the person continues to interrupt you, you can call it out with a one-finger stop gesture.
No, let's stop for a second. Please don't interrupt me. Here's why I know why you're good at your job. First, you interrupt people a lot, which is good. It's a good skill. I believe in marriage more than anybody. In fact, I believe in marriage I believe in marriage in the traditional sense.
Now, on the flip side, you also want to avoid the trap of being the interrupter, especially if someone is responding to a point you've made. Don't steamroll concessions. There were a few times where Piers actually made a good point, but he interrupts so much that Andrew can't even agree with him.
But what you did say at the start of this little exchange, you said, I wouldn't maybe say things the same way now that I did before I was famous. And yet, actually, you've doubled down and said exactly the same thing.
On certain points.
So that is what you believe. That's my point.
Yes.
I'm trying to work out, look, I don't know you. We've just met, right?
Yeah.
Steamrolling concessions prevents you from reaching common ground with the person you're talking to. If there's anyone else listening, it also makes it harder for them to register that you've made a good point. Here's one more example so you can see what not to do.
Well, I think my sister is her husband's property, yes.
Because fundamentally, I don't believe a man owns a woman. You do.
Well, I don't think a man owns any sovereign individual. I don't think we live in the world of slavery. I don't own any men or any woman.
Right.
Nobody owns
When
anybody.
you use phrases like property, that's what you imply.
I understand.
And so my point again is, you're a smart guy.
We start to interrupt people when we are the ones that enter fight mode. If you can stay calm in an argument, you're much less likely to cut people off and steamroll concessions. One great trick for staying calm in an argument is to physically relax into the argument. Purposefully release any tense muscles and take deep belly breaths. This will signal to your brain that you are safe and you don't need to enter fight or flight. Staying calm also lets you think more clearly, so you're more likely to catch any logical gaps that the person tries to sneak by you. Like the name suggests, this is a moment where there is a gap in the logic of their argument. Here's the most obvious example from this conversation.
What is your view of Alex Jones?
I think that Alex Jones is a sovereign individual who, very much like the rabid left, deserves a chance to speak on his points of view. I think that the truth on issues is usually somewhere in the middle between two extremes. And
So you think Sandy Hook was staged?
The logical leap from the truth is somewhere in the middle to so you think Sandy Hook was staged is obvious, but not every logic gap is as easy to pick up on in real time. The key is to remember the premise of someone's argument. This is easy to do if we break things down a little. For example, take a listen to Piers here.
There was also, I think, quite a disturbing piece that BuzzFeed did. And it talked about the negative impact of young, impressionable male minds when they've read or seen some of the more inflammatory things you've said.
What is the premise of Piers' argument? It's that Andrew is dangerous because of his impact on impressionable young minds. Now listen to what Piers says immediately after that.
And they quoted, for example, Sandy, 22, from Washington. My father's gone from a man who minored in women's studies in college, who was kind and in touch with his emotions, treated all people, men and women around him, with kindness, to a man who says that whenever he sees an effeminate male stranger, he gets an overwhelming urge to murder them.
Did you catch the gap in the argument?
Did you say that my father went? She said, my father has
Her father.
That's a full-grown man, firstly. So we're talking about my impact on children. You just talked about a full-grown man here.
Now, so far, we've discussed how to engage with someone who's being combative, but sometimes an argument goes into an area you're not comfortable with and you don't want to engage with them at all. When that happens, you have every right to draw a conversational boundary. For example, watch Piers try to get Andrew to share about his personal life.
Have you ever been in love?
Yeah.
How many times?
Plenty. I believe in love between men and women.
A real love, you know, where it's...
Yeah. I believe...
How many times would you say?
Enough.
Andrew tries to move on, but Piers circles back a few seconds later.
How many women have you loved?
I don't know, Piers. A few.
Give me a ballpark. 5, 10, 20?
Let's say...
You don't forget how many people you've been in love with.
It's a strange line of questioning, and Piers just will not give it up. So finally, listen to Andrew draw a boundary.
I believe in family. I believe in children. I believe in...
If you believe in family and children and love, why are you single?
I'm not single.
Well, you're not married.
Well, if I was married, the last thing I would do is advertise it to the feral psychopaths on the internet.
Most people aren't comfortable being that direct, so they try to change the topic indirectly. It's much more effective to simply draw a boundary and let someone know that a topic is off limits. That doesn't mean you have to shout or get confrontational. It can be as simple as saying, I'm not comfortable talking about that. So now you know how to see and avoid some common conversational traps when things get heated. But how do you turn things around and get back to a friendly, positive conversation? One way is to purposely acknowledge any common ground. For example, there was a moment in the conversation when Andrew is talking about getting deplatformed from social media, and he starts to lose his cool. Listen to how Piers gets him out of fight mode by establishing common ground.
When they attacked me, they lump a whole bunch of things in together. They say misogynistic, racist, transphobic. They just put them all together at random. I'm mixed race.
By the way,
I don't know where they get these. They just get these buzzwords and put them in a sentence.
By the way, I completely agree.
It's
and
crazy.
I've had the same thing done to me.
Okay, well,
and
there
I'm
you go
not
then.
calling you anything. I'm asking you what you personally believe you are.
The important thing here is that you are genuine, and that comes not just in your words, but in your tone of voice. Listen to Piers here for a good example.
A lot of what you say, I agree with.
Yeah.
Right? I do, genuinely. I've read a lot. I've read a lot of stuff you said. A lot of the stuff you talk about, I think it's got a good point, right? So we agree about a lot of things. But when I read that kind of thing, I'm like, how much of that is you? How much of that is some act? Do you regret saying stuff like this?
Now, our final advice today is actually something you won't see in the conversation with Piers and Andrew, and its absence is one of the biggest reasons that the conversation was so combative and so unproductive. Give yourself permission to change your mind. This is something Andrew seems to view as a bad thing. You can hear him talk about it here.
That's why I've repeatedly asked you about that line to see if you've changed your position, but the reality is you haven't.
It's not about changing positions. I'm a full-grown adult and I stick by the things I say and I'm responsible for them.
If you view changing your mind as a bad thing, a sign of weakness, or being a flip-flopper, then of course you'll never change your mind. Or even when you do, you'll do what Andrew does and try to make all the things you've said in the past fit your new beliefs. For building fame online, maybe that's what's required. Andrew is certainly world-class at getting famous. But in your own life, give yourself the gift of permission to change your opinion, to say that you don't agree with everything your past self thought. That freedom will allow you to be happier and to grow. Now, publicly changing your mind is much easier said than done. It takes confidence to change your opinion in front of other people. If confidence is something you struggle with, you may like our course Charisma University. It's a step-by-step 30-day video series that comes with a daily action guide to show you exactly what to do each day to take your charisma and confidence to the next level. And if for whatever reason you don't, then you can get a full refund just by pushing a button inside the course. Thousands of people have gone through Charisma University so far and had great results. Here's what just a few of them have said. My biggest breakthrough has been gaining more confidence. If you knew me a year ago, you'd see a socially awkward guy. But that same guy had hidden confidence and charisma that has now been unleashed. If you're reading this or listening right now, think about who you want to be in a year. This course will teach you how to be that person. I had confidence in some areas, but not in others. Then Charisma University changed that for me. Since beginning the program, I have seen noticeable changes in my life. It has helped me unlock the confidence that comes with knowing that I can go into any social situation and crush it. I never expected such remarkable outcomes from a simple online routine. This course completely changed my mindset on how to approach people and think about myself. It has undoubtedly made a significant impact on my life. If you're interested in a 30-day program to become more confident and more charismatic, you can click the link on screen now or in the description below. Either way, I hope you enjoyed today's video, and I'll see you in the next one.
Just tell me what to do. Come on. Attention.
Ben Shapiro is one of the most famous and skilled political debaters out there, and even if you're not into politics, his arguments are fun to watch. In this video, I want to explore why Ben is so talented in debates. Specifically, I'm going to give you 7 techniques that you can use no matter what side of an argument you represent, even if you're on the wrong side. 3 caveats before we begin. First, I am not saying that Ben is right or wrong on any of his points. What I'm going to discuss are some of the rhetorical devices he employs that can be persuasive even if they aren't always logically foolproof. No matter where you fall on these issues, there's a lot to be learned from Ben's style of debate. Second, you probably don't want to focus on debating in your interpersonal relationships because the goal of debate is quite different than the goal of most relationships.
Or you're debating somebody on a stage, in which case your goal is basically to humiliate that person as badly as possible.
And third, Ben obviously does quite a bit of research, which is really tough to combat without figures of your own.
If you're richer, you tend to be married longer on average. People who are poorer tend to get divorced more.
Where did you get that statistical
The Census Bureau.
Now, research is necessary, but I'm more interested in the tactical side of the debate rather than the prep, so I won't go any further into it. Let's begin then with Ben's defensive debate tactics, starting with catching non-arguments. And that's because not everything that sounds persuasive actually constitutes a valid argument. For instance, when you hear that 9 out of 10 fill-in-the-blanks believe something, that doesn't necessarily prove a point. That is an argument from authority, and though it might be compelling, more evidence is required to be deemed conclusive. So when people lean on authority in arguments, Ben knows to call them out on it, like in this example.
We urge you to listen to the American public and to the law enforcement community in support of ban on the further manufacture of these weapons. That was Ronald Reagan.
Okay, so? I mean, I can disagree with Ronald Reagan.
You keep one of the great right-wing presidents of modern times agreed with me.
So?
Another common debate tactic that maybe isn't done on purpose and doesn't constitute a valid argument is getting emotional, particularly when the other person gets upset or offended. Now, when Piers Morgan did that, Ben wisely didn't engage him because simply being offended doesn't prove anything.
He's me standing on the graves of the children that died there. How dare you?
I've seen you do it repeatedly, Piers.
Like I say, how dare you?
I mean, you can keep saying that, but you've done it repeatedly. What you do, and I've seen you do it on the program.
The late Christopher Hitchens put the same idea rather bluntly.
If someone tells me that I've hurt their feelings, I say, well, I'm still waiting to hear what your point is.
Right. Now, you don't necessarily need to be that abrupt, but pointing out that a point needs something beyond simple emotion in order to make it valid can make other debaters flustered. And from there, you can segue into the third defensive tactic that we're covering in this video, which is pushing for specifics. People often hold very broad opinions very strongly without necessarily being able to articulate what they mean concretely. And of course, this happens on all sides of the political spectrum. So when Ben is grappling with a very broad-spanning charge, he takes the necessary first step of pushing that other person to provide specific examples.
I don't know what the Republican beliefs are. I mean, you're a young guy, but you certainly remember 2 years back when their beliefs were completely the opposite of what they are now.
Well,
they were
which
for
ones?
free trade.
This is absolutely critical. Do not get wrapped up in defending generalized statements, even if you don't like them, because if any sort of blanket label is asserted against your position, or it's large institutions that are being branded one way or another, if you try to defend against that single phrase, you are already buying into an argument you don't understand, and that would be absurd. So instead, push the other person to relate exactly what they mean specifically, like in this example.
What have we been talking about? When you say institutional racism, it's too broad. You at least have to name me the institution. Which one is the racist one? Which institution is racist? Tell me which, like, so we can fight it, seriously, so we can fight it together. Just, I want to be on your side. I do. I want to fight racists. I think I think racism is, I think racist behavior is evil. I want to fight it with you. But I can't fight it if you're not showing me what it is.
Similarly, and lastly on the defensive side, Ben knows his arguments inside and out, so he doesn't get sucked into defending points that his argument doesn't require. For instance, in this next clip, Ben is talking about how Trump will say outrageous things knowing that it sets the media ablaze. And his point is that Trump knows what he's doing, and he does it on purpose in order to control the news cycle. Now, when Don Lemon responds saying that Trump shouldn't be doing that, Ben doesn't bother defending the morality of his actions. He's only talking about the purpose of them.
Says some things that are outrageous, like people in the media aren't patriotic, knowing that people in the media are immediately going to turn it up to 12 on the Richter scale.
But Ben, don't you think he should be truthful in his comments, even if he's funny, and if you give him that, shouldn't he be truthful? And he wasn't.
Of course, and I think that this is where the media. Here's my advice to people in the media.
Now, recognizing that you can and should agree at points with the person that you're debating seems obvious, but it can be especially hard to do when people insult you. A general rule of thumb is that if the other person winds up attacking you, you are actually winning the debate. So Ben usually doesn't get sucked into defending his own honor, and he shows a great example of that here.
Called it a hit piece, and in it, writer Jane Coaston says you have hollow bravery, calls your campus speeches shadow boxing, and if you wanted to be genuinely brave, you challenge, quote, some of the wrong-headed ideas held by your right-wing fans. How do you respond to that?
Number one, I've never really attributed bravery to myself. I don't think that it's brave to walk on a campus and talk to kids. I think it's brave to be a member of the military. I think it's brave to be a cop. I think it's brave to be a firefighter. I don't think it's brave for me to walk with a security team at my side onto a stage. If I thought that I was going to get shot and murdered, then I probably wouldn't do it. So I don't consider myself part of that group anyway.
Ben wisely doesn't bother defending his own bravery and instead sticks to the points that he knows are strongest to his argument. And that takes us to Ben's offensive strategies. One of the big ways that I see him stump his opponents is through the use of snuck premises. Essentially, you introduce the exact point of contention as a given, and that's through the clever use of language. Now, this isn't to pick on Ben because we all do this from time to time. So first off, see if you can find the snuck premise in this next case.
From Planned Parenthood, as you may have noticed, I'm mostly against abortion. If you want to go to Planned Parenthood and get a contraceptive, go for it. I don't care. I do care when you start killing babies. This is a problem for me.
Again, a snuck premise introduces a contended point as a given, so what counts as a snuck premise shifts with each position of each person involved in a debate. Now, in the context of the abortion debate, pro-choice versus pro-life, what is the snuck premise that Ben just said? Here it would be the words, kill babies. This entire debate hinges on the personhood of the baby/fetus, and using the word baby implies personhood. So with that word, Ben is able to sneak in a premise that most of his opponents would probably disagree with, but he does it in a way that they don't notice, so they are stuck coming to the same conclusion that he does. Here's another example, this time in a debate over the morality of socialism, communism, and other economic models.
Income inequality in the United States is also quite high, right? There are people who are Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, and then there's the local checker at your grocery store. But if the local checker at your grocery store is getting richer, then it seems to me they have nothing particularly to complain about in how the economy is operating. They don't have a right to Jeff Bezos' money. They don't have a right to Bill Gates' money any more than Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos has a right to their money.
What is the snuck premise in this case? It would be the idea that it is their money. A socialist or communist might see the money that an owner of the means of production has, aka another rich person, as being stolen. So it wouldn't be their money in the minds of a socialist or a communist. But when Ben assumes the idea that it is their money, he makes a point that, again, his opponents might find disagreeable, but they won't really know where to poke the hole because they adopted his premise as soon as he said it. Now, in my experience, most debates are won or lost on snuck premises. In concealing the steps we take to arrive at our conclusions, we can get there without the other person knowing exactly how they disagree with us, but still being stuck. So if you want to win cheaply without having your ideas challenged, this is an excellent tactic. That is how you can win a debate even if you're wrong. But to the degree that you can catch yourself, you're usually better off avoiding this, and it's usually more insightful and better for the relationship to bolster the opposition side, as we discussed in our video on Jordan Peterson, which I will link to below. Again, not to pick on Ben, just pointing this out as an example. I'm going to leave this for now and move to another effective rhetorical tool that I see from Ben. It's moving from the abstract to the concrete, and it looks like this.
I think that focusing on poverty is a good thing to do. I think focusing on income inequality is not a good thing to do because there's no correlation between income inequality and relative rates of poverty. Right? There's tremendous income inequality in a lot of places on planet Earth. In fact, in all places on planet Earth. If you go to Sudan, there's going to be a rich warlord there, and then there are going to be a bunch of people living on $6 a year.
This works because the specific example seems to prove the broader point that preceded it, even though a single example cannot prove a rule. It is useful shorthand for persuasion and explanation. I do this all the time with the examples that I give you in these videos. It's very, very common. And when you add an element of humor to the specific piece that you are saying, it makes it even more persuasive because people can be so wrapped up in laughing that they don't necessarily evaluate if they disagree with the point that you made.
The people who are currently acting in criminal fashion in the drug war aren't going to be out acting as model citizens as a general rule. A lot of those people are going to be committing other crimes because this has been the history of the United States. When you make a substance illegal, the people who are criminals were criminals before and they're criminals after. Al Capone was not going to turn into a banker after Prohibition ended.
And the final piece for this video, at least, is that you want to emphasize the conditions under which you would agree with your opponent. What evidence would you need? Now, we previously saw Ben do this with regards to institutional racism in a previous clip.
Racist behavior is evil. I want to fight it with you, but I can't fight it if you're not showing me what it is.
Here he is talking about Trump's impeachment and the Mueller investigations.
But, dude, I'm happy to wait for the Mueller indictments, and if they come down and they target Trump, I'm happy to see him impeached. But I need to see evidence. Where's the evidence?
But just throw it in the trash.
And if he throws it in the trash or quashes the Mueller investigation, then yes, impeachment should be on the table.
Thank you, Ben.
When done in good faith, this is a really admirable way to build consensus and settle a debate. But since I said that this video was going to have elements of how to win even if you're wrong, this can also be used as a smokescreen to make your opponent lose sight of a more effective way to win an argument and instead focus on giving you the evidence that you asked for. By the way, I am not saying that that is what Ben is doing here. I'm just saying that when you outline the conditions of what it would take for you to reverse your position, it can work as a diversionary tactic.
I should actually build more houses.
So there you have it. 7 reasons that Ben Shapiro is so difficult to best in a debate, and 7 ways that you can win even if you're wrong.
Alright, let's look at some general YouTube.
Alright guys, Wes here. Welcome back to another Zelda Tears of the Kingdom video, and we are getting so close to the release of the game. Just under 20 days remain until the release, and we just got some new combat gameplay and trailers that dropped recently that I'm going to be diving into. From new shots that showcase Hyrule from the sky to new scenes of Zelda holding the Broken Master Sword. We're going to talk about her role in mending the Master Sword, and we've also got some new shots of the sand-filled Gerudo Desert located at the 7 heroine statues. Additionally, I have some new theories surrounding Ganondorf's red tear on his head, to the significance of the mysterious vials that Link has on his side. We have a ton of stuff to unpack, so be sure to like the video for me, and let's go ahead and delve into the hidden secrets and untold mysteries of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Do you want to win a Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Switch OLED and a copy of the game? Well, I'm giving one away on my Twitch channel, and to enter, all you have to do is go follow my Twitch and tune in to my 700-hour Zelda marathon starting on May 1st. I'll also be giving away 1 copy of the game every 1,000 followers, so be sure to tune into the stream. Also, if you send proof in my Discord that you're following me on Twitch, that will give you an extra entry for the Zelda OLED giveaway. Check the pinned comment for further details. So starting things off with our first bit of news, Nintendo in Japan actually posted new trailers. There was about 3 30-second spots that showcase new cinematics, or rather extended cinematics, that I'm going to dive into right now. So if we take a look at the shot with Zelda holding the Master Sword, we see that she has the tear on her necklace. Now this shot right here was actually at the end of the 3rd trailer, and the significance of this extended scene, you actually see that she is wielding the Broken Master Sword. This is of course the same Broken Master Sword that we saw Link wielding during the announcement video of the delay of Tears of the Kingdom. It's kind of strange that both Zelda and Link are wearing the same type of clothing, which tells me that they're either in the same area or they're in the same part of the timeline. So my theory about that is we go back in time when the ancient Zonai were still living, and they're the ones who help us repair the Master Sword. I know a lot of people are kind of debating in the community whether or not there's time travel in the game. I am personally on team time travel, but I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are. Now, if we move forward a little bit, we see a shot above Hyrule. We have Link about to dive off of this glider, which almost looks like it has the same designs as the constructs, which leads me to believe that these were built by the Zonai themselves. And then if you actually look a little bit down further at the ground, you see the Great Plateau in all of its glory. But it looks like the Great Plateau has changed quite a bit. On the right side, you have the Colosseum, and then directly below Link is the Kolomo ruins, as well as the Kolomo Lake. To the left of this shot, you see another one of those sky shrines, and then even further to the left, you have a Pool of Malice, and then on the right side of the shot, you see the replacement for the Sheikah Towers. Skipping ahead in the video a little bit further, you can see Link going into a full dive animation with Hyrule Castle floating in front of him. And then to the left of this shot, we can see a much clearer shot of the Pool of Malice, and then further off in the distance on the mountain, you have a big tornado that's floating above it. Now moving forward a little bit further, we see Gerudo Desert in all of its glory. You can see a big sandstorm in the very back of the shot. At the bottom right, you see Link running across the mountain that is located near the Seven Heroines. Now what's really interesting about this shot is you see that the location where the Seven Heroines are at is fully filled with sand. Now you're probably asking yourself, why is this area filled with sand? Is it because of the sandstorm? We know that in the third trailer, some structure was being lifted up from the ground. A lot of people are speculating that that is the Arbiter's Ground, which is a very likely scenario. Now I personally thought that the structure being lifted up from the ground was the Lanayru mining facility, but after doing some further research, I am fully on board that this is likely the Arbiter's Grounds, and that's why we see a bunch of sand that's filled the Seven Heroines location, as that sand was likely misplaced whenever the Arbiter's Grounds lifted up from beneath the surface. Now if you look at where these Seven Heroines are located, you can only see 4 statues, and there's typically 7. I believe that you could see a sword that's in the ground, so maybe the rest of them are just being hidden by the mountain, and they're likely all there, but who knows. Now funny enough, during my recent playthrough of Breath of the Wild on my stream a couple days ago, I noticed that one of the balls has a red tear. This same tear looks very similar to the same one that Ganondorf has on his head, which I do have a theory why the Ganondorf tear on his head is not colored. It looks very grayed out, but more on that in just a bit. Now the last thing that I want to point out in this trailer is there is Link riding a horse on a beach, and can I just say that this game looks still so amazing. For this being a Nintendo Switch game, Nintendo really did an incredible job. I mean, just look at that horizon. So now if we take a look at the second trailer that Nintendo posted, in this shot we have Link running on a hill who's about to paraglide. On the very bottom left of the shot, you see one of those Nazca line glyphs. Right in front of Link is a clear shot of one of those Sheikah Tower replacements. Now if I'm not mistaken, if I remember in Breath of the Wild, this looks like it's very close to where Kakariko Village is, because if you look at one of those hills in the background, you see that that's where the circular structure that fell is at right now. So if I'm not mistaken, that is Kakariko Village. I could be wrong. If I am, let me know in the comments. So if we fast forward a little bit, we see Link jumping off of this hill, and he is paragliding out just like in true Breath of the Wild fashion. Maybe I'm misremembering, or it's just a different animation, but it almost feels like he is jumping a little bit higher. Next up, we have a shot of Link on top of what looks to be the starting area in Tears of the Kingdom. Now if you take a look at the structure in the very back of this shot, it almost looks like it is the Sky Shrine of Resurrection. At the very bottom left, there's a bunch of water. The textures of the water look really weird. It almost looks super low quality, possibly like they're trying to hide something from us. The shot then zooms out and we can see Link on top of another structure. It's like one of those green Zonai platforms. If we skip ahead a little bit more, we see new gameplay of Link on top of a Sky Shrine. At the very back, you see one of the Lomi labyrinths that have risen up from the sky. And then of course, in true Tears of the Kingdom fashion, Link is seen jumping off of the Sky Island, where we can see a better shot of not only the Great Plateau, but also there's a bunch of these Malice pools all around the entirety of Hyrule. So on the right side, you have Lake Kolomo. Above that, you have the Great Plateau. Right under that, you see another Pool of Malice. On the left side, there's another Pool of Malice as well. And then on the location of where the shrine was located, inside of Lake Hylia, there is yet another Pool of Malice. On the left side of this shot, you see a whirlpool, which has a ton of implications. But first thing I'd like to point out is if you look at the Pool of Malice on the Great Plateau, and if I'm not mistaken, that area is where a shrine used to be. And then if you look at the right side of the Bridge of Hylia, you see a whirlpool where the shrine used to be located as well. It almost seems like that where the shrines were in the previous game could possibly be entrances to the underground of Hyrule. I mean, if you think about it, the underground areas where the shrines were previously filled with something. So in this game, it only makes sense that rather than them be in the same location of where the shrine was, that they use that underground area as a new spot of where possibly an enemy camp is. If the area is already filled with Malice, it would totally make sense that we go in those and try to clear out all of the enemies. Now this may or may not be the case. It just seems very curious that in 2 spots of where those pools of Malice were is also locations of previous shrines. Now moving right along, let's go ahead and deep dive into some new gameplay footage that we just got that was uploaded by Nintendo. This is with actual combat gameplay, and it all looks really amazing. So now if we start off with the very first shot in this gameplay, we have Link chopping down a tree with a fused weapon. It looks like he either took a stick or a bokoblin club and then either fused a stone or a piece of flint to create a makeshift axe. The next shot we have Link on top of a sky island, and he's performing a stabby against a construct with a spear in his hand. Now moving right along to our next shot, we see Link inside of what looks to be a bokoblin camp, and he is fighting a brand new enemy in Tears of the Kingdom that we've seen in past games called the boss bokoblin. It looks like he did one of those spinning slams and completely obliterated the boss bokoblin. He's using the same type of club that looks like it has either an antler or some type of horn that was fused to the top of it. Our next shot we have another fused weapon, and he has a spear with a Hylian mushroom fused to it. Our next shot is Link attacking a bokoblin, and he is wielding what looks to be a rusty broadsword. We've got the bokoblin up close and personal with a horn on his head. For our next scene we have Link that built a makeshift raft that has what looks to be lights on it, and then he's got a stick in his hand with a piece of wood attached to it that's acting like a korok leaf. Our next shot we see Link with his green vials on his side. He's got a bokoblin horn that's fused to what I believe is a rusty broadsword, and then we get a really up close and personal look at the flying machine from all of the key art. In the background of this shot you see the Death Star Sky Trial, and yes, I'm calling it the Death Star Sky Shrine or Trial because let's be honest, that's what it is. Next up we have Link facing off against a moblin who looks like he's got a helmet on his head. In the background we've got a foundation with even more pieces of wood that I'm sure Link will be able to fuse together to hopefully make new structures. Like I said, I'm still on team base building. Moving on to the next frame, we have Link facing off against a Choo Choo Jelly. Moving on, we have Link right next to a house shooting a bow and arrow. This same house design looks like it was very similar to the one we saw at Tarrey Town, as well as throughout the rest of Hyrule. Maybe we could use Ultra Hand with those blocks and create our own structures. Like I said, I really hope there's base building. And then for this shot, we have Link going up against a stone talus. And if I'm not mistaken, this looks like it's on Death Mountain, but this time the lava isn't there. And of course, the stone talus is not a magma stone talus, it's just a normal one. And then we have Link that has the Zonai cannon, which seems to be doing a number against the stone talus. Our next shot, we have apples that are confirmed in Tears of the Kingdom, which confirms yes, an apple a day will indeed keep Ganondorf away. Next up, we have Link that did a spinning attack and created a campfire. So moving right along, we have a Lumina Stone, and Link is doing a ground pound move with a makeshift hammer that he built by using that same wooden club with a larger rock, possibly even a boulder. But it's not a boulder, it's a rock. Moving right along, I'd like to talk about a theory regarding Link's vials that he has that's attached to his waist. Now, the current theory from the community is that these vials are some type of magic ability that we get from the Zonai, but I think these are actually charges. If you take a look at the batteries that we use for the vehicle crafting, the same goo energy are located in these vials. So my theory is that these are Zonai charges, and they're used for the abilities like Ultra Hand and Fuse. So you go around, you kill the constructs, you collect these Zonai charges, and that's what allows you to use the ability like Ultra Hand and Fuse. Having a certain amount of charges that you can use for Fuse and Ultra Hand,
that sounds like a
is,
limitation they went and forced
upon you. It's their way of balancing those features. Next up, I'd like to talk about this character right here. Is it Demise? Is it Ganondorf? And I have a theory that I'd like to talk about. Well, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, but I don't believe this is Demise with the long hair, and it's rather Ganondorf that's currently being enraged, or rather fueled by the Blood Moon. Now, if you remember from Breath of the Wild, the Blood Moon in that game is what allows the spirits of the fallen enemies to return to life by the red glow, and it also enhances Ganon's power. Well, if you take a look at the artwork of Ganondorf, he has a tear on his head that doesn't look like it's charged up like the one on Zelda's necklace, as well as either Goddess Hylia or Zonai Zelda's necklace. So when we see the Blood Moon rise with the Ganondorf or Demise-like character in front of it, that right there is filling up the energy in his tear, which enables Ganondorf to transform to the Malice enraged form. Maybe the power that he's receiving from the Blood Moon is Demise's hatred at its very max, basically allowing him to go Super Saiyan mode, which is why he looks like Demise, but rather he is just Ganondorf with that tear that's fully filled with energy from the Blood Moon. So I'm picturing the final fight like this. Phase 1, we have the Ganondorf that's the human form, and then phase 2, he takes the power of the Blood Moon and he turns into the Malice enraged Demise looking guy, and that is the second phase of the fight. But yeah, guys, that is gonna wrap it up with this video. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comment section. Like the video, subscribe to the channel with your notifications turned on, and don't forget to enter my Zelda Switch OLED giveaway over on my Twitch channel. The full details are in the pinned comment. Thank you all for watching, guys. This has been Wes, and I'll talk to you in the next video.
Hello there. You know,
all right,
I've
what
done
crazy
some
things
really
the
weird
cactus
things here in
doing
the
now?
desert. And I smuggled a deer in. I duplicated
From the
Riju.
south.
I even broke in wearing nothing more than a bunny hat. Man, I really should do something to make it up to Riju. Like, get her a gift or something. I know what to do.
Oh, he's gonna bring her the bear.
I know exactly what to do. Let's get her a bear!
Seems you have something rather interesting there.
First off, obviously, we need to get a bear into the desert. And getting a bear into the desert is actually way easier and less complicated than getting a deer in was. And there just so happens to be a couple of bears being ridden by bokoblins just above the Yiga clan hideout. The quick and easy way, grab a bear, bring it over to the ledge, freeze it, and give it a little shovey shove off the cliff with a chest. Well, actually, you can just press A while moving the bear left and right, and this will allow it to move a small amount forward, allowing you to... I said, push the bear off the cliff. And then we just come on over to this ledge here and swiggity-swoo a little bit and go into a very long free fall. It's okay, the ground will break your fall. And then it's just a very small drop into the desert.
Last I
Also,
checked,
fun fact,
that bear
more
should have
so
been
an
killed by
unfun fact for me,
fall damage.
The game doesn't update your save coordinates while on a mount inside of the desert. So, anytime anything is failed inside the desert, when you reload, even if you reload a save that occurred inside of the desert, you're just gonna appear back where you started. And that's the easy part. Upon riding up to town, we get greeted by the annoying fact I found when I brought a deer in. There's an invisible wall at each doorway, keeping us from riding in. I assume this is to keep pesky sand seals out, but a bear has something that deer don't have. Actually, a bear has a lot of different features that deer don't have, but the only important one is bears have health, and well, deer don't. And we can actually use this to our advantage, obviously.
Okay.
Otherwise I probably wouldn't have brought it up. As seen when I brought Flower Blight a bear. Man, I really like to give the gift of bear, don't I? Anywho, we saw that bears are not as heavy as they seem. So, we can freeze it, use this chest that just so happened to fall from the heavens just now for us, and lift it over the wall. Man, that sand seal is really upset that we brought a bear up into its space. Or maybe it's just happy to have a friend to play with. I don't know, you guys decide. Getting through town is really easy, just ride the bear. At least until you get to the stairs of the palace. There's a barrier here. Get it? Barrier? I'll see myself out. Anywho, there's a barrier here, and much like walls in video games, it's merely a suggestion. Just freeze, drop a chest, pick up the bear, and hello there. Yeah, weirdly enough, Link dismounts the bear at the beginning of the cutscene. I assume the type of event that moves Link to the destination just automatically dismounts, and it isn't unique to this particular cutscene. After Link dismounts, the bear proceeds to bum rush the throne. I'm sure and she's gone. If the bear is already running around whenever you start the cutscene though, it just completely freezes in place. But if Link dismounts it during the cutscene, it's allowed to be active and moves freely, and usually despawns, unfortunately. But this is fine. Now I wanted to bring one more bear into this cutscene before moving on. I wanted to freeze it and move it as far into the room as I could to see how stupid things would get. And the answer is pretty stupid.
They are attacking the colony defenses.
So that was fun and all, but as I showed when I duped Riju, she actually has 4 instances that can be active. The second appears after defeating Master Koga and opening the chest with a Thunder Helm in it. So, just gotta sneak through the hideout and confront Master Koga.
Come on.
You know, this doesn't feel right. It's too normal. Barry! Getting a bear to the arena is easy. But there's a big wall around the top of the arena, which I guess is to keep things from falling in or something? Or it's probably just here to keep me from having fun. But joke's on you, wall. There's a very small hole over here in the corner, and I'ma use it. Just gotta carry her out into the abyss and drop her and... Can you come down, please? There we go. Let's go! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
And now I just gotta wait for the big swarm.
Yeah, this is pretty anticlimactic. And with Koga done for, open the chest and that should despawn Riju 1 and spawn Riju 2. Same as before, grab a bear, push it off the cliff, bring it through the desert, smuggle it through security, and don't mind me just delivering a statue here. Right up to Riju and talk to her, and you actually don't dismount during this cutscene. At some point during this whole cutscene situation, Riju 2 despawns and Riju 3 spawns. And Riju 3 is located at the top of a tower. But, luckily enough, from the top of the outpost, Magnesis is just tall enough to put a chest up there. Just gotta head back and grab yet another bear. Push it. Bring it on up to the outpost, and from here, we just gotta freeze it and proceed to use a chest to lift it on up, like an elevator for bears. A bear-evator. That looked pretty easy, right? And I did it real smooth. That's the power of editing. I'm not telling you how many attempts it took. And Riju is afraid of the bear. Sadly, in order to talk to her, we'd need to somehow get up here while riding a bear. I guess this Riju doesn't want the gift of bear. Maybe I'll revisit it in the future. The final Riju is after Naboris is finished up. So slap down a blight, bring one last bear to town, and... Sup, Riju? Another hop-off cutscene. Although this time, for some reason, Link's arms get stuck in the animation as if you're trying to ride a bear.
Reporting for duty. Attention. Building
Is that really what I'm gonna end on? That was really anticlimactic. I mean, the animation lock thing is kind of amusing, but... You know what? No. I'm not gonna let this game tell me what I can and cannot do. If I can't safely bring a bear to the top of the tower to Riju, I guess I'm just gonna have to bring Riju to the bottom of the tower to the bear. Cue the music. And there we go. She is now calm. We have a bear. Riju, please accept this bear as a gift for everything that I have done to this region. And I'm going to have to apologize in advance, Riju. Because the desert is so heavily protected against having a mount here. And on top of that already steep restriction, you were sitting on top of a tower where no mount would ever reach. The transition into the Naboris event definitely isn't going to check if I am on a mount right now. The game attempted to put me onto a sand seal while I was still on a mount because it wasn't going to even think I needed to be removed from a mount. There isn't really much to do here. Link is frozen in place because of the bear, and the bear is frozen in place because it has no idea what is going on right now. But freezing the bear will cause it to panic once it unfreezes.
Oh my god. What is that stretched skin?
Parasailing off the back of a bear. Or should I say, bear-a-sailing? That's an acceptable ending.
Woo! By a certain definition of the word acceptable. Crazy cactus.
Attention. Building complete.
Oh, that's still on.
Well, folks, it's about that time.
You're asking me most annoying from all of the CW shows, and I got you. Writing for Cisco Ramon freaking sucks. Be a genius, he's the dumbest person on this team, and I stand by that. First off, he has the most unrealistic luck with women possible. He managed to pull Golden Glider, then she just up and disappears or died. I don't really remember, she wasn't that important. And this man moves on, inexplicably starts dating Hawk Girl. Then he gets cuffed by a dude she just met. Like, old buddy just showed up out of nowhere and was like, she's my wife in the past life. But she don't even like this man, and she still went with him. Bro just took it on the chin with no gripes. Ipsy was perfect for him. He had a real connection and the same powers. He breaks up with her because he doesn't want to move in with her to another dimension. Yo, you can teleport. Then he gives up his godlike powers for the basic ass journalist. Like, she knew he was a superhero too. Then y'all had him come back wearing this bullshit to replicate his powers. Bro really gave up his powers for tech that barely worked. Stupid. You're asking me most annoying from all of the CW shows, and I got you. Writing for Cisco Ramon freaking sucks. Be a genius, he's the dumbest person on this team, and I stand by that. First off, he has the most unrealistic luck with women possible. He managed to pull Golden Glider, then she just up and disappears or died. I don't really remember, she wasn't that important. And this man moves on, inexplicably starts dating Hawk Girl. Then he gets cuffed by a dude she just met. Like, old buddy just showed up out of nowhere and was like, she's my wife in the past life. But she don't even like this man, and she still went with him. Bro just took it on the chin with no gripes. Ipsy was perfect for him. He had a real connection and the same powers.
Well, folks, it's about that time, and Devin wants to know who showed more hate, Timmy's dad or Randall from Recess. I don't remember Randall hating anybody. He was just an op. He lived off snitching. But Mr. Turner absolutely hates this man Dinkelberg. In fact, most of his day is just obsessing over what he's doing. And it's primarily because Dinkelberg had his wife first. He's had her since they were kids, and he's been hating ever since. Dinkelberg has been getting the one-up on this man every day of his life, and he can't stand it. How you hate somebody so much you take the same job as them just to outdo them at work? Boy, it could be 12:30 at night. Any chance Mr. Turner can one-up this man, he gonna take it. One time, Timmy became completely evil, and Mr. Turner was okay with it just because he was gonna blow up Dinkelberg's house. In fact, he was more than willing to aim and help murder him. One time, he put on 3D glasses that shows you your greatest fear. Guess who it was? This man even takes his time out to watch him sleep throughout the day in his hammock. I've never seen somebody so pressed he's willing to throw money at this man just to tell him he's better than him. It's definitely Mr. Turner. Well, folks, it's about that time, and Devin wants to...
Something that's a weird flex in your world that no one else probably ever thinks about.
Food companies have not stopped contacting me for the past 48 hours trying to figure out how I know so many fast food secrets. Come here. Ever since I shared with everybody the Domino's Pizza secret, right, where you can get over 40% off your order, okay, somebody who worked at Papa John's contacted me and said, oh, that's so funny that Domino's had that secret. Then he said, it's a good thing that we don't have any secrets. And then I responded saying, you guys do have a fast food secret, of course. And they were like, no, we don't. And my response was SM25. And then his response was, what is that? I said, SM25 is a coupon code that you put in on an online order at Papa John's. It takes off 25% of any menu item. Then they said they'd give me 3 pizzas if I told them my sources come here. I like Pizza Hut anyway, so I declined that offer.
Something that's a weird flex in your world that no one else
This is day 6 of making sandwiches for the homeless, but doubling it every time. So 128 turkey BLTs. Someone check the math. If your local Best Buy is out of bacon, I'm semi-sorry. Since tomatoes are booty cheeks right now, I made a sun-dried tomato aioli with that gallon of bacon fat I had. Trying to hook the boys up, you feel me? They turned out pretty good. I may have sacrificed one. My dining room table can only fit about 70 sandwiches, so we had to do another round after this. Let me know what sandos we should make next round. This is day 6 of making sandwiches for the homeless, but doubling it every time. So 128 turkey BLTs. Someone check the math. If your local Best Buy is out of bacon, I'm semi-sorry. Since tomatoes are booty cheeks right now, I made a sun-dried tomato aioli with that gallon of bacon fat I had. Trying to hook the boys up, you feel me? They turned out pretty good. I may have sacrificed one. My dining room table can only fit about 70 sandwiches, so we had to do another round after this. Let me know what sandos we should make next round. This is day 6 of making sandwiches for the homeless, but doubling it every time. So 128 turkey BLTs. Someone check the math. If your local... Alright. That is a 2-year-old video. This is the kind of YouTube streaming I want to do. I'm going to need more subscription.
Wait, what's happening? Fresh and Fit rolled by Cougar starts 1 minute in.
Okay. You said that a woman, when they don't answer that question, that says a lot about them, right?
Yeah,
That's what you said.
That.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I said that.
Me personally, I know I offer a lot. I know I come with a lot.
All right, what are the
I
things
know
you
that,
bring to the table?
but listen, no, see, here's the thing. I'm not going to even entertain that question is what I'm saying. I'm not going to entertain any man that asks me that dumbass, to me, it's a dumbass question.
You already showed them it, right? If you ain't have nothing, they wouldn't even be approaching you.
Right.
Point blank, period. So you don't have to tell what you, they're pursuing you. Why are you talking? You set the price. You take it or leave it. Simple.
No, I know that.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
If a dude was asking that and we've been together, it's like, bro, why were you even with me and you seen what I did?
The 30 oldest chicks on the panel agree. The fuck? Of course.
Why?
Because, life brings knowledge and wisdom.
Right now?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So
this is why they want. This is exactly why men, like you said, tend to go for younger women because you guys are gullible and naive.
True.
And they can manipulate and mold you into whatever. They. Okay.
Look, masculine women like you guys, right? You guys are fairly masculine women that are non-agreeable, assertive, dominant, blah, blah, blah.
I don't agree with stuff.
Right. You can never
agree with that. Men, like, we don't want to, you guys act like dudes and we don't want to date dudes, bro.
We don't want to date you. It's real simple.
No, I mean, that's fantastic. I mean, you could just say that to say that, but the point is that men in general don't want to date masculine women, just like you don't want to date a feminine man.
No,
okay.
I think there's somebody for everybody.
Well, luckily I have the upper hand.
Listen, people in hell want ice water. You gotta single on the
I guarantee you I will have an issue with it.
Somebody for everybody.
Yeah, sign off, signs off, bro. But see, women shame men for wanting younger women. But
I'm not shaming it.
I'm not shaming it. No.
You literally just like y'all want to mold and manipulate, blah blah blah.
No, you said that
earlier. You said that.
No.
He did. I bet he did because he says that shit all the time. I need a submissive, trainable, blah blah blah. Like these are words that they use. Yeah.
Oh, you want to mold them to become the best woman. But you guys are making it sound like, that's manipulation, blah, blah, blah.
No, but that's what you want. You want to mold them for you because y'all mark territory and y'all are conquerors. So y'all conquer territory. That is the nature of a male. Even you agree with that. You said it at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, but you're making it sound as if it's like a negative thing.
No, I'm just telling you.
Jesus Christ, that is a lot of
She's like just
moolah.
repeating back to him shit he said, and he's like, well, when you say it that way, it kind of sounds kind of bad, you know? It doesn't really, it doesn't have the same kind of...
What it is, you just don't like the fact that I'm
we
saying
don't like
y'all's
older
name.
women because
I don't care
of
what
stuff
y'all
like this.
Listen,
And that's the problem. You don't care.
No,
It's not a convenience. It's not a convenience.
I should care about your
No, it's not a
validation.
convenience.
It's not a convenience. That's exactly what it is,
No,
Myron.
It takes the
Okay, let him
power
talk.
away from a man when he can't validate y'all.
Yo, who showed you on?
Let speak.
Like, how many
your
times do I
mind.
have to tell you, like, yo, when I'm talking, don't talk. You just, no, you're not. You just it's here to talk and argue random shit. Men want younger women. It's been that way since the beginning of time. And there's a very practical reason for that. Women that are older are more argumentative like you guys, and that's just not attractive to men. In general, they don't like that shit. I don't want to, like, guys already have to go out and fight the world. I want to come home and...
Oh God, I hate it. Guys already have to go out and fight the world. Bro, who are you? Are you a fucking Ukrainian soldier? No, you're not fighting the fucking world. What are you talking about? You're not. We live in 2023, okay? We got cell phones. We've got bidets. Like, what are you? We're not fighting the world. What the fuck? Who are you fighting right now, Chief? Are you fucking John Wick? What's going on here?
Fight my girl, argue with her too?
Okay.
Bro,
Attraction and value ain't the same thing, so I don't
Bro,
care.
stop. Just stop, man.
Okay,
Just
we're
stop.
gonna move on. It's
Gotta cut your mic.
2 in the morning. Yo.
All right, my economy is absolutely bombing. I'd be very depressed if they break through any of my walls, but well.
Disappointed father.
Okay. All right, these walls are absolutely stacked. I think that's safe. This is kind of randomness. I'm gonna store that up.
Oh, I saw this post. Contra calls out Vosh. Yeah, we'll probably watch this. What has Boogie been up to? Boogie's doing a podcast. Apparently, it says he wants me on, but I feel like he's dodged me like 3 times in the past. So if he's just like real down and now he's like looking to get me on to boost his numbers, I don't know how I feel about it.
They single me out. Is it?
You gone too?
What was that?
All right, like 5 minutes left. She can't even.
I guess she.
It's gone.
Y'all
say earlier too.
Can't anyone send a cease and desist? Why even hire a law firm for that? Because it doesn't cost much. It's probably like a $5,000 retainer, if that, and then it's better to have like you want like a letterhead from a law firm, because then they know that like, well, if you keep fucking around, we're gonna find out, and you're gonna get served papers, and we're gonna go
I don't
fucking
even
find a civil court or
build
whatever.
tents anymore. I'm so rich.
She can't even.
I guess she.
It's gone.
Y'all
say earlier too. It's like.
Wait, what's happening? Hold on. Israeli guest in white top was terrified for reading that's Travis. Well, okay.
I didn't say that he was, but I said other ones in there.
Well, I mean, he didn't say anything negative about you in particular. And I didn't either, so I don't know why you tried to single me out.
You gone too?
What was that?
All right, like 5 minutes left. She can't even.
I guess she.
It's gone.
Y'all
say earlier too. It's like.
Without seeing it first, I bet it's Xena. That's my guess. Okay, let's see who it is. Who's the girl fighting her?
Oh my god, bro. I hope y'all have a great night. I think this is where we sign off.
Oh, it is. This girl's mind is like, oof. I almost feel bad for her. She's like completely rotted. I don't know if she sees it now. We've done dinner a few times. Not like she's like been there with the Fresh and Fit crew or whatever. Oof. Xena, not a good look. Makes anti-Semitic remarks. Is calling someone a Zionist bitch anti-Semitic? I mean, is she a Zionist? It kind of could be. It's kind of weird. That's a weird thing to say.
I was like, you guys think I'm kidding around when I say this? When we first started this podcast and girls would act crazy and we told them to get out, they'd be acting all wild, like, oh, I'm not leaving, blah, blah, blah. We have a chick here, bro. They start complying.
Icy's ready to go.
The effects of being in Sneako's DMs for 6 months. Wait, JSTLK, what do you mean when you say that? What is that a reference to?
Yeah, you can get punched, you know what I mean?
She's
So
like-
start complying.
Icy's ready to go.
Yeah, you can get punched, you know what I mean?
She's
So
like,
go
I'm
leave.
gonna record you. Icy's like, yo, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Fresh, how many times I done jumped up trying to be like, yo, like, why? Why are you doing this? I told her.
Attention. Building completed.
I'm just saying, her and Sneeko know each other, and Sneeko's probably whispering shit to her. Oh, okay, never mind. There's like a whole bunch of like stories, but I don't know what's public. But I thought when you said that, it made me wonder if a whole bunch of, but never mind, okay.
from the beginning, my nigga. Like, if you keep with the side conversation shit, we gonna kick you the fuck out. Why are you here?
And you know what's funny? I actually gave her a briefing.
Whoa, Vicky twins. They literally sound like they have the IQ of a Slowbro from Pokemon. How slow you talking, LMAO? Yo, that's a comment of the night.
Oh, okay. She's gonna chill, guys.
I hurt her feelings, man. She's walking off.
Peace. All right. Okay.
Well, hold on. Wait.
Yeah.
We got her stuff and everything else like that. Yeah, get on the
That
kick out
was 700.
She's already gone.
Yeah, she out.
That's a kick out cam?
Yeah, we got one. Yeah,
I know y'all had one of those.
Well, you gotta take the heat, I guess. And she really got mad and.
Bro, we've got a fight cam and the fight cam gets knocked over right at the beginning of the fight.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Fuck that hoe, bro. Fucking move. Get off me. Bro, fucking move. She put her hands on us. You fucking weird ass hoe. Yeah, Sharmuta, fucking Zionist bitch. Your fucking Jewish ass out, hoe. Where's my phone, bitch? Let me get my phone.
I'm just rich now.
Is this seriously what you've linked me to watch?
Right there recording.
Oh, okay, another angle. Okay, the Israeli girl was kind of looking for a fight. It seems like it, a little bit, right? Because, like, it's not, she doesn't just leave. It seems like they're doing a back and forth here. Like, she's saying some shit here, and then she stops to, like, talk right in her face, right? Like, it seems like there's... Who is this girl sleeping here? She called her a whore in Arabic?
I think that's as much as I can do. There.
That chick is going... Oh my god, Xena's in my sub? Oh no! Wait, going crazy in my sub. It seems like she only posts like twice. Jesus. Oof. Yikes.
Where you put it? It's right there recording.
I see. Mo. Chill.
Damn, this girl's having the best nap of her life.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Wow.
Jesus.
Building completed.
You guys have girlfriends providing value to you as you speak? And if so, what is the value? Are your women actually helping you build your empire? How so?
Yeah, I have a couple girlfriends right now. I know it's Haram, but one of them runs my Discord server, and she's on top of things. When I was getting in a lot of drama, she was there, and then she was able to take care of it and make sure that it was running properly. I have one that wants to become my assistant, and I'm training her to run my accounting and do the taxes and do the paperwork. When I get tickets, I'm going to try to get her to quit her job and be my assistant. The other one, working on traveling with her, and she recently got a big payout, so I'm going to go travel with her, and she's there. She helps me find other girls as well. So, and the other one needs work, but all of them add something to my life, and all of them help. Then play the.
God, it's so f***ing cringe, dude.
Oh, add some more.
There are a lot of these like trad conservative people who hate like these right-leaning like manosphere people, and it's funny to kind of like watch them fight a little bit.
Kid that's not there.
Well, unknowing or knowing?
I'm not knowing.
So how do they get the statistics? I don't know. It's
DNA test.
Much like the
Oh,
feminists
she did pull it from that. Oh my god! She really thinks 1 out of 5 men? How could you be that f***ing retarded? She thinks 1 in 5 men are raising a child that's not theirs and they don't even know it?
Especially considering she's on her dad's dime.
Number one, I'm sorry I'm not a brokey. My dad yells at me for accounting every month, and I have to like organize like business.
All right.
Aubrey Plaza is pretty well known for her awkward moments.
See, what is the wizard? You see, you're drinking my water. That could be the bad.
But despite and even because of her awkwardness, she is extremely popular, successful, and attractive to many people, which is why in this video we're going to break down how to turn your awkward moments into ones that actually make people more drawn to you. And I'm not saying that everything Aubrey does is something you want to copy, but you can learn a ton from her approach. So to begin with, it helps to understand what causes awkwardness in the first place. One way that you can unintentionally cause an awkward situation is by not knowing and then not following social protocols in any given situation. For instance, giving a one-word answer to an icebreaker.
Thanks for being here.
Yep.
No, yep is not the correct response.
To be clear, there isn't a hard and fast rule that says you need to say, "Thanks for having me." In fact, as long as you display positivity and enthusiasm, you'll do fine in any sort of greeting. There's not one specific thing to say. But one thing that you should really do, and it's one thing that I saw Aubrey miss early in her career, is shake people's hands or make some kind of physical contact in the greeting. Otherwise, awkward things like this can happen.
Building completed.
Now, if you mess any of this up, for whatever reason, you stumble on your words, you miss a handshake, the best thing to do is a key principle of turning awkwardness into attraction, and that is to call it out. Discomfort balloons when everyone knows that something is awkward, but no one acknowledges it. And the person who does call out an awkward moment gets points for having the guts to do so. So allow yourself to lean into the awkwardness for a moment, like this.
Yes! That was awful. We started to... It turned into a high five and it just fell apart.
Conan kinda teases PewDiePie here, but I generally recommend that you don't make it the other person's fault when you're calling out awkward moments, and this is actually something that Aubrey does very well. Whatever bit of awkwardness occurs, you can act like it was planned in a joking manner, and this is what she does in this next clip when the music runs long at an acceptance speech.
Hi. Thank you. This is... Thank you. That's my theme song.
Now, calling a situation out can define you as a leader in a group, but if you want to take the extra step and really make people laugh from an awkward moment, you can call out that situation and then lean into it even further. Now, Aubrey demonstrates that idea in this next clip. As the camera lingers too long on her inner thigh, she runs with this joke.
Stop it. You're getting me all hot and bothered.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so
I'm putting that right up to bitestrokers.com.
Yeah, I'll stroke my bite any day for you, Conan.
Now, there is one category that I want to bring up in particular, and that is when someone makes a social mistake. I don't mean that you're going around fact-checking people politically or scientifically, but when someone calls you by the wrong name or has a piece of food on their face or says nice to meet you when you've met before, you definitely want to call these moments out. These are the ones that the awkwardness can get out of control if you don't say something early. And that brings us to the next group of things that can become awkward that we want to turn around, and that is when you give short answers as people are trying to make small talk with you. For instance, someone says, "How are you?" You respond, "Good." Or they say, "What did you do this weekend?" You simply say, "Not much," and conversation dies there. Or,
Where are you from originally?
I'm from Wilmington, Delaware.
Wilmington, Delaware. I don't know many people from Delaware.
Thank you.
Yeah.
now, if you're not on television, you're not going to have a David Letterman to laugh it off and push the conversation forward. In fact, it might die right there, and you've probably experienced something like that. And that's why, as Aubrey has gone later into her career, you can see her answer these basic warm-up small talk questions and then add something that the question reminds her of. That extra sentence carries the conversation and is an excellent habit to get into generally.
No, really, as a little kid, did you really think that plazas were named after you?
I mean, no, but I do remember as a child, like, one of the first, like, lies I think that I ever, like, told was, like, I told a bunch of people in my class that the Plaza Hotel, that my dad owned it or something.
Oh, wow.
And that takes us to the third cause of awkwardness, which is not having appropriate expressions to give your words context. When people don't know what emotional response is appropriate in any given situation, they sometimes just freeze, and they feel awkward, which can make you feel awkward, and then the whole thing spirals out of control. This is why we look to someone's emotional expression as much as we listen to their words when we're paying attention to them. Those awkward moments occur when your delivery is flat, and the appropriate emotional response can become ambiguous, like here.
I recently laughed so hard that I threw up.
Now, you have a few options to make these sort of situations turn from awkward to more attractive. First off, if you're going with that more deadpan delivery, know that this actually works best when what you're saying is so over-the-top strange that the juxtaposition between your delivery and your words is undeniably humorous, like in this clip.
Having a good summer so far?
Yes, so many penises.
If other people aren't picking up on your more deadpan style of humor, there is a time to break and simply laugh at yourself, which clues all the other people in and saves the joke from just becoming weird.
I caught myself yesterday singing a song out loud that goes, kill, 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 die, die, die.
But in the worst case scenario, when the crowd is not getting the emotional response that you're going for, you can just pause and explain yourself. Again, this is following the theme from the first tip, which is that awkwardness is compounded when it goes unrecognized and unspoken. But when you have the social savviness and the confidence to just bring it up, it can dissipate quickly.
I recently laughed so hard that I threw up. And I'll tell you why. Because I was in an umami burger.
Now, the next type of awkwardness is maybe one of the most common, and this is one that you'll want to turn around when you don't know what to do in a conversation. We've all had that moment where you can't think of what to say, and it leads to an awkward silence, or worse, ends the conversation entirely. If you do run into this and you don't know how to respond to a question, straining to keep that trailing conversation going could be even more awkward. And instead, what you can do is something so awkward that it actually saves the conversation: the hard pivot. You just take the conversation in a brand new direction or drop something completely random in to lighten the mood, like this.
What was that look about? I just offered to save your life by flying and you did it. Looked away.
No,
I felt terrible now.
No, marry me.
Did you say chimpanzee or chimpanzee?
Fork.
Yeah.
We haven't done that before.
Want to see my socks?
Now, in my opinion, the best of these hard pivots is the first one, marry me. And that's because the joke has a positive subtext towards Conan. So when you're flat out of things to say and you introduce one of these hard pivots, keep in mind that the more positive the subtext, the more likely it is to be laughed at and accepted by whoever you're speaking to. Now, I have definitely been a bit random in covering these awkward moments because it can come up in so many different kinds of scenarios. But there is a common thread that ties all of these things together. And as always, this most important piece comes down to a mindset. With Aubrey in particular, she isn't trying to do what she is supposed to do in any of these situations. She's not micromanaging what people think of her.
Yeah, I try to have fun with it and not take it too seriously, because I just,
Apparently
the minute that I like really
strong spot.
get wrapped up in that and think like, oh, like this is like what I need to say, or this is whatever, like it's over.
This is the great paradox of self-improvement as it relates to confidence, charisma, and attraction. On the one hand, there are concrete things that you can do to be more likable and comfortable in social scenarios. On the other hand, overloading yourself with what you should do is no fun at all, and it's going to make you come across as stiff and robotic. So the best advice for using this channel is worth repeating now, and it's to pick just one thing to focus on at a time. Maybe it's adding another sentence after the small talk. Maybe it's playing around with some hard pivots. Let that be the one habit that you develop, while for everything else, just be as you are today. And that might mean that you say random, vulnerable things.
And I've been really hormonal lately.
Or it might mean that you joke around about your own insecurities.
I look cool.
You look awesome.
Sweet.
But weirdly enough, when you allow these moments to just happen naturally and you don't try to fix all of them, you tap into the same core of Aubrey's appeal, which is that she isn't putting on airs. And in the long term, it's that comfort with your own awkwardness that winds up turning it into something attractive.
You're the most fascinaning person I've talked to in quite a long time.
Oh, okay.
I'm serious. This is really good stuff.
If you want to know the most important habit to focus on every single day so that you quickly build both confidence and charisma, I would recommend checking out our program, Charisma University. It's a step-by-step online course that is guaranteed to give you more confidence and charisma in just 30 days, and it's structured with a daily action guide so that you're not guessing when it comes to which habits you need to learn first or the order to go after. You just follow the guide and you will get the best charisma results that I've ever seen. Now, you can read all about the details inside in the link below, but I figured the best way to let you know about what the course is just to let the members speak for themselves. So here are a few things that CU members have written in via email or the course comments. The first one comes from a woman who has seen changes in her relationships with family and with friends, and she says, "Hey Charlie, just wanted to let you know how awesome this course has been for me so far. For the first time in my life, I feel like everyone around me cared about what I was saying. It seemed like everyone listened to me and responded really well to my jokes and to the serious things as well. I didn't really think I would like being in the center, but I loved it. Thanks so much for sharing your knowledge with all of us. It's been really life-changing so far." The next one comes from a woman who used CU to get a new job, and she says, "I would like to reach out and thank you and your team at Charisma University. Long story short, thanks to my new mindset and attitude, I was able to successfully get into a 16-week IT program. Among the 100 people that applied, I was one of the 17 students that got accepted. I connected with over 60 IT professionals and am building my network to land an internship. I didn't even notice I was doing all of this until one of my classmates commented on how good I am at networking. The feeling of realizing how much I've changed and where that has gotten me is absolutely phenomenal. I am so happy and so thankful to you and Charisma on Command. It truly changed my life, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you." Now, the last one comes from a guy who joined Charisma University last year and saw changes across the board in his life. And he says, "Hi, Charlie. I wanted to thank you for all your great content. I've actually read some books on this stuff, but your videos are by far the most valuable. My job has improved. My outlook with women has improved. I actually met my wife by being more confident. And my life in general is in a better place. This stuff really works." And there's so many more success stories just like those in the comments if you decide to join the course. If you do join, it comes with a 60-day money-back
Okay, so
guarantee,
I was
which is
completely
100%
wrong
for
about the
any
right
reason
side being
at all.
safe.
And I hate those courses that make you jump through hoops. We make sure not to do that. We also make sure that it is 60 days, even though the course is only 30, because I want to make sure that every single person is actually getting a ton of value from the course. If you're not, you can just refund. So if you want to check the course out, go ahead, click the link on the screen now or below in the description. We've had thousands of members go through this course and get a ton out of it, and I would love for you to do the same. Either way, I hope that you've enjoyed this video, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one.
Any orders? Reporting for duty. Our buildings are being attacked. Our forces are in danger. Orders.
Like it or not, we have all been awkward at different points in our lives, and sometimes that awkwardness gets in the way of connecting with other people or even just feeling confident in ourselves. But awkwardness doesn't have to be the end of the line. In fact, if you handle yourself well, you can turn awkwardness, whether it's just a moment or a way of being, into confidence, which is what we are covering in this video featuring Tom Holland. Now, I'm not saying that Tom Holland is an awkward guy always. I'm saying that he is very skilled at turning those more difficult moments around. So first off, you can improve both your self-confidence and other people's perception.
Oh, that didn't go as well as I thought it would.
Situation simply by adjusting your body language. For instance, Tom is able to convey a sense of comfort and ease while he speaks by following the 3-second rule of eye contact and shifting his gaze to various people.
And you have to go through an exam process to get into this school, which obviously I didn't do. And she's like, "Hey man, what's your deal? How are you here?" I was like, "Well, let me tell you my secret. I'm actually Spider-Man."
The 3-second rule of eye contact says that instead of looking down or away, or awkwardly staring at someone for way too long, give everyone in a group at least 3 seconds of eye contact before moving to the next individual. Now, of course, this number isn't exact every single time, but it's the amount of time that generally makes someone feel included in a conversation. If you're listening to someone speak, more continuous eye contact is totally appropriate since there's one person speaking, but the 3-second rule is an easy way to capture an audience even if you're a bit nervous while speaking. You'll also notice that Tom tends to show his palms and gesticulate frequently while he speaks.
Go through an exam process to get into this school, which obviously I didn't do. It was like a couple 100,000. Oh, that's a lot, yeah. I was like, this is amazing.
Not only do his gestures make his comments more intriguing to listen to, but in revealing his palms specifically, he avoids a trap that awkward and nervous people fall into all the time. When you hide your palms, it sends a subconscious signal to the other person that you may be keeping something from them, and that can result in making you come across as less trustworthy. So get your hands out of your pockets, especially when things get uncomfortable, and don't grip the podium if you're giving a speech or a chair if you are seated. Reveal your palms and you will immediately come across more confidently and more trustworthy. Now, the overarching rule that you can see in all of Tom's body language that is excellent for any time you're put into a difficult or awkward situation, be that karaoke, dancing, or even just giving a speech, is commitment. Check out Tom's rendition of Rihanna's Umbrella. Dressing up like Rihanna and dancing provocatively would make most men freeze and become extremely rigid. It's that fear of being judged or criticized that causes them to subconsciously limit their range of motion and even facial expressions so as to draw less attention to themselves. Unfortunately, it's exactly that limited expression that signals discomfort and creates an awkward experience for everyone present, and especially the people watching you. But by committing fully from his dance moves to his facial expressions, a scenario that could go terribly becomes one where Tom's confidence shines through, and you see the same principle at play with Jack Black.
I've just been watching the show backstage and going, everyone has such good moves. Yeah. And I was feeling the pressure. I was like, I gotta bust out some moves on the way down there.
Yeah.
So I don't really have the moves.
No, you do.
But I thought I'd make up for it with just like commitment.
So if you do something goofy, whether it's on purpose or by accident, your best bet is to go all the way. Paradoxically, by embracing awkward situations fully, you show more confidence than every other person on the sidelines. Which brings us to the times when awkwardness is forced on you. For instance, when friends are teasing you. Now, in the past, we've covered how to handle more malicious attempts to make you look bad, so you can check out our Russell Brand or Robert Downey Jr. videos to see what to do in those cases. But it is very likely that, especially if you're a guy, your friends are going to tease you, and it's not necessarily out of malice. If you handle these situations poorly, you can become the forever butt of the joke. Handle them well, and you can exude confidence and become a leader in your group. So in those situations where the teasing isn't in bad faith, a great first step is to just take up more space.
It's their time.
I didn't know your name was Tom.
I'll put my thigh next to his thigh. So y'all can see.
You're being warm in your expansive gestures, even touching your friends, but you're also showing that you're not afraid to take control on a physical level. There's absolutely no sort of implied threat or violence here, but these gestures still subconsciously signal to the group that you're not someone that they should pile onto. Second, rather than resisting the joke or even shooting back a zinger of your own, a very powerful technique is to simply laugh with the group.
Sounds good.
Black. Every 20 seconds we just wipe it.
That move speed is consistently costing me health.
Your friends get their aim, which was laughter, and you get to show that you can separate who you are from the aspect of you that is being teased. Whether it's your haircut, your clothes, something you did in the past, you realize that those things don't define who you are, so it's easier to look at them with an element of humor.
Coming out.
This is a critical mindset, which we'll touch on
that
later, but just know for now that this is actually what separates the people who constantly get teased from the ones that the group just kind of gives up on. If they laugh with it, it goes away in most cases. But for now, to make laughing at yourself even more powerful, you're going to want to double down on the joke. This might initially feel like it makes you more of a laughingstock, but if you try it, you will realize that it actually puts you back in control of the conversation. Just watch.
Pick your ears.
Major shade. True fact, in the Spider-Man costume, they actually considered gluing my ears because they stuck out so much.
What's amazing here is that you are transforming a moment where people might have laughed at you, making you feel uncomfortable, into one where you're showing your good humor and confidence. You amplify a joke and spread the laughter. And if you have just cracked the best joke, People will be listening and reacting to you, so you can then take the conversation wherever you like. Again, this is specifically for friends and people who have your back. If you feel like the teasing has crossed the line, check out one of our other videos to learn how to deal with someone who has crossed into bully territory. And this brings us to our third major point. If you're an awkward person, chances are that the people around you have some pretty embarrassing stories of yours in their brains. So rather than let those be narratives told about you, which may draw laughter at you, it's incredibly useful to know how to tell a gripping story so friends ask you to tell your own embarrassing stories. When this happens, it shows a supreme level of confidence since you're the one comfortably and comically relating what most people would be embarrassed about. For instance,
I have to wear a thong underneath, and other than that, that's it. You know, the first time they ever gave me the thong, they were like, "Here, put this on." No. It's like, no. Why would I wear a thong? And they were like, "Yeah, you have to, because it makes the suit look better." And I'll never be the same. Never be the same again.
Now, telling good stories is a huge topic, but there's a couple of things that Tom demonstrates that will take your stories to the next level so that you become the one in charge of your own narrative. First off, it's likely the case that your body language won't always be ideal, and that is totally fine. But as you begin a story, activate the confident body language tips that we mentioned in the first point, especially if the story involves self-deprecation. This has the obvious effect of commanding the attention of the audience, but it also is how you signal underlying confidence while telling stories where you literally may be insecure or bumbling. Watch how Tom does it here.
Useless. Like, I was trying to find her pulse. I don't know how to do that. I was like, she has no pulse. Oh, no, she does. She does. I just don't know how to do that. I was checking.
Second, up the emotional impact by choosing high-impact words. It is no secret that good stories can feel like exaggerated versions of the truth. People need a reason to listen to a longer story, and incorporating words that have emotion packed into them by their very nature is a simple way to get people paying attention so that you're not left talking to an audience who isn't engaged with what you're saying.
My family and I went to Hawaii in January.
Very nice. That's
an amazing trip. I wasn't living at home. I rented a house near the studio with my friends, which I think was the best summer of my life because football was coming home. I woke up and I panicked. I was like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to ghost you." He obviously didn't reply for ages because of the time difference in LA. So that was maybe the most stressful day of my life, where I thought my relationship with Downey was over.
You'll also get your audience more engaged if you embody the characters in your story. This means body language acting out the events of the story as well as matching their voice type and even their accent.
But the funny thing is the director got too excited at times. He was like, "Tom, can you climb up that wall and then do a double backflip off here onto there?" I'm like, "No."
Obviously, you're unlikely to have a dialect coach like Tom, and you're probably not as good as accents. It's okay, since even the attempt goes a long way towards creating humor in the middle of your stories. But perhaps most importantly to these awkward stories and to everything else that we have covered when it comes to awkwardness is the mindset that you go into it with. If you have the right mindset, you don't need to have the exact technique in every situation, since it makes those charismatic habits flow naturally. And it's this: 99% of the awkward situations you will encounter in your life are made worse because you're fighting to be perceived in a certain way. If you would just let go of managing people's opinions, most of the awkwardness would disappear. If you're ever feeling awkward, just ask yourself, what perception am I fighting right now? And then relax in knowing that it's only a perception of you. Because your deepest confidence is not based in controlling the perceptions of others, but embracing the truth of who you are. And just so you know, you're not perfect. There's always going to be things about you for others to criticize or tease, or for you to feel embarrassed about. It's in recognizing those less than perfect facts and liking yourself anyway that true confidence is generated. So if you can tune into that truth, that like everyone else, you sometimes do dumb, embarrassing, or silly, or regrettable things, you're going to handle stressful situations, social blunders, and criticism without having to feel awkward. So embrace the truth, kind of like Tom.
What I can say, I don't even know how to react to what Tom just said there. I mean, I really don't.
What did I just say?
You said Spider-Man's in space.
Oh, that thing. Right, yeah. It's really awesome.
If you want to level up your charisma fast, I would definitely recommend checking out our course, Charisma University. The course gives you both the actions and the mindsets that lead to massive leaps in your charisma, so the people around you, from your work to your social life, are going to find themselves drawn to your presence and your confidence. Now, the course is set up so that you spend 20 minutes a day on it for 30 days. You're doing one small thing every single day that builds easy but sometimes counterintuitive charismatic habits, and that's all while ingraining those mindsets that make those good habits just happen. happen naturally in the future. So if you want to join or learn more about that course, you can click on the screen here or in the description below. This course is truly the most actionable and fastest resource that I have ever made for maxing out your charisma. So if that's something that you're interested in, I hope to see you on the inside.
Let's try doing a try not to laugh chat. That would involve turning on the camera. I'm dressed. Let's do it. Ooh. Oh, right. There's no light for... I have no light for my camera. Never mind. Whatever. Try not to laugh anyways.
It's no good when you're walking in your room and you just slip over on that massive vinyl on your floor.
Nope.
Let it go!
Good scream.
You good, bro?
What up, y'all? We back again. This is Top Things. White guy gets caught saying the N-word.
Would you rather watch a tree grow or a Negro? Oh, my God. Good morning, handsome.
Morning.
Filter.
Dad, it's time to go. We gotta go eat dinner. Oh, you're walking the dog. Okay, cool.
Nah, I've already seen that one.
Out with the old and in with the same, but new.
After like 20 years of service. Rest in peace, DT-770 pros. And hello, DT-770 pros!
I mean, if it survived 20 years. Oh my goodness. Got absolutely pussy slapped. Wow.
Mom tried to pop her back, but ended up fixing another problem instead.
Uncle Trevor? Okay, I will. Let me do you first.
Ah. Alright, I'm not laughing. That was a strong one for me.
I need an egg.
Seen it.
A human on the outside, but a walking soundboard underneath the flesh.
Give me the baby cry. Can you do that beep beep? Or what's your favorite sound?
Normalize pretending you don't know your family sometimes.
Ah.
How to know if someone's aggressively trying to avoid cavities. Keep watching until the end.
My husband and I bought our toothbrushes at the same time, and we brush our teeth the same amount of times a day. But let me show you the difference between my toothbrush and his. This is my toothbrush, you know, nothing special. A little bit of bend in the bristles. This is my husband's toothbrush. What does he do?
War
And
hasn't
I
prepared
lost.
this soldier for the emotional damage he's about to endure.
Ah, really? Just 3 minutes? Ugh. Man, I suck.
I know you want to sign the contract.
Hell no.
Let's go.
Motherfucker, I don't want to end up like you, vaping on the side of the road begging for money. Trying to find a girlfriend. You just so nice when you come. That's why your dad left with the milk.
Glad to do it. All right.
Did you guys know that like your car's dashboard has lightsabers? Look. My miles per hour has one, and then also my raging pussy meter.
What he thought felt right ended up being far from the truth. Watch until the end.
What did you buy?
Okay. So normally, I get one of my plants. So I thought a cactus would be the way to go.
I hope not to find a heart in there. Let's go. Anything more? Nice. All right. Okay.
18 years old, it's your first Olympics, and you swam. Honestly, your third leg was just phenomenal.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean...
Spaghetti and meatballs tonight for dinner. Mom seems to be enjoying the show, while Dad knows bath time is gonna be tough.
Jenny Stroll. Great.
Those heads are calling for a book.
Cheers!
Nice. Come on.
Do that. Don't do
Let's
that.
go.
Don't do that. Yeah.
When I'm not with you.
All right.
When I went with you.
The fridge is unforgiving and shows no mercy. No wonder why it's so cold.
I hit my head on the fridge. No.
Come on.
The fridge hit me. At least it's not on my good side.
I dropped a french fry on my car floor and wasn't thinking when I threw it out the window. Go. Hi, excuse me, I had an appointment for today.
So glad to do it.
Oh.
It seems that some of these filters on TikTok happen to be racially motivated.
Nice. Yes.
What is this green thing next to my notifications?
Dad, that's cilantro. You have cilantro on your phone.
Okay, sunfish.
When these filters do you wrong, best believe they're wrong. But when done right, who's gonna complain?
Open up to yet another filter that dictates how beautiful we are. I want to remind you guys that this is just a standard filter and really it doesn't mean anything generally, but with new rapid AI increasing in software, these are extremely accurate and should be...
I mean, not gonna lie, that is an extremely attractive person.
Goose.
For the
Goose.
Empire. All right. Let's kill the enemies of the Empire. No fear. For the humans.
They say the truth hurts, and you know what? They weren't wrong.
I already know which character it's gonna pick. Maybe I'll be surprised.
No fear. For the Empire.
I found a literal piece of fabric in my bike chain. I have no idea where that would have come from. That's so weird.
Music is awesome, but the bad thing about it is you miss out on some genuine compliments.
I've never hated my hearing more than this.
This is for the Empire. Let me blow up some heads. For the humans.
Nice bike.
So glad to do it. Yes. For the Empire. Of course. Let's go. All right. No fear.
Stop pursing your lips while you poop.
This man could probably sell ice to a polar bear. Watch how he closes this deal.
Hello, brother. How can I help you?
Is this fresh?
This I caught myself today. You smell my head from the ocean. It go from the bucket into the freezer for you today. come. We bring 6 package for you. I make discount. Offer 6,000 dirham. Okay. But transfer from my business account.
What do you call this cereal in your country? In the US, it's called Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but in Austria, it's so much cuter. It's called
Party has just begun.
I'm going crazy.
Seems like this filter matches a child's personality to their corresponding appearance.
Bro, I just woke up from my dream. Who stole my car, bro?
All right.
Give him back.
Quintus.
Excuse me, ma'am, do you speak English?
Nice.
Okay, I'm a photographer. Can I take some pictures of you?
I still have some tricks up my sleeve.
First-time carpenters make mistakes that you end up finding out about after the job's done.
Alright, that works. That does it.
What? For the Empire. No fear. Come on, the infected are waiting. Yes.
It's a good thing she didn't practice on a human. Watch until the end to see why it would have been a bad idea.
So thanks for coming in today. Did you say you have a bit of lower back pain, like lower lumbar?
All right.
We can do some things to just loosen you up a little bit. And if you just take a deep breath in, and just like, we'll just loosen you up a bit. Like,
let me blow up some hands.
Can you feel that? Oh.
Nice. Let's go.
Watch my daughter try on her softball helmet.
All right. Great. For the humans.
Is it on there?
No problem.
She was a newbie in practice, soon to join the veterans in the field of art.
You didn't do it right.
They're already dead.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. For the glory of Quintus.
The really effed up thing is my 2-year-old does not get confused between me and my twin sister if I look like a troll. Like, I'll come down and she's like, oh, hi, mommy. But then I look nice and I'm like, oh, she's gonna say, oh, mom, you're so pretty. No. She's like, hi, Auntie.
For the Empire. So glad to do it. Of course. The party has just begun.
Have you ever been on your phone while looking for your phone?
When your boyfriend is clueless.
You got my phone?
Babe, seriously?
What?
Let's go.
How do you know that you lost your phone?
You just showed me.
Nice. Okay. That's easy.
I'd like to say to you, but I don't know how.
Calling for a bullet. So glad to do it. They're already dead. Okay.
Yeah.
For the human.
Imagine seeing this cat move around at 3 a.m. in the night. It'd be hard to sleep after that.
For the Empire. For the Empire. For the humans.
You're a weird cat. Oh.
The party has just begun.
Just like with old flip phones, if you want to end the call in the Galaxy Z Flip 4, you can just close the phone.
Fun fact, this works for iPhones. If you fold your iPhone in half, hangs the call right up. It doesn't do much after that.
Of course. That's easy. Come on. Come on.
Filter.
When you have somewhere to be, but the car in front decides to park on the road.
Come on.
Христос воскрес! І на вас так. Блогери ви. Я тебе більше.
Щедро.
Of course. Okay. Let's kill the enemies of
All right.
the Empire.
Gonna see if Bruce likes cottage cheese.
Come on.
Want somebody?
Not even any hesitation.
No?
I've seen so many people say how realistic this filter is, and I agree. It looked so realistic, but on me, it just looks like I have some form of rare eye disease. Or a clown.
Some good ideas end in terrible outcomes. Here's Exhibit A.
So I couldn't get my eyelash glue out because I guess there was like a dry piece of glue up top. So I used the back of an earring to put a hole through the dried glue. Well, then it would not come out no matter what I did. So I decided to be, you know, brainchild here, and I smushed it.
Of course. The more the merrier.
That looks like something entirely different.
Oh no.
Every time I try to use shampoo, do I shampoo my hair?
Looks
Shampoo or hairspray?
Great.
Any type of spray for my hair. She was in the hallway.
Good.
I don't even have to spray it and already look at her. Now watch. Like why? Why does she act like that?
Sounds good.
She's not.
What do we have here?
When you try to be sneaky, but you get caught in 4K.
Of course. Okay.
1 month expired cream.
We can't make cheese out of it anymore.
No.
Oh, sick. Oh my god, it's not even coming out. Oh, sick.
Come on.
Oh my god.
So this is my boss before she was hit by a car. I haven't done it yet, but stay tuned. This video may or may not have manifested that. I shouldn't be laughing, but I am. It's too funny. My boss was hit by a car twice today by an employee. And it wasn't me.
A room with all the necessities together, but even convenience has a price to pay.
No!
Interesting.
No! So,
All right. Perfect. Let me blow up some heads.
See, where's the last
Why is it giving me the scary music for this room?
The singer.
Why is it always sunny in Busan, huh?
Because it's chicken.
That's a
Are you
pigeon.
dumb?
Easier to play basketball.
A shoe shine scammer gets exposed in this video.
Okay, it's gonna be pretty funny. This guy's gonna drop his shoe polish, shoe shine brush in front of us and then expect us to pick it up. Watch this. 1, 2. When you give it back to him, he will offer you a free polish, but he's actually gonna charge you a lot of money.
All right.
So if your shift knob gets really hot in the sun like mine does, get yourself a grumpy octopus. You just simply put him on the top like that, and he'll keep your shift knob nice and cool. Now he does this because he's got a nice little butthole there that you shove onto the shift knob, and it insulates it from the heat. And I think the best part about this is not how well it works, it's that he looks really, really unhappy about the situation.
And that one made me laugh.
Like what you see? You're gonna love what we have next. Before you go, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. And we'll see you guys again on the next one.
Where did Hannah go?
Oh my god, there he goes. Okay, okay, do it.
Come on.
How many mosquitoes are needed to suck us to death? Actually, there are...
Hold on for a minute, ma'am.
Hey, seriously, if you just tell me whose this is, I'm not gonna be upset.
It's yours, I'm telling you. There's
It's
no
not
other-
mine.
I'm gonna fail, dude.
Can I have some of that drink? Ed, no.
No, darling, you have to catch me first.
Glad to do it.
Ed, no.
No
Ed,
problem.
no. Ed, no. Ed, no. Damn you.
Hey, good night, bro.
Good night.
Understood. No fear.
Good night, bro.
Excellent idea. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Yes, of course.
Hey, get down a bit, Lee. Get down the boat.
For the Emperor, of course. Great. For the Emperor.
Check this out, Mom.
Love it. Come on.
All right, man. I think I'm gonna call tonight.
Yes.
Baby, you can stop playing.
For the glory of Quintus. Come on.
What?
Let me blow up.
According to Wikipedia.org, blood plasma.
Right?
And
Of course.
No, what? Hold on. Nah, they killed him. No, no way. They killed his bitch.
It's the drunk crashers that get us in trouble. They give us a bad rap. I can drive perfectly. You guys are seeing this. It's always just the drunk drivers that can't understand what's going on, you know? And that's what I think is the bad thing. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck! Fuck!
Is that what that is? Now that. Whoa. Uh-oh. What in the tornado?
Oh.
Thank you.
Konnichiwa. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes.
Pusheisty for Pusheisty. Ain't gonna miss you. Ain't gonna miss.
Sounds good.
this is Alexa.
Of course.
What is the purpose of the visit?
Jesus Christ.
They're already dead.
I can inform a resident.
Not sure.
What is your name?
Let's do it. No fear.
I said Jesus Christ.
Hey, yo, Vern. What do girls say to guys with big wieners?
Glad to do it.
Yeah, I knew you wouldn't know.
Motherfucker.
That's
Dude, you're never gonna believe it.
What?
Somebody just left a $19 Fortnite gift card in the bushes.
No way.
Yep.
Damn, man, you like that hot shit, don't you?
It makes my booty hole itch, but I like it.
The fuck?
Why the hell were you honking at me? Meow. Oh, you're a fuzzy?
Alright guys, time to prank my girlfriend.
Okay, does Joe Biden have a brother? I'm lucky I have two younger brothers. I'm the oldest of three, and I've got a sister who's the love of my life.
That former Vice President Joe Biden will win the state of Alabama.
What color was his ass? Dog. Ah!
Who ate my last pizza?
Joe did it.
Bro, well, you my pizza. Oh, shit.
Here comes the boy.
Come on.
Hello, boy.
Anything more?
So I said to my boyfriend, please make me something to eat. And he said, no, do it yourself. So I said to him, get in the fucking kitchen now.
Yes. No problem.
Hey, hey!
romantic candlelit dinner would be incomplete without
My ball's in your face.
Stick your toe in it, and they suck it.
What are you guys doing?
So glad to do it. For the
Fact, everybody. If you guys hit the alarm button.
For the Empire.
Stop, dude. All it does is make an alarm noise, but nothing actually happens. It's a nice hotel. Because it's just an alarm. All right, guys.
Here's your soup. Feel better.
Harry Potter still be successful if Daniel Radcliffe was black?
No, because J.K. Rowling would give his character some name like... I don't think I'm supposed to make this joke, actually.
Dequarius nigga spell.
The bottom so it can slam your flavor buds faster.
You know what? I'm glad Mom left.
This pizza is so good. Dad, I'm game.
2 tickets, please. Remote moving.
Let's kill the enemies of the Empire. The party has just begun. Anything more? Nice. Let's go.
Well, school buses in Ohio are getting a major upgrade by replacing regular exhaust pipes with enormous fucking rocket boosters as part of the governor's plan to transport
They still
his dumbest
destroyed
students
them?
faster so they might, quote, actually learn shit.
For the human.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Of course. All right. Of course. That's easy. For
Hi.
the humans. For the glory of Quintus.
My pronouns are he, not him. Because I'll never do him.
Of course. Oh. Yes. That's easy. I hope not. Just begun.
That's right. It's me, your son. And it's Lloyd, Dad.
No. The enemies of the Empire.
You ruined my life. How could I ruin your life? I wasn't even there.
Alright.
You're going to come across some conversational bullies in the course of your life. Now, generally, people try to shut them down with insults and aggression, and some others prefer to walk away from these interactions to avoid that kind of negativity.
I'm sorry. It's okay.
Yeah, you're right.
But there is a third, potentially more effective way to deal with these toxic people. Russell Brand, for instance, tries to take control of the conversation instead of shutting it down. This allows him to stand up for himself without coming across like a jerk. And his interview with 3 hosts of the MSNBC Morning Show is a perfect example of the main strategies that you can use to dominate any bully in any conversation. So let's begin by quickly covering the best practices for any group interaction. Then we'll come to what to do when things go sour. One general rule of thumb is that you want to make sure you don't leap into conversation only to be cut off. Otherwise, people will subconsciously believe that your opinions aren't worthy of being heard, and you can actually get pushed around more. So when you begin talking, it's usually best to continue to the end of your sentence like this.
I wouldn't do that. I don't want to disrespect your program.
Okay, no.
You did ask to see.
No, I did, and I liked.
A fellow English woman, so
and
I feel obliged.
You don't have to dominate the conversation or refuse to be interrupted during long monologues, but you do need to speak with enough momentum to at least finish each sentence before yielding the floor to someone trying to interrupt you. This is going to lead to people being far more likely to listen when you share your opinions, and you can contrast the feeling that you get from watching Russell do this.
Okay, Russell. Ooh,
sorry about that.
That's all right.
You just disrespected the table.
The table.
Giant Jenga. It's like your desk is a puzzle.
It is. I'm sorry about that.
What is the solution?
With a young Jaden Smith who does not.
That'll get you really humble.
How does that keep you humble?
No, the truth. Well, because people sort of.
It's not that Jaden's thoughts don't have any merit. It's that he hadn't yet learned to speak with enough conviction to be taken seriously. By at least finishing your sentences, you encourage others to respect you more. Now, the next principle that is extremely valuable in any group setting is to treat each member of a group as an individual. Obviously, a concrete way to do this is by referring to each person by their name.
Well, Brian, you are free to wear whatever you want. Best you focus on your driving, Brian. So thank you very much, Cap.
I admit this can feel awkward at first if you're not used to it, but it actually has a very positive effect on the person who is hearing their favorite word in the English language. But even if you don't know people's names, you can show that you value each individual by taking time to look at each person while you speak, especially if someone is quiet or shy. Taking those 3 seconds to make eye contact with them while you speak goes a long way towards making them feel included. In fact, if you're finding that you lose groups' attention when telling a story or a joke, this is one of the quickest fixes. Give each individual a few seconds of your focused attention to keep them hooked. Now lastly, we like people who are like us and who like us back. So when you're in a group, it always helps to emphasize similarities with other members.
No, I did, and I liked.
Fellow English woman, so I feel obliged.
And to give genuine compliments.
You also look beautiful, but of course in your wonderful country and in our country. You're a powerful woman, you've got a lovely job. What seems to be the trouble?
You've seen Russell did everything I mentioned, but sometimes conversations turn hostile despite your best efforts. So I want to show you how to disarm people who become aggressive in a way that is both subtle and charismatic way before you actually have to get direct with them. The first thing to realize here is that perhaps the most powerful tools that you have to influence the tone of a conversation are your non-verbal signals. Now, these can be grouped roughly into more signals and less signals. When you show these more signals, you'll get more of whatever you're responding to. Show less signals and you will get less. For example, watch how Russell gets Mika to switch from being rude and passive-aggressive.
It's a really big deal. I know. I'm told this. I'm not very pop cultured. I'm sorry.
To complimenting him in an effort to win him over.
You look fantastic.
Yeah. That is a very kind compliment.
First, we have that calm stare in the eye, with neither malice nor a smile. This is going to make anyone who is being rude feel uncomfortable doing so. It's like they're being watched. Second, not paying attention to that person will also make them change their tact. You see Russell's attention wander, and it immediately makes the host feel that they need to do more to be kind in order to win him back. And third, the prolonged silence. This is one of the most powerful nonverbal tools at your disposal. When people are unkind, you may feel an impulse to quickly speak or to smile so as to diffuse the situation or cut that uncomfortable tension. But Russell doesn't. He waits until Mika compliments him and then speaks up quickly.
Maybe I could loosen up a little, show a little more chest hair, and he said maybe I should do a little more.
I only think Russell can do that. You look fantastic.
Yeah. That is a very kind compliment.
Now that she's gone through that bit of rudeness and has returned to being kind, he gives strong more signals. This is going to work in a 1-2 punch where he says, don't do this, but do this, and see if you can spot these more signals.
You also look beautiful. Brian, you are free to wear whatever you want. This is one of your freedoms that is afforded to you. I appreciate that.
First, Russell verbally applauds what Mika says. Now, calling out any sort of behavior that you appreciate is going to elicit more of it. Then he returns her compliment. And finally, he becomes playful and smiles. Now, of course, all of this is on top of the fact that he's engaging in a much more enthusiastic way. This dispels that tension that was mounting and strongly associates it with a more polite way of behaving. People do not like tension in conversations, so don't get rid of it while they're being mean. Wait till they are kind. All of this is a strong more behavior signal that adds up to a nonverbal statement about what kind of behavior he expects throughout this conversation. Now, he continues to send these signals, paying much more attention to Mika, who is being more courteous, than to the other host, Brian, who is continuing to be rude. In fact, Brian starts to make a comment that he later finishes about how he can't understand Russell's accent, and suspecting that that guy is headed in a bad direction, Russell flat out ignores him. This is a great strategy.
It's funny though, because I travel a lot. And
all these people are at work, are they?
Yeah, they're working.
They're just at work.
Well, no.
Work more quietly!
This effectively makes Brian's next question much more courteous, and we see Russell respond positively.
Everyone asks, what do you like better, TV, movies, or stand-up? But which one's more difficult? I mean, going on stage, I think, is probably pretty tough. A movie can be boring because you shoot a thing 100 times. TV is what it is.
There are challenges in all of those different disciplines. The thing I enjoy most is stand-up comedy.
You can do the same thing in group conversations. If someone's being insulting, passive-aggressive, rude, pay attention to other members of the group. Turn so that your body faces those people. Smile. Be warm, engaging, even loud with them. It shouldn't take very long before that rude person says something more kind, at which point you can shift attention their way. Now, one final indirect option is to do a those types call out. Now, this is where you speak about a type of behavior that you don't like, perhaps a type of behavior that someone in that group is currently doing, but you allow that individual to save face by not calling them out directly. Instead, it's about those types of people. Do this with a smile to remind the person that you're still on the same team. They don't have to be the type of person you're describing, and you're not yet saying they are. Watch how Russell does this in his answer.
You know what happens if you work in media? People like to change the information so that it suits a particular agenda. If you're in a room with people, then what you're saying is clear. If you say something that people are confused about, you can explain it to them then. If you say something as a joke, people can't pretend that you're saying it seriously. So I like having direct communication with people, because I believe people are very, very intelligent, but the information gets manipulated a lot, and people like to cause, like, you know, fake stirs and stuff.
The those type strategy is a sneaky way to influence the tone of any sort of conversation. Imagine being at a networking event and complimenting one group on their enthusiasm, talking about those other types who are a little bit dull and boring. You can bet that that group's energy will rise to meet that stellar reputation you've given them and not be like those other people. Now, unfortunately, these signals do go unheeded in Russell's case, as they rarely but sometimes do in real life. The hosts continue to be rude. Brian abruptly says that he can't understand Russell's accent.
The accent, you know, when I see him in person, it's totally fine. Forgetting Sarah Marshall or the TV show, it's fine. But on satellite radio in the car, I can't understand a single joke you say.
You can't understand it.
Another host forgets his name.
Would you do therapy with Willy Brandt? With who? Willy Brandt. Would you do therapy with him? That is where Willy is heading.
Who is Willy?
And they all start speaking about Russell in the third person, like he's not present.
Experience. It's just sort of taking it all in.
You are talking about me as if I'm not here and as if I'm an extraterrestrial. You know, I'm from a country that's near to you.
Window dummy. We're just sort of admiring the whole, you know, it's the whole thing, isn't it?
After nonverbal and then the indirect those type warnings, sometimes you have to go direct and flat out say what behavior you would like to see done differently.
You shouldn't say he when a person is present. You should refer to the person by their name. That's basic good manners.
That is where Willy is heading.
Stop saying he. I'm present. Russell. What's wrong with your manners?
You're good.
Be polite.
Now, a lot of people mess this up and just make things get even more hostile. The key here is to criticize specific behavior, not the people doing it. When you say that someone is a jerk, it's likely to make them defensive and doesn't specify how you would like them to change. When you say instead, don't call me by that name, or don't speak to me in such a loud tone, you'll be much more likely to get what you want. Now, admittedly, what Russell does here is hard, staying calm enough to keep steady eye contact, not getting riled up when people take an antagonizing tone, maintaining that sense of humor through all of this. Most of us would probably just sweat and either underreact or overreact. So I want to share just one last mindset that takes a while to develop, but will help a ton. You need to learn to detach your ego from personal attacks. Watch how Brand is able to take a personal criticism, namely that he isn't qualified to speak on a particular topic, and brush it off as disconnected from the points that he's making.
Well, I'm not having a go at you about that. I'm just asking why we should take you seriously when you're so unspecific.
You don't have to take it. Well, firstly, I don't mind if you take me seriously. I'm here just to draw attention to a few ideas.
And here, look how Brand is able to see that something is offensive without necessarily feeling personally offended or getting defensive about it.
I want to bring you a sign, first of all.
This says Fact Pimp Brand.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Make yourself comfy, mate. Now this, of course, is clearly offensive. As an object.
Unlike most of us, Russell doesn't feel the need to immediately defend himself from personal attacks because he isn't heavily invested in what most people think of him. He wastes no mental energy on protecting his ego, which allows him to be wittier in the face of criticism. Paradoxically, not defending himself actually makes him come across better than if he did.
That's not a very flattering photograph.
It was the face you made. You made the face.
I made the face, I pays the price. Fair enough. That's true.
Now, I'll actually be talking about all the different tools that you can use for humor, including how to develop more of the speedy wit in a future video, which is going to continue to break this clip down. Yes, there is a ton happening in 7 minutes, but that will likely be out next month since we have some big videos planned. In the meantime, Keanu Reeves, Tom Holland, potentially Andrew Yang, so if you want to make sure that you don't miss on that video or any of the other ones that I've just mentioned, make sure to hit subscribe and to turn on notifications now. That way you're going to get a message when those come up, and it won't be something that you never hear of again. Anyway, one of the things that will allow you to begin to detach your ego from any sort of particular attack is a deeper sense of self-acceptance. If you feel comfortable with yourself, with who you are at a base level, what other people think or say is much less likely to faze you and rile you up. When you have solid self-acceptance, all of your self-worth doesn't come from being praised or well-liked. It comes from a belief that you are enough no matter the opinions of others. Now, this is quite frankly a long journey, one that takes time to integrate, but if you would like to get started today, I have created a guided meditation that is focused on developing that deep sense of self-acceptance. And you can get it today for free, courtesy of this video's sponsor, Simple Habit. Simple Habit is a meditation app that has a ton of different guided meditations that help train your brain more towards the emotions that you want. Now, I have had ones that have been very impactful for me, specifically with gratitude, joy, positivity. Since those things can be hard for me from time to time, I tend to be very achievement-oriented, always focusing on what needs to be done and not enjoying the moment. I also actually spent a lot of time on my own doing self-guided meditations without any sort of track because I couldn't find one that was both fast and powerful. So I decided to make one that was what I would have wanted, and I put it on the Simple Habit app. So if you join Simple Habit at simplehabit.com/confidence on your phone, you can listen to that guided meditation that I designed specifically for self-acceptance. And you can also get another one that I created that is about stressful social situations. You listen to it before you go out, and it primes you to be at your best. Not only that, you get access to every single meditation that they have for a full week. And if you do decide to check it out, I would definitely recommend 7 Days of Joy. Now, if you like the app and you decide to stay past that first week, it is $11.99 a month, very well spent for unlimited access to every guided meditation they have. And if it's not for you, you can just cancel and lose nothing. So if you'd like to check out the guided meditation that I create or any of the others, there's nothing to lose. You can check that acceptance meditation out at simplehabit.com/confidence on your phone, since it is an app. Either way, I hope that you have enjoyed this video, and I very much look forward to seeing you in the next one.
Understood. I love it. Of course.
If you've ever wanted to know what personality type leads to being beloved by men and women alike, you're going to like this video. I started researching for this video intending to make something around Thor, but I very quickly realized that the real person worth studying is Chris Hemsworth.
He's one of the greatest guys I've ever met.
What is it like, the dynamic between you two when you're on set?
It's magical. It's really, it's sweet and it's very nurturing.
Now, sweet and nurturing aren't normally words that men use to describe other men, but there are 4 things about Chris that seem to truly make people love being around him. Even castmates that start out not wanting to like him end up raving about him.
I just needed something to be wrong with him.
And there was
nothing.
No, and also for the 4 of you, it must be annoying because you got to think, oh, we're very funny, and here's this hunk.
He's annoyingly funny.
Yeah, hilarious.
And the hype for his latest movie, Thor Ragnarok, is off the charts because we finally found a director that's willing to let Chris and Thor bleed their personalities together, just like Robert Downey Jr. and Iron Man.
We know each other. He's a friend from work. Oh, come on.
Is there more you in Thor this time around?
I think so, yeah, that was the goal.
And it literally transformed Thor from the worst ranked Marvel movie on Rotten Tomatoes to the highest.
By the way, I saw the movie last night. This might be the best Marvel movie of all of them. I don't know how they keep doing it.
Now, it's worth saying, part of his appeal is absolutely that he's great looking. There's no doubt about it. But everything we talk about today will apply to you no matter what you look like. So, let's take a look at Chris's personality and what makes him so special. First, Chris Hemsworth is hilarious. The fact that Thor Ragnarok is being called the funniest Marvel movie yet is a testament to this, because the movie was mostly improvised. We've covered humor a lot in previous videos, so this video will mostly center around other traits that are more unique to Chris Hemsworth, but it's worth noting because it's definitely a big part of why people like him so much.
Do you need Chris to lean back a little bit? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Otherwise, you're right in my shot. Yeah, right. So anyway,
are we competitive? Not at all. No.
You're not competitive.
No, it's just naturally we kind of fall into place. And,
Here, Chris uses a great and easy-to-use principle called do the opposite. You don't want to use and abuse this, but it's an easy, fun way to be playful and make people laugh. If you want to deep dive into this type of playful, self-amusing humor, I will put a link to a breakdown we did on Chris Pratt at the end of this video. Now, that said, there's one common theme in Chris's jokes that is definitely worth spending a minute on. He almost always chooses to put himself on the same team as other people, and he makes jokes that elevate the people around him.
I lead his fan base. I'm the founding member of that one too.
And they're calling for a Loki movie.
We are.
We know.
Or how he playfully assures Chris Evans that he's got his back, and then later on, how he answers when asked the one thing that's a must-have at a party.
Well, this is gonna sound strange, but I say it. And then that's great. You can't ever start.
I'm with you. I'm right here with you, guys.
Don't be afraid, Carl.
It's a must-have at a party. It's Chris Evans.
I was going to say.
I mean, clearly, it's not a party without him.
This may seem like a small thing, but he does it time and time again. And there are real benefits to defaulting to that type of humor. One, it makes people laugh. Two, it makes your friends feel great and really like being around you. And three, you lift yourself up as well. And you do it without bragging. Because if your friends are awesome, it stands to reason that you must be awesome as well. I don't want to give anything away, but you'll see this in Thor Ragnarok too. Now, one caveat here. This has to be done right so that you don't look like a suck-up. We'll go through how to walk that fine line at the end of this video. First, I want to point out two quick things about making jokes that elevate people. It's important to keep these short. I have a friend, a really, really nice, well-intentioned guy, who tries his best to do this for me whenever we go out. But he drags it on for so long that even though it starts by getting a laugh, 3 minutes in, it just feels try-hard and awkward. Chris Hemsworth avoids this completely by throwing in a funny, elevating joke and then moving on without dwelling on it at all. And the last point on this, it's worth noting that he is not like this 100% of the time. He definitely teases people, but they receive it well because he's been complimentary in the past. For example, watch Chris Evans lose his mind in this next clip.
I noticed a lot about Thor that's so great is you bring these slightly different nuances to Thor, whether he's on Asgard or on Earth or whatever. You bring new aspects to him, and with Captain America, it's like as we see him evolve.
Yes! And then he does it again as soon as they've gathered themselves.
And then, we see Captain America evolving into his leadership role, but we also see you evolving like more and more as we see more owning the role. Right?
Let's kill the enemies of the Empire.
And what Chris does amazingly well is balance this playful jokester persona with another side of himself that is very genuine.
Never was torturous at all, so I'm incredibly proud of this.
This creates depth in him and is a very powerful thing that you can do too. There are certain emotions we all share. Pride after working hard, fear of not being good enough, envy of the success or achievements of others, and so on. If you can share them honestly without fear of judgment, it's really powerful. The second thing Chris Hemsworth is incredible at is touch. Touch is something we get asked about often. How, where, when? How do I make sure I'm not being weird or making anyone uncomfortable? Touch is incredibly important for human interaction. And I don't just mean romantic relationships. Studies have shown it increases trust and liking amongst friends and coworkers, and can even lower blood pressure, heart rate, and the stress hormone cortisol. That said, if done wrong, touch can create awkwardness and make people uncomfortable around you. I didn't know this before making this video, but Chris Hemsworth is easily one of the touchiest people I have ever seen, and there are a ton of great little details about touch to learn from watching Chris.
So there it is. There's your answer to who was funny on the film.
Can I ask about that? What's that about it?
Well, I can see the monitor over there, right? And I know we're trying to show the punch off, but what it looks like is that me and you are really into each other. And we're on the fence about you.
Now, I know that some people are very uncomfortable both touching others and being touched. And I'm not saying you have to do this to be likable or charismatic. I am saying that it helps a lot. That said, there are 3 principles that will make sure that your touch is well received. First, be a universal toucher. Touch everyone. Obviously not equally. Certain relationships to the person will impact the level of touch, but as you saw, Chris will reach out to his coworkers, his director. Later you'll see he does it to a reporter, and I even found one example here where Chris is meeting someone for the first time.
It's Paul McCartney. That's cool, right?
It's pretty awesome.
It's cool, right? Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Let's keep touching you.
Becoming a universal toucher is a great habit to incorporate because it conveys confidence without much effort and without needing the conversational spotlight. Just the fact that Chris is so comfortable touching right off the bat screams self-assured confidence. Being a universal toucher is especially important if you're a guy. I've spoken to many female friends about this, and there's nothing creepier than being a woman who's meeting a new guy who seems to have singled you out and is touching you non-stop. Being a universally touchy person conveys warmth and confidence. Singling out one person has the potential to feel predatory. That's actually another reason why I highly recommend that you become a universal toucher. Start incorporating touch with your friends and family and not just when flirting. Because when you incorporate touch into your non-sexual relationships, you get used to touching without it being creepy or having any sexual motives. That brings me to my second touch principle. Adjust where you touch and how long you touch based on your relationship to the person, how the conversation has gone, and their body language. Do they tighten and freeze up, or do they welcome it? This is also going to vary extremely based on what country and culture you're in. To highlight this, check out the difference in touch when Chris is with an acquaintance compared to when he's with the director he's been working closely with for months.
See you, buddy. Here we are.
So we're sitting a lot closer to each other than should
Bringing 2 cultures together, the warring tribes of Australia and New Zealand.
It's all over.
Now, mate,
in the past.
Now, obviously, that's an over-the-top example, but it just highlights the importance of calibrating your touch to who you're with. The opposite of that would be to be what I call a lingerer, where you're always touching for too long and you're never checking in with the person to see if they're comfortable. I won't explain the circumstances because he might be watching, but I have an acquaintance who makes everyone around him very uncomfortable because he'll start rubbing your shoulders or your back for way too long without checking to see if you've tightened up or are touching back. And spoiler, no one is ever touching back with this person. The opposite and equally awkward side of that coin is to have a scared touch or hover hands. If you touch like you're terrified of how the person will react, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy and is destined to be awkward. So what's a good rule of thumb for how to touch? That's principle number 3. Make it feel good. That may sound obvious to you, but the way Chris touches his male friends is very different to how most men touch each other in Western society. We have a lot of aggressive overcompensating in our culture, where guys will slap each other really hard on the back or punch each other in the arm. Maybe some guys just love being slapped and 5-starred, but I think that a lot of it comes from being terrified that any sort of nice physical contact with a man will suddenly have them labeled something pejorative. Chris clearly does not share this fear. Notice how he gives a brief massage for a second, then moves his hand to Mark's back. There's no hesitation, it's clearly non-sexual, and you can tell Mark is comfortable the whole time and even reciprocate.
Probably not.
He's kind of overwhelmed.
Yeah.
A whole new version of the big green monster was your...
This segues really nicely into the third thing that Chris Hemsworth does that makes everyone around him fall in love with him. Chris shares potentially embarrassing things about himself as if they are not a big deal, and he speaks as if he is unconcerned with being judged negatively, especially for not being quote-unquote manly enough. For example, Here he is with Jimmy Fallon, where Jimmy is basically giving Chris an alley-oop to make fun of his brother.
And I saw this photo, it's all over the internet. This is your brother. And just, he got his nails painted or something like that. What is he doing? I'm gonna ride him.
And instead, when a lot of men might be embarrassed to say it, Chris shares that he also had his nails painted that day.
Dude, what is the story behind
well, that was us painting each other's nails, yeah.
No, you did not.
No, we didn't. My daughter and my nieces painted everybody's nails, so I actually had my nails painted as well.
This is an incredibly charismatic trait. By sharing these things as if they're not a big deal, he comes across as so comfortable in his own skin. It isn't just limited to masculinity and femininity. This applies to anything you do where you might feel embarrassed. What's great about committing to this is you basically only give yourself two options. Own what you do or don't do it. If you decide that you're going to stop hiding anything that you do from other people, you'll end up living a life you're more proud of. Your confidence will skyrocket, and you'll end up attracting the right kind of people into your life. The fourth thing Chris Hemsworth does better than anyone I've ever seen is share praise. Let's rewatch that Jimmy Kimmel clip where Jimmy says this may be the best Marvel movie yet, and watch how Chris responds.
I don't know how they keep doing it. It's unbelievable.
I'll tell you how, it was Taika Waititi.
Chris is the title character. He plays a huge part in why the film is getting such fantastic reviews. But he doesn't skip a beat before crediting Taika for his directing. This will be especially useful for you if you're someone who spends time in a team environment. So this can apply to athletics, group projects, or a work environment that involves managing other people or having a manager. Selfish people scared they aren't good enough will try to take all the credit for things because they think it makes them look better. This fails in two ways. One, people like humility, and if you share the praise, it will make the people around you trust you when you say who's actually responsible or if you do deserve all the credit. And two, life is a long-term game. By sharing the praise and being complimentary, Chris creates great relationships with other people, which in turn creates a great work product. Now they all benefit because they were part of an excellent movie. This may seem to be limited only to movies or performances, but it's really true of any job or any team. By building close relationships with your boss, you get more leeway and a higher pay come bonus time. And by forming better relationships with the people below you, you'll get higher quality work delivered for you. Here he is again, cutting off a chance to be praised for being funny so that he can praise Taika.
Who's funnier?
Who's funny between who? These two? Wait. There's a third person in this conversation.
And here he is crediting Cate Blanchett and Mark Ruffalo for bringing up his acting in Thor Ragnarok.
You call that the contact high. You kind of stand near a certain person, you get kind of lifted. As much as happens when I stand next to Ruffalo.
Now, how does Chris make these compliments come off as genuine and not fake? I don't know for him, but for myself and everyone I've worked with and coached, the answer is pretty simple, but it's effective. Only compliment someone when you mean it. The second tricky part about compliments is how do you make someone feel good without coming across as a suck-up? You have to calibrate this to your social status in that moment and the situation in general. That's why a compliment from boss to employee can make an employee's day, but a compliment from employee to boss might seem like sucking up, but it also might make the boss's day. It depends what you compliment and what comes before and after it. That's a longer topic, but I'll link to a video on the 4 emotions that create an amazing first impression that goes into it in a bit more detail. It's part of our Charisma University program, so we don't have it on YouTube, but if you click the link and drop your email in, you'll get access to that part totally free. Putting those 4 emotions in the wrong order is what leads to a compliment feeling like a suck-up. One other thing worth noting, Chris Hemsworth has an amazing voice. I literally just made a video on voice, so I'll link to both that and the Chris Pratt video in the description. And if you enjoyed this video, click the subscribe button to get more like this every Monday and Thursday.
Okay, of course.
Whether it's an interview, a first date, or just a conversation with someone you don't know well, we've all had times where things didn't go well because we were uncomfortable or nervous. That feeling sucks. So in today's video, we're going to go through some easy ways to look and feel more confident in those moments where you might have previously felt nervous. We'll do this by breaking down clips of Tom Holland. One reason Tom seems so charismatic is because of how he handles his mistakes in conversation. In situations where most people would shrink, Tom expands. For example, watch this clip of him playing a guessing game with Jake Gyllenhaal. Note if there's a moment when you smile or feel yourself liking Tom more.
We're in London. We're going down the street to a funky beat.
Oh,
and I'm gonna get a haircut.
Oh, I was about to say.
Free songs, you can do whatever you want.
Oh, shit!
I was about to be like, the streets? I was like, he's like...
Most people shrink when they make a mistake. they'll look down, hunch their shoulders to take up less space, or get quieter when they speak. In contrast, Tom actually gets louder and more expressive. Here's another quick example. Notice how Tom reacts after realizing he's messed up.
Okay, go for it. What tingles when Spider-Man is in danger? A, his spider sense. Q. Oh, it's another question. Oh,
Yes.
shit, I just gave you the answer. I thought it was like a multiple choice thing. I was like, Q?
I was going to say, okay.
You could probably spray me for getting
Probably,
that wrong.
Reacting like that when you accidentally say something stupid shows you're unfazed, which makes you look confident. Another trick you may have noticed, Tom also immediately calls himself out for his mistake. He doesn't try to hide it. If being loud feels unnatural to you, you can start with just a smile. Here's a clip where Tom isn't quite as high energy, but still calls out his mistake and finds humor in it. For context, at this point it wasn't confirmed that there would be a Spider-Man sequel.
I've had, on Spider-Man 1, not that I've done more than one.
When you misspeak and other people laugh, your body language is the difference between having a vibe of making people laugh or being laughed at. People cue into your body language so much that when giving contradictory words and body language, they will almost always trust what they see over what they hear. For a quick example, watch these two clips. Tom says he's nervous, but he still comes across as confident and likable.
Tom H., is that true, and that producers went to extreme lengths to keep you from knowing what actually happens in the film?
Yeah, I'm very stressed right now because this is live, so I'm really just trying to sit on it and let these guys do all the talking.
I have a big hand, so
I have to say, we do these panels all the time, and this is the most stressed I've ever been. Before I came on stage, I was like, they're gonna kill me up there.
Tom says he's nervous, yet he's smiling, laughing, talking with his hands, and overall comes across great. So the question is, how can you carry yourself with a genuine positivity that feels natural when you're in a situation that normally would make you feel nervous? The trick is to cheat by using your mind-body connection. Research has shown that you can shift the way you feel simply by changing your body language. For example, imagine you're feeling nervous moments before a big event. Your heart is racing, your hands are shaking. It sounds silly, but you can shift that nervousness towards excitement simply by making yourself smile. Tom actually uses this exact trick.
It's my biggest and best piece of advice I ever got was from my first director, and he basically said, turn nerves into excitement. And you can like use nerves as a valuable tool to like be pumped up for everything.
Now that said, a forced smile can make you look nervous or uncomfortable. So what do? Smile beforehand. Before an important phone call or in a car on the way to a date, throw on some happy music and plaster a smile on your face. It'll feel weird at first, but it'll put you in a better mood and kill some nerves. And obviously coming in with positive energy will help it go better too. There's a reason salespeople have been teaching smile before you dial for decades. But you won't always have the chance to prime yourself for nerve-wracking situations. Sometimes you're just put on the spot, like when you're asked a question and don't know how to respond. Most people fear awkward silences, so when they aren't sure how to respond to a question, they fill the silence with filler words like or ah, which makes you seem nervous. But silence can be thoughtful rather than awkward. For example, watch Tom when Jimmy asks a potentially awkward question about how he pays his brother.
Does he ever come and say, hey, I'd like a raise?
Maybe.
This is a super easy point, so we'll make it quick. When you pause to think about a question, look up and away rather than down. If you pause and look down, it can make you look uncomfortable. Then your discomfort can make other people feel uncomfortable around you. If you pause and look up and to the side, it just makes it seem like you're thinking without any feelings of awkwardness. Pausing before you answer a question can also help make your response funnier.
You, how old were you when you were in your first movie? The movie with Naomi Watts?
I would have been about 13, 14.
13 or 14 years old.
Yeah.
Did you ever at any time consider doing something else for a living?
I didn't, but my parents did.
Your parents did, yeah.
If you want to learn more about the power of a pause in comedy, we'll link to our Dave Chappelle video at the end of this one. Another reason you get nervous when answering questions is that you're trying to give a right answer. You worry if you say the first true answer that pops into your head, you may embarrass yourself or be judged. This is especially true for embarrassing stories, which we'll touch on next, and for things that are potentially vulnerable. Many people incorrectly think that admitting vulnerable emotions shows weakness, so they lie or get defensive. This next clip is hilarious, but it's also not too far from how some people actually act.
Are you crying? What's that? Are you crying? Am I crying? No, I'm not crying. You're crying. It's okay to cry. People cry. It's great, but I'm not crying. I'm not a crier. I don't cry. I work out.
For some people, being vulnerable is hard. If you don't feel comfortable sharing vulnerable things about yourself, then you can steal a little trick from Tom. He actually used to have the same aversion to crying as Starsky.
I went through a phase where I'd never cry about anything, and now I reckon I cry 4 times a week. I don't cry 4 times a week, but I cry a lot. Starts crying now. No, I don't cry that much. I cry like all the time.
Tom bounces between sharing and joking, and every time he seems like he's backtracking, he doubles down.
I think Bob said you cried on the phone. Is that true?
I wept.
Did you really?
No, I didn't weep. I did, yeah.
You did a little bit?
Yeah. No, I was really emotional. Because I felt like it was all coming to an end.
It was bad news. It really was bad news.
No, I don't know.
You don't have to do this. There's nothing wrong with sharing without joking. But if it's not natural for you yet, then humor is a great first tool for charismatically sharing. Now you may be asking, why is being vulnerable even charismatic? If you can admit vulnerable emotions with a positive attitude, you earn respect because you're sharing something many people would be scared to share. It also helps your internal confidence because you're training yourself to realize there's no